I'm going to Belgium. I am going. But real quick, yeah, guys, ZG was announced for, some people were asking in chat, for April 15th, yes.
So, yeah, there was plenty of news this week, WoW-related news, or Blizzard-related news. Was ZG for Classic. We had some transfers, free transfers for both EU servers and US servers. And for those interested, we also had Shadowlands, big updates on Shadowlands, actually.
Volpera are no longer in the game?
Sorry? Volpera? No, that wasn't
everything
in
past
there.
Wrath of the Lich King got retconned out?
Well,
I'm sorry, we're messing with you, didn't
No, we're actually happy to have a somewhat retail player here, guys, because it balances out a little bit, right? It balances us out. Dunaday, please share
probably an overstatement, though. It's been over a year, I think, since I played retail, but I try to follow the news a little bit because I still have slight hope that retail will ever become fun again. But I think Shadowlands is going in the right direction. So they added a lot of actually old moves like auras for paladins, for example, and some other old spells. Basically, for all classes, they added like at least 4 to 5 spells that they used to have.
Yeah,
But the thing
the
is,
old favorites too.
yeah, the thing
Two-hand
is,
frost with Death Knight.
Here's the thing, though. I understand that, right? And you know what? They always friggin' say this before every expansion. I know you guys are wishful thinking, and maybe I'm being pessimistic, but they said the same thing before BFA. They say the same thing before Legion. Oh, yeah, we're bringing back some buffs. They bring back Fort. They bring back this, that, the other. But it doesn't make a big difference. A lot of the things are very minuscule. They're very minor. And it's like they do it just to satisfy some people, but the feel never really changes
minor,
enough.
Though.
I understand that, but it ends up being minor. Like, it sounds like it's going to be this big thing, and it ends up a lot of times just being this really small thing that really made no difference. The classes still feel homogenized. Things still feel...
It just feels overwhelming, man. It feels like you step in there as a Classic player, and it just feels so overwhelming. I don't know. It's
I think that's because all the spells have way too many texts in them. So you read one spell, and by the time you read the 5th spell, you forgot what the first one did. So you basically it procs and it procs and it procs, and you have 1 million things.
I don't know if you saw, but one of the changes they're actually adding to this as well is that they're going to reduce the spell graphics. So
that's already
yeah,
there's a lot of complaints about how there's like too much things happening. They have things that make it so like kind of less stuff happening now, like half as much. I think that's
like visually.
I would appreciate that. I always say that it seems like a Michael Bay movie when you get into combat. Right? It's freaking explosions and lightning effects.
And maybe help on the leg.
Yeah, especially that. Now they can add all the auras and all the blessings and whatever. But as long as you have that rotation where you have procs out of procs and you don't really know what's going on unless you kind of study all the spells.
Honestly,
that doesn't feel good.
That lights up. It's like click the button that lights up, and then you know you're
basically. But it's always the same thing, you know. It's rotation from procs, and you can add 1,000 spells that bring flavor. But if that core proc system stays, I don't like the class design. So
remember before Classic came out, we kind of had a little phase where we were playing retail a little bit, and like I was trying to do some Iron Man stuff there, and you were actually raiding a little bit too. Like, how do you feel about retail?
I thought we were going to keep the secret.
Oh, dude, I just exposed you. But I feel like you might actually like retail a little bit. I'm not sure. Maybe not. Like, how do you feel about it?
I do, but I like it. I like it for different reasons. And after playing it, I felt like it. My understanding of what it was really changed because it's not the same sort of style of game as Classic. And in my mind, they're two different genres now. Like, the retail game has moved so much. It really isn't an MMO. It doesn't matter who you play with. Everybody's just like an NPC almost. It's more of like a loot shooter almost, like a solo player loot shooter. At least that's how I played it. And honestly, like it was good for what it was, but it doesn't feel like an MMORPG to me anymore. So thinking about it in that mindset, I was able to kind of find peace with it and be happy with it for like what it was. And it's when your expectations are something else and you don't get that, you're going to be upset. So my expectations now for it are different. I'm happy, I haven't logged in like months, but to, go in occasionally and, just blast something out and then, be done with it for a while. And as long as that's your expectation, it does very well for that. But if you're expecting that, you know, that slow burn, community, you know, everything that we love with Classic. You're really not going to get that.
And the immersion
to-
element is
Yeah, so
usually
to
missing.
go there and
though, yeah.
to go there and to expect that and to want that, like you're barking up the wrong tree. So
Well, I think
play it
yeah,
for what it's good at, and then play Classic for what you want from Classic.
I mean, I agree with you in a lot of that. Yeah, I think that Classic and Retail are completely different games, and I played Retail all the way up until basically the end of Legion. I did the Mythic rating, I did the Mythic pluses and all that, and like I will say that I did enjoy some of the things for what it was, but I think the biggest issue that I have with Retail WoW is the fact that for me, it doesn't have the longevity that I can play with Classic WoW with other games, because the main issue that I got is that I log into this game and I feel like I'm always doing busy work. I feel like I'm always doing things that my character is progressing, but I don't feel it as much as I would say, in another game like Classic WoW. And I understand that, and one thing that I did enjoy was that, at times I did feel challenged as like a healer, right? Where, doing a Mythic plus 15, 16, whatever, it was challenging. There were, things that kept me going and wanting to see this. But then at the end of the day, when you're not feeling like you're being rewarded for the effort that you're putting in, that was the biggest problem that I did have with it. I can log on to Retail and play for a couple hours, but the amount of time that it keeps me engaged is very, very, very low compared to just saying like Classic WoW and other games like that. And I think what the really main thing is like looking at Retail is that going forward, they have tried to make a lot of different people happy, tried to incorporate a lot of different things. You have on one side you have Volpera, you have on another side you have Titan Forging, you have all these different Mythic different grades, different styles for all these different places and different people. But I feel like they never really focus on one thing enough, and I feel like the biggest problem is Retail doesn't know what it wants to be. It's trying to be so many different things.
That's a good point.
And you feel like you're like, it's just like you're walking around with it like a chicken with your head cut off in the whole time while you're playing this game. And I wish if they would just focus on one aspect of the game, whether that was you're making your character feel more powerful, and then you have the things like the level scaling that which I think is completely detriment to an MMORPG. Again, like I said, Retail isn't much of an MMORPG anymore. But what is it? That's my question. It's just like this
that loot shooter, like you said.
10 different things. Yeah.
Here's my prediction, guys. Let me know what you guys think in the chat with this too. Like, this could be a possible way this plays out. Shadowlands is going to come out and get some hype with it, and it's going to get a little bit of momentum. But I do feel like TBC. We've said it before. I will say it again. We will continue to say it because until I see otherwise, all the data suggests that this is the case. TBC checks the most amount of boxes for the most amount of people. It still is like close enough to the original version of Classic that the Classic players can fuck with it and really like it, but it also scratches some of those Retail vibes as well. And once TBC comes out and Blizzard releases TBC Classic, is it going to DOA Shadowlands? Like, is everybody just basically stop playing Shadowlands and go, or the majority of people on TBC will be the most popular play version? I think there's a good possibility that it could end up being like that.
I think so as well. Yeah. What do you think, Al?
I don't think so. I think there's still a strong enough competitive PvP scene as well as a raid scene that people continue to play Retail. That's a bold claim, though. I don't know. I don't know if the only thing that can kill WoW is WoW. Maybe. No.
See, I think Al, the main thing is right is that this is what I was talking about this last week, and dude, I want to hear what you think about this as well, because if the big PvPers, right? I'm talking about people like Veneruki,
This Friday, make family movie night.
Happy birthday!
World premiere.
There's a world full of different trolls.
What a troll. Trolls World Tour. The world premiere is in your home Friday.
It's nuts. All like see, dude, these guys love TBC Arena, right? If they go and stop, and for whatever reason, if they stop and they're like, listen, Arena from Shadowlands is not doing it, and like all of them go back to TBC Arena, I think that would be huge for TBC. I think if a lot of these big PvPers go back and say like, these are the glory days of Arena, I'm sure they'll continue doing the the retail thing for a while. But if they put most of their energy towards Arena and TBC, that could be a huge detriment to retail. And that could be a huge thing for TBC. I know, maybe even possibly seeing like TBC Arena in BlizzCon, things like that, like where the focus could be on potentially PvP in TBC with Arena coming out. I think it could be really huge, and if a lot of these big PvPers go ahead and make the switch from retail to TBC Arena, I think we could see a huge influx of people playing it and watching it as well.
Yeah, what do you think,
I don't know, but I think TBC is not the best arena that we ever had. So I don't think TBC Arena is the thing that we will see big PvPers coming back to. At least not for esports. That's
interesting, very spicy take. Yeah. So you think the TBC Arena players, because a lot of PvPers went from retail to Classic, tried out Classic, and lost interest and like went back to retail, right?
Because there was no Arena. Exactly.
You think that same effect might happen with the retail Arena players now? They will come back, try TBC Arena, and go back there then?
Yeah, I think if you want like the best area for Arena, in my opinion, was probably Mist of Pandaria, but I liked Wrath of the Lich King more, so I'm going to say Wrath of the Lich King, arena-wise, that is. And I think TBC was cool because it was new, Arena was new, everyone tried it, and people didn't really know yet. They learned, of course, they didn't really know what was good and what wasn't, but the balance isn't really good in PvP in Burning Crusade, so I don't think it will have a good shot at esports events. That's my 2 cents of it. It might.
That's interesting to say because a lot of people say like with Classic even the game is different because the players are different. How is that same lens going to apply to TBC? Right? If one class is strictly known as the best, say like in Season 4 Rogues, or say, does that mean that all arenas are just going to be rogues and that would be fun? Like, is everybody going to min-max arena so hard that they're only going to play what's good? That could come up if the balance is off, right?
I see. So that's interesting, right? Because we see this a little bit on private servers, right? Where I think something interesting is a lot of people are still learning. Even when it comes to arena PvP, there's still some things that I even see, and I'm like, holy shit, this comp before I didn't see it that much in BC, but now I'm seeing like the Red Resto thing. Like I'm seeing a lot of people playing this comp. I'm seeing a lot of people playing different comps, and comps that primarily back in the day people didn't do, get into really high rating. I think when it comes to retail arena, right? I think there probably is more of a balance, definitely, that goes on there with. But then again, you have a lot of people like who say, okay, Monk is the best healer class because it has the most, movement. They're able to, move around much more than other classes. And I think, when it comes down to it, we're going to see people playing classes and specs that, primarily are the better. But I think a lot of people underestimate, TBC Arena. I gotta say, like it in my opinion, it's not the most balanced. It's not the best, right? There are some issues, but I think honestly, like it has some of the most surprising matchups that you will see because there's so many different abilities. There's so many different tactics that you can use, and the fights can be explosive. You can have two DPS against a healer and a DPS, and you can have someone who utilizes something so much better in this one instance where you have obviously Resto Druids are amazing in 2v2 with warriors, but Resto Shamans surprisingly are good. You have Resto Shamans, they might not be as good with Host, but they have Bloodlust, they have in things in arena. So I think there's a little bit more of a surprise element in TBC where things can actually, I think, still have an ability to learn and have new metas. Even though people have been playing TBC for a long time, I still think we're going to see a lot of.
I think so too. I really want to piggyback off this, guys. First of all, Alive, shout out to you, Alive. It was so fun doing that with you the other day, bro. Good to see you in here. Fitch, thank you for the bits, guys. Type something in chat if you're alive right now because this is It's funny that Alive's in here, but this is a point I want to at least throw out there and like to pause for dramatic effect, because this is something that you hear tossed around a lot. I want to get it out there and marinating in our minds. So classic WoW, vanilla WoW, private servers, Nostalrius, Elysium, Chronos, all these things, right? We started Classic WoW with close to next to perfect information about the game. The values were a little bit off, but like it was already extremely theory crafted and stuff like this. What the point I'm making with this is that TBC in a 2.4.3 environment, there is way less theory crafting. There is way less like fresh understanding of the meta and exactly how the classes function and operate. So I don't know. People say 1.112 is one of the most balanced iterations of the game, like point blank period. All the classes are in a really good spot. I don't know if the same holds true for 2.4.3. Do we know the meta? Is it fleshed out 100% in its entirety? Was there a really high quality TBC server in the past that had values that wasn't the fun server, that had everything scripted properly and all this? I think hopefully with TBC coming, there's going to be a lot of unexplored terrain to cover, even though we know some of the broad.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think honestly, like, the amount of abilities that you have in TBC for some classes were the most in any other, wide range of abilities, right? You have people going in as Moonkins who, something that's really like cool is with druids. You can go into there as a moon spec and still be a great healer, still utilize so many different things up in your tool set as far as priests and warlocks, and so you have so many amazing different things where you're using your whole toolkit, right? And it's similar where in arena nowadays in retail, you can go in there, you can switch your talents out for different things. You have more options a lot of times when you can really, look at your PvP counts and things like that. However, in TBC, you have something I think that I like a lot better, whereas, mana is much more a resource that needs to be guarded, and if you can get a drink and get out of combat, things like that. And yeah, there is no time limit. There's no, diminishing returns on the heals, things like that. So you get these really sometimes long games that are so just, every little thing you're mismanaging. And I really do believe that TBC Arena has the capacity to be, just as in depth. And we all see how those really big numbers who do classic PvP with all the different trinkets and engineering items, the thought process that goes into it is amazing, right? So I honestly do think there's just as much of a skill cap, maybe not as far as like talents and things like that, but when it comes to comps and when it comes to exploring every class and their abilities, I think there's almost as high as a skill cap ceiling as there is in retail today. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what can be done. I played a lot of Arena back in the day, and yeah, there was a lot of rogues and priests and mages, but I think with the knowledge comes some people trying out some new things. It's going to be really exciting.
Well, I said it won't really balance stuff like that, but I thought a little bit about it. It's not fun to watch if everyone is playing the same comp per se. Let's say 90% of the people play the best comp there is around for a certain bracket, and you have the 10% trying to beat that. That's also something interesting to watch.
I mean, doesn't retail kind of do that too?
I guess so. I'm more like thinking of StarCraft, for example. There was an area where Terran were like the most OP class, and everyone had played it. And then you had that 2 or 3 Zergs in the tournament, and then 1 Protoss, and then they ended up winning the tournament. I mean, that's also kind of interesting in a way. It's different though. It doesn't necessarily mean bad, but I still stand by the point. I don't think it will be the most watched PvP scene. I don't think.
Just to put one thought in to finish that up, absolutely, imbalances are what's exciting. If everything's too samey, then it's kind of like retail where nothing really feels exciting. You can't really do anything exciting because each person can't be individually overpowered. So to have things that are maybe a little bit pendulum swings too far one way, that's what creates the excitement, because then you have David and Goliath and things like that. So I definitely agree. I'd rather have some things be a little bit imbalanced than to have it all be the same.
How do you feel about TBCL? I don't think I've ever asked you this. Like, do you like it more than Classic? Like, 80% of my chat, whenever I poll, about 75-80% like TBC more than Classic. Kind of breaks my heart a little bit, but that's what they say. And also, if you are going to play TBC, which I assume you are, what class would you play?
Yeah, like I for sure, I really do like TBC.
together group of Nazi hunters. Welcome to the hunt.
I think Classic for me has a slight edge. There are parts of TBC I like a lot more than Classic, such as like Arena and things like that. I'm definitely going to play it. I'm going to play multiple classes. I'm going to have a PvE character and a PvP character. So for PvE, I'm going to probably play Elemental Shaman, and for Arena, Mage or maybe Paladin.
Paladin's
Maybe
a lot
Warrior,
of
if I can
fun.
find some good characters.
It's sad. It's kind of what classes go through the most change. You think from? I think Druid obviously goes through a huge change from classic.
Rogue, like
Rogue?
massively, dude, massively. Probably more so than any other class. Right?
In what sense? Like PvP or PvE?
Not PvE. I'm thinking from PvD perspective though. But not only do they get Shadow Step, you know, they also get Cloak. They also get
Right.
Cheat Death. They just like people will tell you that the class feels the most. You get that effect of like, oh, you hear this expression shared a lot, right? Oh, they completed the classes. They completed the classes in TBC. I often hear people say they completed Rogue. Rogue feels like it has a fully functioning kit. Now,
I love it.
Rogue is extremely powerful in TBC, and in Classic WoW, the most played class is what, Warrior, I'm assuming, right? I mean, in
Yeah.
TBC, it's going to be a Rogue. Like, I don't know if anybody thinks it's
Or
going to be
Druid.
different. I still don't think
Well, I don't
Druid
think
is
it's gonna
going
be
to
the most played, but I think we're gonna see a lot of
a lot more for sure, 100%. It is a very high skill cap class in general, though, Druid. But yeah, I definitely think Rogue's up there. Though. What do you guys think? Is there another one?
I think Rogue might be the I think you might be right with being the most played class in DC. I think their options in Arena, like in Arena, they're amazing, right? In a lot of comps, you can't go wrong with a Rogue. The amount of CC, the Shadow Step kick, like just so many amazing plays. I love this skill cap. To play a Rogue, okay, like mediocre is not that hard. But to play a Rogue really well, like Reckless level well, right, is an amazing thing to see. However, I think there's some other classes maybe that might go through. Rogue go through a big change. I was thinking though, like how Druids go from like being one of the worst healers to being one of the best. They go through a pretty getting Cyclone, getting Life Bloom. Yeah, Rogue does have a lot. But look at Hunters, right? Hunters go from being a pretty lackluster DPS to being an amazing DPS with Beast Mastery. You get Paladins come in there with and Ret becomes somewhat viable. Not too much of a change there, but yeah, I think Rogues, Druids, Hunters. I'm trying to think what else really has a big distinctive change to it.
I feel like not really Rogue. I wouldn't say Rogue. I would say hybrid classes would be played more because the prospects become viable now.
Right.
That already. So I would say Paladin, Shaman, Druid. Most, well, Druid probably less than the other two. I feel like Paladin and Shaman get some real hype here.
Blood Elf Paladins. There's going to be a
there's going to be so many, and they're so good. First of all, Arcane Torrent, amazing in PvP. It's just so good, dude. And AoE silence, right? Seal of Blood for PvE is amazing. And I know for a fact I'm making a Blood Elf Paladin. It's
not as your main though, right? You're still going Priest.
Not as my main. My main is going to be Priest 100%. I plan on playing Priest, Paladin, Rogue, and probably Shaman and BC.
What did we cover last week, yo? We should get into some classes. What did we do last week? I'm trying to remember. We did Paladin, I know, because they did.
We did Paladin, Shaman, and Druid. Paladin, Shaman, Druid. That's what we did.
We have Priest, Warrior, Rogue, Hunter, Warlock left.
Okay.
And I'm ready to talk about Priest if you guys are. And Mage, yes.
So we did Paladin, we did Druid, you said? Druid?
Yeah.
And we did Shaman. Oh, we didn't get through that many last week then. Okay.
We basically did the three hybrids.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can try to go through Priest pretty quick.
Let's let the chat vote, man. What do you guys want to see, chat? Let's do some engagement. I'll make a little straw poll super quick on it.
Yeah, the Crusader Blood Elf Paladin is really good. However, he doesn't have in PvP. Perception's pretty good.
And I just want to play Paladin in TBC.
Warlocks, I think, will be a big class played.
I think so, yeah. Especially on Horde side.
Here we go. Straw poll in the chat, guys. If you'd be so kind to go ahead and vote on it.
What do you want to see next, guys? Priest is looking.
Ooh, very split. Priest and Warlock are tied. Oh, God. You guys aren't making this easy, chat. Alright, we're gonna take...
Breaking my heart. But we gotta do Warrior on
Priest
here
is
today.
20.
Oh, absolutely.
21. Priest is there.
Alright, we're gonna give it 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and refresh.
Warlock.
Warlock, okay.
You take it away, Cargos.
Alright, let's see what we can do here for Warlock. Let's pull up,
Seed of Corruption.
yeah, let's pull up the talents. Just do that. Look, I'll try and blast through it. Not take up too much of your time, guys. Here we go. TBC, Warlock. Again, this is just the light and polite, guys. Where, you know, not a TBC big brain myself. Did play back in the day. Didn't play Warlock back in the day, but pretty much one of my best friends to this day, Max, who's Max the Ripper in our guild. He transferred to Incendius, unfortunately. Long time, childhood friend, best friend type dude. He always played Warlock. He played Human Warlock in TBC, and we were in Kara week 1 together back during freshman year of high school when this all came out. And he played Warlock, and God, I was so jelly of him, man. Just watching his Warlock in TBC was just inspiring. I mean, I thought the Felguard looked just unbelievably cool. His gear, unbelievably cool. He was always a step ahead of me throughout TBC, and he has Nether Drake first and all this type of stuff. And Warlocks, I mean, in a nutshell, get a massive power level increase in TBC. If anyone wants to fight me on that, let's talk it out right now. But most people you'll talk to will tell you that they get a big power level increase. In PvE, they are doing some of the most damage in this version of the game. They really slap in PvE. In a raid environment. They also, conditionally, there's probably some conditions where mages will still perform them AoE-wise, but Seed of Corruption is a... Let me see if I can look it up. I can pull up a database or something like that. You guys know what Seed of Corruption does, right? How would you explain Seed of Corruption to people?
Basically, you put it on a target and then it like explodes and it does like AoE damage.
Yeah, it can do like...
It's like a sticky grenade.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it does a mess. I mean, you can put it on multiple targets. And
Yep.
and it just boom, boom, popping bomb. It's almost like
There's a delay on it. It's like a ticking time bomb, and then
yeah.
yeah. Mm-hmm. So the days of feeling like an inferior AOE, having inferior AOE capabilities as a Warlock, we had a live on the stream. Was it yesterday when we did, or maybe 2 days ago? We did that Warlock deep dive. You might think to yourself right now, to the untrained eye, oh, Warlocks, they have Hellfire, they have Rain of Fire, they do amazing AoE DPS, right? Amazing. It's still not really comparable to mages. Mages just spamming Arcane Explosion will do more DPS than them, and that actually ends up hurting you the most as a Warlock when you're looking at overall raid total damage done when you're trying to parse really hard. Actually, these fights where you're AoEing stuff down and cleaving stuff down, you just have no way of keeping up with the Warrior's Cleave or the Mage's Cleave, so that where you really shine is in raids like raid tiers like AQ, and moving forward from AQ, where you can't pull the trash all together in huge clusters and sapper and cleave them all down. You have to fight 3 targets at a time, and it's because they have effects to them. So anyway, the point I'm getting is that you can actually outclass mages on the AoE front, which is pretty cool. Taking a look at their final towns down here at the bottom of each tree, we have probably my favorite out of all of them is Summon Felguard. Again, most good Warlocks who played back in the day will tell you that in PvP, the Fel Hunter is still superior. I'm still on the same page with them. It makes sense, right? They're able to still do the Dispel offensive and defensive. It's just a fantastic utility type of pet. You have the blanket silence, you have the counterspell. So Fel Hunter is still pretty much what you're using in PvP, but apparently in some specific fives comps, you can run a Felguard, and it's actually good. The Felguard has really cool abilities. It has a cleave ability, so it just like a warrior cleave pretty much. It has a Blade Storm, super hype about the Blade Storm. It has an intercept, and it also has a taunt on it, and it is very, very chunky. Leveling with a Felguard, it just feels like a dream come true. The thing slaps so hard, you don't even need to use the taunt ability because it's just raw damage is holding the threat from the mob like very, very well. So Felguard, Very, very cool. Unstable Affliction. This is something that is a very powerful damage over time. So it says Shadow Energy slowly destroys the target, causing 660 damage over 18 seconds. In addition, if the Unstable Affliction is dispelled, it will cause 990 damage to the Dispeller and silence them for 5 seconds.
So annoying.
As a priest, this is probably very, very troublesome for you, right? You know, the thing I'm looking forward to most if I do end up going Warlock, which I 99% will be the whole Hots and Dots type of team. I can't wait to find a good Druid or something where we can just, attrition out teams and throw up.
Or Shadow Priest Lock is good too, man.
Yeah.
What about trees? Shadow Play, Druid, Shadow Priest, Warlock?
Yep.
Absolutely. Do you guys? Let me stop for a second. Do you guys have any initial thoughts on Warlock? Talking a lot.
SLSL, dude, it's just like insane, right?
I don't know a lot about Warlock. I never was interested in playing one in vanilla, but in TBC it's actually not on top of my list, but it's in the top half of my list. So that's something, because it's not a class that really suits me fancy wise, but I really just like all the different abilities, the talent trees. The Shadow Play is something I would like to do in the arena, and for that reason alone I would probably try level up a Warlock. And I like Destro. I don't know if Destro is good in
PvE. It's apparently the best spec. That's what you use in PvE.
The best one.
I don't know if in
so
PvP.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't really. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, demonology is not my thing, but Destro is. If I want to play caster in PvE one day, it's probably Destro Warlock over any mage spec, I think. So yeah, Warlock really does it for me in TBC. I like it a lot, and kind of interesting. It's probably top 3, top 4 for me.
I used to watch this guy called Kobrak, and he used to play like Destro in PvP in like every expansion, and he was like really good at it.
I remember Kobrak, yeah. I remember that dude. Absolutely.
So there's the SLSL build, the most feared probably build that there is.
Yeah, this could be incorrect.
Working.
I haven't exactly got the exact spec down, but the point I'm trying to make here, guys, is that you have enough points in a TBC environment to go deep enough down the Affliction tree to pick up Siphon Life, which is an awesome thing in PvP to have, and Soul Link as well. So you're just a very, very chunky, very, very chunky Warlock. You're very beefy indeed, and this would be something like this would probably be my preferred spec. You have some really nice talents like Demonic Resilience, reducing the chance you'll be critically hit by melee and spells by 3%, reduces all the damage your summoned demon takes by 15. So this is like Resilience, like it's similar to the Resilience stats, but most classes have something like this. They have these PvP talents nestled down there, like tier 6 or
so.
Yeah.
Just quick. I see that you don't go to the 41 talent, and many people say in TBC specs are worse than in vanilla, because in vanilla you can do those hybrids like you do here, and in TBC you're kind of forced to go to the 41 because it's basically always a very good talent. But now you did different, and I like that. So what's your take on that?
Well, it's good. You're really you can't have that much of your cake and have that and be able to eat it too. So you're not going to be able to get this 41 talent and also get Siphon Life if you're going to get Soul Link. I don't think you have enough points. Also, you're not really using Fel Guard, and you're going to be using your Fel Hunter. So this is kind of negligible, this talent, if you're going to be doing 2s or 3s or something like that. But yeah, I still think in TBC, right, guys? I don't know. I mean, you still have these hybrid specs, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like, you guys know your own classes.
For some classes, a lot of classes go down, like Nate said, to the last talent point, but it's very rare sometimes where you have a class that doesn't.
So it's interesting that Warlock is one of those. For Paladin, you kind of have to, if you go red or protection or holy, it doesn't matter. You kind of have to go to the last point, except if you want to try something like Shokadin, I guess, then you can do something different.
Yeah, like Priest, you want Circle of Healing for Holy, you know what I mean?
So someone already pointing out a nice point is to get 1 point in this thing to the left of Siphon Life. Interesting. Shadow Embrace. Your Corruption, Curse of Agony, Siphon Life, and Seed of Corruption spell also cause Shadow Embrace to affect the Shadow Embrace effect, which reduces physical damage caused by 1%. I feel like this is something that would be Dispel fodder. So you throw up your buffs and you get an extra thing. I'm not sure if you can Dispel Shadow Embrace, but that's probably why. That's the fact that you're pointing that out. Yeah, so again, I haven't really played Warlock in TBC. I'm on Endless right now as a Druid, as a Night Elf Druid. So I'm very much looking forward to playing a Warlock in TBC. It'll be 99%, what I'm going to go. It's either that or Druid. I'll probably level both at some point, but I do want to continue on my Cargo's character into TBC. I'm very, very excited about. So yeah, let's see what else I can talk about on Warlocks. The sets look phenomenal. Dude, the sets, all of the sets look insanely cool. I'll pull them up here in a second. Destruction, I don't really know how good Shadow Fury is. I'm really not sure. I feel like you raid as Deep Destro, right? So you got to be using Shadow Fury as an AoE type thing. It's I'll read it for you. This is the final talent here in the Destruction tree. Shadow Fury is unleashed, causing 357 to 422 shadow damage and stunning all enemies within 8 yards for 2 seconds. So if you're pulling trash or you're doing cleave, I feel like this is something you probably cycle into your rotation. I know that you don't really go Destro for PvP though, so again, I'm not exactly sure how super amazing this is, but let's see. So PvE, couple steps up. Damage wise, maybe not utility wise, I'm not sure, but your damage definitely goes up in PvE. More AoE damage, more single target damage. You start slapping really hard. Is it safe to say they're a tier 1 DPS class in TBC?
Oh, definitely. Together with Hunters early on, and I think Warlock stayed for the entirety.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, very strong. And early on, originally in TBC, the early seasons, they were also very, very strong. And I think at some point they added changes to resilience to hurt dots, so they became kind of less strong as the expansion went on, but originally they were just beasts.
Yeah, so we will be launching it at 2.4.3 environment. So that dot effect, because resilience, if you guys don't remember, I recently remembered this. Resilience will actually reduce dot damage as well, and also drain effects as well. So like a drain life or a drain mana will also reduce the efficacy of those as well. So I have this. There's this amazing content creator out there. He doesn't talk or anything. He just goes straight matter of fact type of content. But he does. Where is it? There it is. His name is Protcow.
Oh yeah.
And he has a really good video that shows. I'm not going to play the whole video, but I'm just pausing it under. Here we go. Yeah, so here's his this to supplement my small brain here. I want to read some of the points he has here. For Affliction Warlock, Shadow Embrace, which is interesting. We're just going through this. So so Affliction Warlock does have some utility to a raid environment or a party environment, increasing physical damage caused by 5%. Also in TBC, there's someone said in the chat last time, what is it, 40 debuff slots or something like that, some absurd amount. Where
it's so crazy. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Malediction, increasing the damage bonus effect of your Curse of Elements by 3%. Curse of Elements, that's there. That was there before. Soulstone. Ritual. Oh, Ritual of Souls. See, this is why I love you, Prodcat, dude. Remember the freaking Soul Well? To quiet. So the Cookie Well, whatever you want to call it. Everyone get a Hellstone from the.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's nice. That's nice. Same with the Ritual of Refreshment for the mages, dude. That's super clutch. So you got that. Demonology, we have Imp we have ISB, we had that in Classic. Let's see, what else? And then he has for Destruction, Nether Protection. After being hit by a Shadow or Fire spell, you have a 30% chance to become immune. Interesting. Soulstone. Alright, that's about it. So I think that's it for Warlock. Last thing I want to do is I want to pull up their armor set real quick.
Tier sets, yeah.
Because they look amazing.
Oh! THC Force Ghost with a big dono.
Man, dude, Force Ghost, keeping a roof over my head for real. Thank you very much, dude, for the 50, bro. Thank you very much, dude.
Love you, brother.
Yeah, the big supporter of the channel, man. Big THC Force Ghost, man.
Great info, guys, supporting the community and ifs in chat for Duck, and what a great run we read heart.
I think I found it.
You man.
Let's see here. I think I found it. Okay. Stand by.
Oh, the tier set?
Yeah, just pulling up the raid sets right now. So we can take
Warlock tiers are...
Even the one with that crazy headpiece, though.
What's it, tier 4 you mean? With the Void Walker looking headset?
Yeah,
so. Yeah.
Okay, where is it? Hold up. A little bit slow here. Okay. All right, we have it up. Scroll over to the right.
Oh yeah.
Okay, second.
What do you guys think? Al, vote yours for tier 4, 5, or 6. Which ones? What are your favorite?
For Warlock, definitely tier 6.
I think
Yeah?
everyone's gonna say that, isn't it?
I mean,
You see it in action.
the
I like
Elven
tier
wings.
5 best.
Do you
Actually.
remember the wings though? The
Yeah, I
short
know.
wings
I
and
know the
shoulders?
wings. Yeah, I know. I never really liked the headpiece, honestly.
All right, here it is. I don't know if
Especially
you
on
guys...
gnomes. I hate that headpiece on a.
You hate gnomes, so
Yeah, it's just so big on their stupid little heads.
well, they all are definitely very distinct from everything else, which I like.
I might like 4. I feel like tier 4 screams like Affliction Warlock.
But the headpiece,
Yeah,
kind of
like
bothers
tier,
me.
tier 4 screams Affliction. Tier 5 screams like Demo, and tier 6 screams like Demonology.
So the ones we're talking about, guys, is the one second over to the right.
Destruction,
If you
yeah.
see the one farthest to the right is Warrior, right? These are the iconic Warrior sets. The one just to the left of the Warrior is the Warlock. As you can see, they put a lot of time and energy. Every
Miss Dill?
The one and only.
What are you really doing back in town, Dill?
Someone blew up my sister. I need to find out who killed my sister. What are they hiding?
She was on to something. She was gonna take them all down.
Watch Briar Patch on Showcase, part of Stack TV.
set feels very inspired. Even that first set at the very top, you can't see because it's a still image, but it almost has like a moving face. Like particle effects or something when you see
it's
one
like
in
a
game.
Voidwalker. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it looks really cool. You know, the big shoulder pads. That's one thing that always made me like Warlocks when I looked at them is they didn't, even though they were a caster, they didn't look like some soy boy. Like they look actually pretty strong. Like they have nice big shoulders and like just I don't know, the cool looking armor sets. Like they didn't look flimsy. Like and that was one thing. They're a caster, but they're tanky. So it really like attracts me to the Warlock class in that respect. And now I'm looking at the bottom. It looks a little bit Power Rangery right now. I think it's because it's on a human, but that bottom set is very flashy. Big ass wings come out of the back of it. I don't think it does anything though, right? It's just cosmetic, but it just looks super cool. So I think that's it for Warlock. Sorry, it took me a minute to bring that up. What else? Is there anything else I should cover on Warlock? PvP, PvE, leveling, very strong.
Yeah, I think we covered it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems good.
All right. So we're doing. Let's see here. Priest was the next one after. We'll do Priest and then Warrior after. Hopefully we can get through all that. So
I think Hunter was in top 3 as well.
Yeah, I just want to get at least Priest and Warrior just because we have the subject matter experts here. So we're going. Okay, so let's warm the people up to Priest, FCamp. Like, what should they know about Priest going into TBC?
Well, I'll talk about how first, like, why Priest, spoke to me. So I was playing my rogue. Playing my rogue most of vanilla, and seeing a Priest a lot. I was like, kind of want to try healing. I really love Shadow as well, and I started making my Priest towards the end of vanilla. And luckily, when TBC came out, and I completely fell in love with this class. So one of the main things that you'll see from vanilla to TBC is Shadow becomes a lot more represented. I feel like Shadow is in a much better place in TBC than it was in vanilla, right? So let's talk about Shadow first, because that was my first experience going Shadow. Shadow, an amazing leveling spec in vanilla, and an amazing leveling in TBC as well. So obviously you still have Spirit Tap. You get 100% Spirit regeneration after killing a mob, which just never basically have to drink. You get an amazing, you get Fear, you get Silence, but one of the really cool things, being a Shadow Priest is, for instance, you get, Vampiric Embrace, which gives you healing back. One of the biggest things about Shadow Priest in TBC is you get another dot called Vampiric Touch, right? So what it does, I'll just read the tooltip, causes 450 shadow damage over 15 seconds to your target, and causes all party members to gain mana equal to 5% of any shadow spell damage you deal, right? So all the shadow damage you deal, whether it's from Mind Flay, Mind Blast, Shadow Word Death, which is another thing you get, Shadow Word Pain, all that damage you're doing is getting 5% mana to everyone in your group. So imagine having a Shadow Priest with Vampiric Touch, you have a Shaman, say, with Mana Spring Totem, and say you have Paladins now as well with Blessing of Wisdom. That's so much mana you can get back, at one time and go much longer in fights. Shadow Priests are very much wanted for this reason. Now,
so can I ask? I think I remember that your wand, if it's a shadow wand, that works as well. Is that right?
So it does not do. It does not do that, as far as I remember. It does, however, benefit from Shadow Weaving. So if you have Shadow Weaving up on the target, it will give you the extra damage from that. But so a Shadow Wand doesn't work back from Vampiric Embrace or Vampiric Touch, as far as I remember. But yeah, Vampiric Embrace as well. So that would be the healing. So another big thing about Shadow Priest is like a reason why they're brought to raids a big time is because they increase the shadow damage of your Warlocks. Now remember, Warlocks do a shit ton of damage in BC, right? So you're getting 10% of your spell damage increased with with Shadow Weaving, right? So your shadow damage spell have a 100% chance to cause your target to be vulnerable to shadow damage. This vulnerability increases the shadow damage you deal by 2%, lasts 15 seconds, stacks 5 times, so it's 10% right there, right? But in TBC, Shadow Priest gets something called Misery. So your Shadow Word Pain, Mind Flay, and spells also cause the target to take additional 5% spell damage. So on top of the 10% you get from Shadow Weaving, all casters now, no matter if you're a mage, a warlock, a boomkin, will benefit from that 5% spell damage. So, elemental shamans, mages, warlocks, everyone gets a flat, which is basically like a Nightfall prop, right? A flat 5% spell damage bonus right there from Shadow Priest, on top of the extra 10% from Shadow Weaving. So very good in helping your group, right? Like, they're just so beneficial to have in a group. Some different spells you get. So Shadow Word Death is such a fucking awesome spell. Shadow Word Death is basically like an execute for priests. You use it, and if it kills a target, it does not do damage to you. However, if it does not kill the target, it does damage to you. I think it's 50%, something like that, of the damage. Something really cool. So every priest gets this, no matter if you're Shadow, Discipline, right?
You get the full damage, actually. Looking at it right now. I actually found the other day today,
okay.
Yeah.
So, but the really cool thing about this is if you're dueling a mage or fighting a mage in arena or PvP, you can basically Shadow Word Death the mage at the very last second when he's about to polymorph you, and you can basically take that damage right after you polymorph you, so that you can do it and to get out of polymorph. It's actually not that hard a time if you do it right towards the end of the cast. It's something really, really fucking cool to do. You basically can get out of polymorph whenever that's up. So it's really
super
cool.
high skill.
Yeah,
it's actually NECC if you time it right.
NECC if you time it right, exactly. NECC that would Repentance, right? If you were, even though Repentance is an instant cast, it's pretty hard to do, but it's a really, really cool, an amazing thing to do. So
it's also one of those things too that like one of the things that priests are missing in classic WoW. It's one of those things where we were talking about before. Blizzard is rounding out the classes and specs a little more. That they're missing an instant damage type of thing like this, right? So giving them damage just fills in the gap there a little bit like that.
And it's whether you're in arena, right? Whether you're Discipline or Shadow, you're going to be using Shadow Word Death a lot, just because it's an instant cast damage. You put some, if you have Prayer of Mending on yourself and you use that, the Mending will jump to another target, so it's a way to get Mending to jump to someone as well if you're thinking about it like that. It's also just a good amount of damage to just keep pressure a lot, because even as a priest you're going to be damaging, especially if you're 2v2, you're going to have to push and do some damage sometimes.
Speaking of Mending, that is that's a really flashy
Prayer of Mending is one of my favorite things.
The noise too, right? It's like a little gong noise or something.
Yeah. But so sticking to Shadow, like in PvP, Shadow is amazing. In 2s, you can do a lot of. They're still probably one of the best classes 1v1 in Burning Crusade as well, just because you have the healing, right? The healing back. So Vampiric Embrace, and if you're putting 2 points extra in there, you get 30% base, 20%. Base in TBC is 15% of your shadow damage spells. But if you put 2 points in it, you get an additional 10, which will give you 25%. And I'm telling you guys, like, you know, if a priest, when you watch a priest stay alive in vanilla, it's mostly because of Vampiric Embrace. The amount of healing you can get from it. So in vanilla, it is 20%. So they get actually a little bit of a nerf to it in PvC. You lose 5%. So, you know, it might be worth putting in those extra 2 points, but the amount of healing you get from it is just insane. You also get Shadow Fiend, right? This is like, you know, so nice. Yeah, it's basically
pet
a
class
pet.
pet class confirmed.
Yeah, right. It's basically a little shadow pet that whenever it hits the target, it gives you mana back. And I'm trying to remember the exact amount of mana. I'm going to pull up right here. Shadow Fiend.
Is the damage negligible? Is it like a
The damage is no, it is not negligible. It's almost like dot.
That's pretty sick, dude. So the
So if
damage.
you're really trying to pump on someone
Yeah.
as an undead priest, you can go Vampiric Touch, Shadow Word Pain, Devouring Plague, Shadow Fiend, and you know, so only undead have Plague. However, all priests now have Fear Word, even though it's been kind of nerfed a little bit. But all priests now have Fear Ward. However, there are other abilities like Chastise, for instance, is something that Dwarf gets, which is really cool. It actually, and Draenei, yeah, it roots the target in place, basically making them not able to move.
Did you know about this one, Al? No, barely anybody knows
Chastise?
about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing that you should mention is that all the priest racials get kind of readjusted during TBC.
Yes,
so
yes.
every priest gets Fear Ward, and due to that, dwarfs actually.
Have you heard?
What's up?
For the first time ever, you can watch the brand new Trolls World Tour movie at home.
What?
What a troll.
Trolls World Tour. Premieres Friday.
Get chastised because
Andrew and I.
Yeah, and they also still have
each priest class or each priest race gets two different. Well, some of them are the same racial abilities, which is really cool.
Yeah, and they also have the self heal, which is just
Desperate Prayer.
Desperate Prayer, which is really nice. You know, for healing, and even as a Shadow Priest. But Shadow is just absolutely, you know, insanely powerful in TBC. It's amazing in PvE. It's amazing in PvP. You know, your Shadow Fiend, all your different, you know, flavorful abilities. If I were not so in love with Holy, I would probably go Shadow, just because I really feel like they gave it a bit of an extra umph. You can do a lot more damage in the Burning Crusade than you would have in your mana regeneration is a lot better, especially with, you know, having Vampiric Touch. But Holy, so.
Well, one thing on Shadow, real quick, I wanted to point out is that in Classic, Vampiric Embrace or whatever, it heals people in a party based on based on the damage you do, shadow damage you do, right? All I'm saying is in TBC, the amount of mana, I think it's mana you get back or something, like, is directly related to the amount of damage you do as well.
Touch. Yeah, so it's 5%. It's 5% mana equal to your shadow spell. So the more shadow damage you're doing, the more mana you're getting.
So you're probably going to gear really fast as a Shadow Priest, because if you're trying to like loot council or whatever and allocate gear so it makes the most impact, gearing your Shadow Priest out helps the raid a lot. Like there's a direct incentive to gear them out, because the more damage they're doing, the more mana everyone's getting, the more healing everyone's getting.
Yeah, and 5% might not sound like a lot, but you gotta think about it. If you're doing, your Mind Blast is hitting for, thousands of damage, and all your dots, the mana really starts to add up over time. Especially when you gotta think, now you have Blessing and Wisdom, you have Mana Spring Totem. All these things added up is a lot of mana coming back, and it's really, really, really beneficial to the raid. Really nice. I love a nice Shadow Priest in raid. And they can do a pretty decent amount of damage. I remember I spec Shadow and Zolaman, and I was doing ZA, and I was like the top DPS in that group. The other DPS weren't that great, but
From what I remember, I thought Shadow was like one of the lower DPS classes, a little bit like Boomkin, like we discussed.
So here's the thing: it's definitely on the lower end, but the lower end has been pushed up a lot more.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean?
It's nothing like vanilla, but it's more like a mana battery. It helps everyone else, just like Boomkin buffs the group in the raid. Shadow Priests.
However, there are some times where you might see a Shadow Priest doing. I mean, they do. Not as bad as it was in vanilla. So
yeah, and there's some cool raid runs as well built around them. Like you can actually run multiple arcane mages with Shadow Priests that will really buff their damage because they're so hungry. There's certain things like that where there's times that like having a Shadow Priest with other certain specs will greatly increase the damage that your overall raid does.
Oh, and remember, they're not just giving your group mana back; they're giving every caster in the raid.
No, it's raid. Is it raid? I thought it was party.
No,
yeah, it's a debuff on the boss.
Right.
Misery. I'm talking about Misery. Misery and Shadow Weaving are debuffs on the boss, right?
Yeah.
So Shadow Weaving is, like I said, it goes up to 10%.
But Vampiric Touch is just party though, right?
Yeah, Vampiric Touch and Everest is party. However, the debuffs they put on their boss is Shadow Weaving and Misery. Misery is a flat 5% spell damage to every class, no matter if you're a mage or anything, right? It's 5% spell damage. And then on top of that, they also give 10% shadow damage with Shadow Weaving.
Well, and Shadow Weaving in vanilla is 15% though, isn't it? So
stacks 5 times 10%. Hold on.
Oh, is it 10% in vanilla too? Someone will know.
No, it's 20% every.
Yeah, so it's 15 in vanilla.
It's 15,
so they did kind of nerf it a little bit, but you still get it through Misery. So you get the same amount.
So it's better for basically like other classes. You know what I mean? So Warlocks still get the same. They still get 15%, but all the classes get 5 as well. So
makes sense, yeah.
When you add it up, right? So okay, let's go to Holy real quick. So this real quick, Holy Priest in TBC is by far my favorite spec in all of WoW.
Really?
I absolutely love it. I love the way it plays. I love the healing. I love everything about it.
Favorite talent in the Holy Tree? Circle of Healing?
Circle of Healing.
Coincidentally,
absolutely.
it played Holy Priest. TBC too.
Oh, did you do that? Oh yeah, you said that, huh? Yeah.
So I'm gonna just run through like my spec real quick. So if you want to pull up the talent as well, or
we got talents up.
Okay. So what I do, and now remember, so healing focus is great, but remember we will have paladins in our raid, so you're gonna get concentration aura. So healing focus isn't as important as it usually was before, because now we have paladins with concentration aura, which will help with the pushback as well. So you could go ahead if you want to and put the first 3 points in improved renew. I'm just going to do this for like a say a raid for.
Show us your favorite spec in the history of WoW.
Yeah, this will be my favorite. So we put 3 in improved renew, 5 in holy specialization,
all right,
5 in divine fury, which reduces the casting time of your smite, holy fire, and your spells by 0.5 seconds. 1 point in Holy Nova, just because, why not?
Oh yeah, why the hell not? Awesome spell.
3 points in Inspiration, increases your target's armor by 25% after getting a heal. That's why it synergizes very.
Was that in Classic? I thought this was a Shaman thing in Classic. Oh,
no.
Okay.
Shamans and Priests are the only ones who give the 25% buff. Gotcha. So then you're going to put 3 points in Improved Healing. You are going to put 1 point in Spirit Redemption, and here's why. Spirit Redemption no longer just gives you Spirit Redemption. In TBC, it also gives you 5% base, 5% Spirit. So I just had the vanilla.
That's awesome, man! I didn't even know that. So there's a passive benefit.
If you read it, yes, you get increases total Spirit by 5%, and upon death becomes a Spirit of Redemption for 15 seconds. So you're getting that 5% Spirit, which also synergizes great with the next thing we're going to go is 5 points in Spiritual Guidance, which increases spell damage and healing by up to 25% of your total Spirit. Then we're going to put 5 points in Spiritual Healing, which gives you a flat 10% increased healing to all your healing spells by 10%. Now, this is one of my favorite things.
You getting Lightwell? You're getting Lightwell, aren't you?
No, we are not getting Lightwell. We're going right left of Lightwell. Holy for this, Cargos. You have a clear casting now as a Holy Priest. You have a 6% chance To enter a clear casting state after casting any flash heal, bind heal, or greater heal spell, the clear casting state reduces the amount of cost of your next flash heal, binding heal, or greater heal by 100%. So yeah, Pallies have Illumination, but technically, priests are the only healers that have a clear casting proc like this. Other classes have other ways of doing it, like paladins like have Illumination. But getting that clear casting proc on a holy priest is one of the most amazing things. Clear casting now you can use a max rank, greater heal if you want to. It's just
wait.
Very,
Here's one question though for the chat too and everything. They did nerf downranking a lot though in TBC, which is something that I'm honestly not a fan of. I think I actually like downranking. A lot of people hate it.
Here's what you do as a priest, pretty much in DC. Use rank 1 greater heal and max rank greater heal. There's really no need to go in between there. Rank 1 still has a lot of HPME. It's a low mana cost with high yield, especially when you get
still downrank.
Still downrank with greater heal, yes, because especially once you're over about 1,000 healing power, which is pretty easy to do in TBC, that rank 1 greater heal is still very, very, very mana efficient and has pretty high HPME. So you still use a rank 1 greater heal, use a max rank greater heal sometimes, very rarely. Rank 1 greater heal is actually your biggest go-to in TBC as a priest, because now we're gonna put 1 point in Holy Reach. It's going back up there, and I'll show you why.
Why no Lightwell though? Yeah. Lightwell really bad.
Okay, so here's the thing about Lightwell.
You can just put it before the fight.
Clicks.
Oh, okay.
No one fucking clicks Lightwell. Okay. You could put that 1 point in there. I think it's way more beneficial to get an extra 10% reach on your Holy Nova, Circle of Healing, and Prayer of Healing, especially now that you're going to be using a lot of your Holy Nova. I'm sorry, not of your Holy Nova, of your Circle of Healing and Prayer of Healing, because you have these beautiful AoE heals that you can now go outside of your party. They're not limited to your party anymore, like you were in vanilla. You can Circle of Heal like outside your party. It doesn't have to be, in your party. So it's much better to have that little bit of extra range. I would put that 1 point in Holy Reach. Lightwell, let's read it, right? Creates a Holy Light members play while restoring 801 health over 6 seconds. It's another hot, basically. Any damage will cancel the effect.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, there's some limitations to this, yeah.
Yes.
And only 5 charges.
Miss Dill?
One and only.
What are you really doing back in town, Dill?
Someone blew up my sister. I need to find out who killed my sister. What are they hiding?
She was on to something. She was gonna take them all down.
Watch Briar Patch on Showcase, part of Stack TV.
Too. Only 5 charges
Yes.
on it.
It is absolute dog shit. Okay.
It was wasn't it pretty good on what was it? Not Cruel's Mechtaridon, I think.
I honestly never used it. Never. I think I used it once. I mean,
I would almost get that shit for the RP value, dude. It's too cool. You get to make a little like holy well wherever you go.
I mean, like you know, at the end of the day,
mana efficient though.
It is, but remember, any damage taken.
Mm-hmm. I think there was. I think it was Mechtaridon, but I might be wrong. But I think there was a boss where you had to go out of combat for like a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you're honestly better off putting a renew on someone. Like, why not just? Yeah, it's mana efficient. No one fucking clicks the light.
It's also GCD efficient, right? But I remember the big issue with Lightwell. I think it was kind of the design of the spell as well. Is that either nobody clicked on it, or one person clicked on it 5 times
exactly.
and then ate all the charges because it puts a hot on you, right? And so you don't really notice. There isn't. I don't remember there being like a really great sound effect.
No, it's like it's kind of like it's very
like unknowing. So people would often like double click, triple click, or just click until it was gone. And just eat all the charges, and it was just a huge...
What if you were a priest and you said, no one touched my light well, and before the fight starts, you throw it down right next to it, it lasts 3 minutes, so it'll be there for the whole fight, and anytime that it makes sense where you can get 6 seconds value of the hot, like where you just don't have to worry about your own health.
I honestly think you're going to get more value out of that 1 point with Holy Reach than you...
With Holy Reach? Okay.
Just because, in my opinion, in my experience, I've healed a lot in BC, I did every raid. Having that one little point in Holy Reach that's going to give you is going to be way more beneficial than fucking Lightwell. I'm telling you guys, no one clicks on it. It's a fucking meme.
It's a fucking meme.
Hey man, make Lightwell great again.
Make Lightwell great again.
I would love to.
There's got to be some weird niche application that's worth 1 point. It's the RP value is too strong, bro. You got to take it.
Listen, Cargos, if you want to take
it for ethical purposes, bro. For ethical purposes,
take the one out of Holy Reach if you want to.
What about the boss in Black Temple that cast Blood Boil? Do you remember his name?
You think of the Death Knight dude?
No, he's the guy at the bottom. He's the giant red orc guy.
What's his name?
Gertha.
Yeah, I forgot his name. Yeah, it's still not.
He does huge AoE damage. I remember Circle of Healing Priests were amazing on that fight.
It's so good. That's what I'm saying though.
Well.
Like, so that little bit of extra reach for that 1 point of holy reach of Circle of Healing is actually important when you're healing melee and people are in other groups. You want to make sure you might get that little bit of extra range. That one extra heal that you're getting from holy reach, possibly I think is more impactful than having Lightwell. So.
The cool thing from the outside looking in, Def Camp, at Circle of Healing, it's sick though. It kind of makes you feel like a shaman a little bit with Circle of Healing. Like, dude, you get this AoE kind of like chain.
It's amazing.
Yeah, you love it.
Let's do first. We're gonna do 5 points in empowered healing, right?
Okay, yeah, got that.
So this is really good. So your greater heal spell gains an additional 20. This is why rank 1 greater heal is still so good, right? Because not only do you get 10% from spiritual healing and you get spiritual guidance, but now your greater heal is getting additional, and your flash, but your greater heal is getting a 20% additional healing, while flash heal and binding heal are getting 10%. Now, let me talk about binding heal for a second. Binding heal is a fucking slept-on heal. It's
I don't
amazing.
even remember that one, bro. Where's the try?
Binding heal heals your target and yourself. Okay, in PvP, binding heal is so fucking good. In PvP2.
Let me pull it up.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
I honestly feel like, be honest, who remembered about this ability, guys?
I fucking love it, dude. I think binding heal is a very slept on heal.
Let's see here.
So
1.5
something really
cast. Cool. Sorry.
Yep.
Good.
Read the mana cost as well.
705 mana, so that's pretty.
Right.
Pretty
so it's a little bit more than a flash heal. Like max rank, but you're healing 2 people, right? Yourself and the person that you're targeting. So in PvP, where maybe you and this person are getting hit, and you're like, oh shit, I gotta heal him or me. Like, no, you don't have to pick. You can heal, both people with 1 heal. It's really good, really good heal. There are some cases in PvE where you might use it if you're low and say someone else is. You can heal, together. But I really do think it's a slept-on heal that not a lot of people use enough, especially in PvP. It is just amazing. So. Well, what this talent does is, 20% additional to your greater heal, 10% additional to your flash heal and binding heal, which is honestly why greater heal rank 1 is still so good.
And I don't even know if you know this, Hale, but just to shill for Def Camp again, for those of you watching right now, if there is anyone new, Def Camp actually did Arena and got Glad one of the seasons back in TBC. So, like, I would 100% take what he's saying very, like,
So,
very
and the thing about binding heal, too, is, like, really important, is, like, people don't realize, sometimes, okay, if you're in a setting where you're fighting like 2 melee or fighting a range and a melee, like being able to heal yourself and your target at the same time, that one global where say you need to put a renew on yourself or someone's about to die, like binding heal can literally save your ass in so many situations. Putting a shield on yourself, throwing out a quick binding heal, like it is such a powerful heal to be able to heal yourself and that target in the same heal without using a crazy amount of mana, like using a prayer of healing, which is a way longer cast, way more healing, and I think honestly it doesn't even really heal like as much. So in PvP, binding heal is your fucking friend, especially if you're both taking damage like in a 2v2. Yeah. Very good heal.
Very good anti-cleave, especially with prayer mending.
Yes.
Like those two, prayer mending super efficient, and binding heal like saves your bacon. Where you don't have to choose to heal them or you if you're each like getting damage.
Exactly.
Right? You do both.
Now, there's no, in a cleave group where you shouldn't be, stacked right on top of your partner. Really, in too many cases, you should be, LOSing behind a, but if there are times where you're getting hit and your partner is, and you're getting, you don't always want to refresh. So, yeah, like it gets a warlock. So prayer of mending, what a lot of people do, I notice, like people will refresh it when it only jumps once. Like let that prayer of mending do its job. Let it jump back and forth and get the healing from it that you can get, especially if you're getting hit and the other person's getting hit, or if you want to use a you can even have it jump by using a Shadow Word Death, you know what I mean, Shadow Word Death, and that jump to the person. But a lot of people will go like use prayer of mending in a way where they're just okay, it healed the target I wanted to heal, now I want to put another one on him,
Who do you
let
think
it jump a couple times.
Who do you think is,
let it actually do?
Who do you think is top dog healer in a raid environment in BC?
In a raid environment, every healer has their niche. It's very raw output. Shamans do extremely well in high-end content. so do priests, so do druids.
Certain
So do
bosses.
paladins.
certain bosses.
I heard paladins
Actually,
went down a little bit.
Yeah, paladins are a little bit less.
I would say paladins take the lower end, and I would so druids, very, very good. Because okay, here's the thing: you have, and I know we talked about this. Yes, there's less healers and there's less people, but when there's less healers, and you don't have everyone healing the same target, HOTS are much more powerful, right? So druids have a much more place to shine because without 12 healers, you're much more likely to let that HOT let it finish ticking and get more healing out of it. That's why Renew is very good as well. Yes, you have less healers. Yes, you have less people. But a lot of times in a raid setting, all the 12 healers, sometimes they're focused on healing one person. You know what I mean? So with that, a little bit more of allowance to let these HOTs tick off. I think druids, have a good place to, Life Bloom ticks for an amazing amount, and it's just a really great heal. But I think for me, shamans, druids, and priests are kind of like, you need them. You need all of them. Like, obviously,
you need paladin for tank healing, right?
You
the
do.
Thing is, it's just lower on the damage on the healing meters because you heal one single target, and everyone else is throwing HOTS everywhere. So the healing meters go up. You see.
Yeah, paladins get kind of shit because imagine as a priest, right? You have so many options now. You have Renew, right? You have your shield for big hits. Your power word shield, which is obviously you got to know when to use it. It's very important to know when to use power word shield. Prayer of Mending, Renew. You have now all your other heals. You have circle of healing. So you have.
Do druids suffer from the same problems though? Like, as in class, people say that druids, HOTS just are when you're playing at a high end level, it's hard for you to get value from HOTS, right? Because everybody's just sniping heals back and forth using instant heals.
It can be harder. However, it's not nearly as bad as it was in vanilla, in my opinion.
Well, for Alliance at least, you don't have the paladins doing the flash of lights on the raid, so the HOTS
They're
can
mostly
keep on
using
ticking.
Holy Light, yeah. So paladins are using Holy Light more, correct? PvC, right? Yeah. So, but Circle of Healing. So I just want to talk about that for a second. Like, as far as having these instant cast heals, there's some fights in heroics. Remember, I forget what fight it was. It's one of the Auchendoon, but where you basically can't heal any.
Any
heals.
casts. Yeah, that's
and you have to use all like HOTS and instant casts. And
the
only people that can do it are druids and priests, because you have
the new fiery jalapeno Pringles grooves are.
Try new fiery jalapeno flavor.
Circle of Healing, Prayer of Mending, Renew, and Shield as a priest. So you have preemptive, you have all these amazing things you could do as a priest or a druid for instant cast. So there's certain times I think priest is at its best in PvC. You have so many options when it comes to raid healing. You have an option for AoE. You have two options for AoE, an option for HOTS, Prayer of Mending. Dude, priest is just so good.
People say priests are the kings of the king healers in vanilla. Would you say they power up even more, or going into TBC, you think they get even stronger?
I think so.
It's a full package, really.
Yeah, it really is. I stand by
the gap
priest 100%,
definitely closes between the other healers.
It
but
does.
They have so much more added to their kit. They really become even stronger.
It looks fun too, honestly. Just between Circle of
is
Healing,
so much fun.
Prayer of Mending. Some of these, even kind of Lightwell looks kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie, even though it's trash.
I mean, you can take it, but here's I want to say something. Like, sometimes I get bored. You know what I mean? But in TBC, I never got fucking bored. I loved it. I just want to run through disciplines because we're really taking long on these.
So wait, one thing that confuses me. Circle of Healing got through like 100 changes. Which version do we actually?
So we're gonna get the 6-second cooldown instant cast.
Okay. Oh, I really liked that. Was OP, obviously, but I really liked the one without cooldown.
It had a 1 minute cooldown.
No cooldown.
It had no cooldown. Okay, I see.
Circle of Healing, you could just spam over and over and over again. I mean, you go quick as fuck, but still.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, that's how he kills Illidan the first time.
But it's like 5-6 seconds or whatever. Yeah. So real quick, I love guys. Holy is amazing, but Discipline is the absolute master in PvP. Now I will say there is one talent in the Holy Tree PvP that's actually really good, and that is Blessed Resilience. So it's to the right of Lightwell. And So I in the early days, I actually saw a lot of priests, especially in Battlegrounds, who would go Holy and get Blessed Resilience. critical hit against you has a 60% chance, right? That any crit for the next 6 seconds will not crit you, basically. Critical hits against you have a 60% chance to reduce the chance you'll be critically hit.
You can't be
by
crit for 6
100%. Exactly.
So
it's OP as
that's
fuck.
insane. That's
so
insane.
good.
Yeah.
It is so good. And people, obviously, discipline is like too good to pass up because you have so many good things. But a lot of people would take that talent and go holy and BGs and stuff and do really, really good. So it's a lot of fun. But
yeah, I remember that messing up my shatter combos on Mage.
oh, dude, it's yeah. But real quick, I just want to go down to talk about Unbreakable Will. Obviously, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but so Absolution is a new thing in there. So it reduces the mana cost of your Dispel Magic, Cure Disease, Abolish Disease, and Master Spell. Master Spell. Let's talk about that for 1 second.
Ooh, Master Spell. Yeah, I got to pull
Master Spell. It removes people out of stealth. People forget about that.
Yep.
It removes Bubble. It removes Ice Block.
Removes Bubble and Ice Block. Oh, man.
It also removes, whatever,
Yeah, you hate to see it. Tune a day and you hate to see it.
Yeah. It is so powerful, however, it uses a good amount of mana. So you have to be careful how often you use it. But with the points in Absolution, and you get 2 points in Focus Power, which your Master Spell cast time is reduced by 1 second.
So it becomes 0.5 second cast.
Yes, 0.5 second cast. And then also improved mana burn. So back in BC, one thing that I used to hate going against other people in Arena was a priest versus priest, because a lot of times it would be who can mana burn who the quickest. You know what I mean? Because mana is so essential in Arena, right, in 2v2. So yeah, improved mana burn is still very going against paladins. If you get a druid, to go out of form sometimes, give them mana burns. It's very nice to have, but also you got to remember that you can't just sit there and be mana burning. You have to be working offensively, defensively, constantly dispelling, constantly trying to LOS. You always, like the walls in the arena are your fucking friend. As a healer, always going to try to be LOSing. If there's a mage CCing, you want to try to, be in line of sight of your player as much as you can. Put a shield on them, put renew on them if you can, whatever, if you're going to be out of range for a second. But the biggest fear that you want to have is being, getting into CC chain and not being able to get to your person enough to be able to put, pain suppression on them or to be able to heal them. But you want to LOS as much as you can as a priest, because you don't have movement speed, but you do have fear, right? So you have fear. You can even utilize mind control times where but fear is going to be your biggest defensive in order to get people away from you.
Disc is the go-to healing spec in PvP.
Disc is the go-to healing spec. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I love Reflective Shield. I fucking love it. It's one of my most favorite things in PvP. However, it's really not. When we had to pump really hard, I obviously had to respect out of Reflective Shield, because there are things just in the discipline tree that are so needed, right? Especially in the Holy Tree and the discipline tree that you need. That Reflective Shield, the damage that you get from it is just not worth it, right? For the talents that you do. Now, Reflective Shield is a lot of fun if you want to go into a BG, or if you want to maybe mess around. It's a lot of. I love people just wasting away on my shield. It's such an amazing. However, it is not as impactful as some of the other talents, like a Focused Will, for example. Like, after taking a critical hit, you gain the Focused Will effect, reducing all damage by 5% and increasing healing on you by 10%, stacks up to 3 times. Focused Will is an amazing talent, right? You have, of course, your Power Infusion, your Pain Suppression.
Pain Suppression, big ticket.
Pain Suppression,
the
so
flashiest thing ever. It's amazing.
Here it is. Instantly reduce a friendly's threat by 5%, doesn't really, but reduces all damage taken by 40% and increases resistance to dispel mechanics by 65%. So, if someone tries to dispel, there's a 65% chance that Pain Suppression will not be dispelled. However, I don't know, does that work with Spell Steal? Because I remember my Pain Suppression would get spell stolen by me.
Yeah, no, you can get spell. Yeah, you can get a spell stolen. 100%.
It's still 100%. Yeah.
No, but there is some kind of dispel protection in Disc though. Hold on,
there is.
Try and find
no,
it.
it's so you have Unbreakable Will, increases your chance to resist stun, fear, and sounds effects by 15%. You also have Martyrdom, which gives you 100% chance to gain focus casting effect that lasts for 6 seconds. The victim of the melee range attack, the focusing cast, prevents from losing casting time when taking damage, and increases resistance to interrupt effects by 20%.
There's some kind of dispel resistance in here though, man. Oh, here it is. Silent Resolve. Here it is. Look. Look,
No, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Silent Resolve. Yeah. So Silent
reduces
Resolve.
the chance your spells will be dispelled by 20%. That's really juicy, right? I mean,
Yeah, no, that is 100% needed.
Yeah.
Cargoes. Yeah. So a lot of people see the first part of it, that reduces the red, and you're like, oh, that's what it was in vanilla, but they added in TBC.
And pain suppression. And pain suppression already has 65% increased resistance to the spell mechanic. So 65 plus 20 by 20, 85%.
85.
Yeah, so it's.
And if you get martyrdom, so say if you had it on, and you get a martyrdom proc, that's over 100% right there, right?
Yeah. Oh wait.
20 plus
yeah.
20 plus 65.
Does martyrdom do
That's
that? Martyrdom gives
105%.
you.
Martyrdom. So the focus casting prevents you from losing casting
That's
time
interrupt effects. That's
when
different from
taking damage,
resist.
and increases resistance to interrupt. Oh, I'm sorry, interrupt effects. Okay.
Yeah, so it's 85% though. Base. As soon as you pain suppression, 85% dispel resistance.
85%. Yeah. And so here's another thing, right? So reduces all damage by 40%, right? Okay. So a lot of people, will wait for to use pain suppression. It's a very, 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 very strong, spell. And like like Cargo said, 85 chance to reduce that it'll be dispelled. So it's very, very important that
I wonder if you bring a Disc Priest to a raid though.
If you put it,
I feel like you might want to bring a Disc Priest to a raid though, so you can toss out pain suppressions on needed. And there's some utilities
so it
like power
reduces the
infusion.
threat by 5% as well.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with it. It also reduces the threat of the target.
Well, you could throw it on someone who pulls. If I pull something or some shit, or
yeah,
hit him with the pain suppression, power infusion.
It's much more important for the healing that you get in. You still can have a fusion if you want to, but the holy tree is just, there's so many good things like Circle of Healing that are just so more important. But I know we're spending too much time.
You bring one discipline for the priest, the spirit buff, and
for the
if you
spirit,
go to the spirit buff, you can't go to Circle of Healing anyway.
You can't get the spirit buff and Circle of Healing, yeah. So, but basically, what in a 2v2 setting, right? You have, or a 3v3, any arena setting, right? You have, a pretty good, healer. Like whether it's a paladin, priest, druid, right? Priests are very tanky. Okay, they have their shields. They have inner fire. They have a lot of resilience. They have so many, pain suppression. So many cooldowns to do. So many really strong, like defensive cooldowns and spells. However, you do still want to put some points into the Holy Tree. You usually go down to improved healing, so you get like improved new, Holy Spec, Divine Fury. You go down to improved healing. That's about as far down. Everything else you want to do is stay in the discipline tree. So like. You go 5 out of 5 Unbreakable Will, Silent Resolve, Improved Power Word Shield. There's so many good things in the discipline tree. When you read it, reduces the mana cost, you reduce spell, magics, absolution. You're dispelling a lot in arena. Especially if you're offensively and defensively. You gotta remember, magic spell works offensively, defensively.
One thing I'm thinking about right now, I feel like we've covered a good amount of classes now. It feels like every spec almost feels like it's getting improved, even if it doesn't.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if it's not, like comparatively to other classes. That Blizzard did really well with that. Is there a spec? I'm asking everybody in the chat everything too. Is there a spec that actually took a step backwards and feels more incomplete or anything, or did they just hit a home run here? I don't know. Feels like everything so far.
Rogue, like Combat Rogue, I think could have been a little bit better. I don't think it took a step backwards, but like I look at Combat Rogue and like basically the same thing as vanilla in a lot of ways.
I feel Mage was already a complete kit in vanilla, and BC didn't change it that much. It's still a very good all-around class, but it got the least amount of love. But it's not a specific spec per se.
Yeah. Well, they did round out the Arcane.
Arcane,
They definitely ran out Arcane. And you also have
Frost got a pet though.
Really
pet is
good.
sick though. I gotta say the pet is
so
sick.
good. But one last thing about Priest, I just want to say this: plan on playing a Priest, right? I would say the skill level from vanilla to VC does increase. Like, there's a lot. Like, Priest in vanilla is pretty, basic. Not basic, but there's not, like, especially Shadow, right? There's not like too much to it. You dispel, right? Offensively, I would say the skill stat cap in VC becomes a lot more fun. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a lot more abilities to use from. There's a lot more to do. There's just so many different options you can go with. Whether it's discipline, discipline is just an amazing spec in PvP. Holy is amazing in PvE. Shadows is great in both. You have a lot of options to go with. I think Priest is honestly the best it's ever been in PvC, hands down. In my opinion.
So 10 out of 10. What's your rating of
Oh,
Priest?
absolutely. 10 out of 10 every spec.
Every spec, 10 out of 10. Oh wow.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, like Priest in TBC is my absolute favorite of everything. Like,
And you don't get bored. And it actually seems fun to heal as a priest, honestly. Looking at the abilities, I could see myself.
It really is.
Circle of healing,
especially in PvP, man. In PvP, it's absolutely a blast. Yeah.
Yeah.
And PvE, yeah.
That is sick.
All right, check out the sets.
Yeah, check out the sets and we'll go warrior.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's see armor sets. Let's see what kind of Soulboy priest outfit they have for this.
So yeah, the tier 5 head. I used to have that on my TBC priest, which wasn't undead, and that really suits undead very well. It suits everyone, I feel.
Alright, so priest is smack dab in the middle here, tier 4, 5, and 6. Wait, what do you guys think? Actually, they all look pretty sick. I don't know. Wait, what do you guys think?
Oh wait, I don't have it up right now.
Oh, it did not switch? Oh,
gotta-
my bad. I gotta transition it. My bad.
I mean, I know what they look
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
but obviously tier 5 is my favorite, hands down. I like tier 6 a lot, though. I do.
I like the shoulders on tier 6, bro. Look at those shoulders. Like Avatar blindfold thing. That's dope. Tier 4 is my least favorite, I gotta say. I mean,
I think tier 4 is the worst set out of any of the
Really?
tier sets.
Come on.
I don't think so though. It's priesty. It looks distinct.
Look at
from
the
everything
druid,
else.
yo. The druid looks like he's in pain, man.
And the rogue one, I really don't. I don't like the rogue one that much either in tier 4.
I think all sets really have something going for them.
I love tier 5.
But
Priest.
yeah,
but
priest
tier
tier 5
5
is my favorite from
It actually
probably all
looks
sets.
really good. in
Damn.
Shadow, too.
Which one was your favorite?
Tier 5 priest.
Out of all sets
yes.
in the game. Wow.
Yeah, but I think it's also because I had that one back in TBC, so that adds something.
Yeah.
But still, I like the head. And
On tier 5, does it have like a little halo that spins around? It looks like there's something above his hood.
now it's sparkling a little bit.
A little sparkling.
Someone has to show the arena tiers as well because they are different. But yeah, differentiation is that's all it is. Different colors, yeah.
Ale, we asked everybody last time on our TBC what their favorite armor set of all time was. Do you have a favorite one? And the least favorite one here out of these?
Like any class?
Yeah, any class.
Any
yeah.
class,
Yeah,
yep.
you're just curious. Yeah.
I mean, I it's fortunate. It's definitely the tier 5 priest set, and I
Really?
played a priest.
You played a priest too?
No, I didn't play a
Oh,
priest.
okay.
But the I think the way the shoulders and the halo, like it's a really angelic, fits into the holy priest motif.
Yeah.
How do you feel about tier 6 warrior?
That's my favorite.
I think it's good. It's a very tanky set. Very fits into kind of like the black theme. I think that's where it draws. So I like it, but I still got to give the edge to the priest.
I think tier 6 priest Def Camp. I'm imagining it in an undead. It probably looks sick on.
Oh, it
undead.
looks amazing.
Shadow.
Yeah.
It works so well with Shadow.
It really does. Yeah.
Undead with that hood and the shoulders on undead.
Oh, I love the shoulders. Yeah.
Yeah.
But my favorites are still tier 5 priest and tier 5 rogue. Absolutely.
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
We're going to sneak Crix in here. He wants us to just comment on Warlock real quick.
Oh,
and we're moving
nice,
on to Warrior
nice.
real quick. Crix has been dying to get in here, and he's a big brain. He's been very active on. Oh, Crix, if you're watching, send me a friend request, man. I can't add you right now quite yet. So,
I think all he has to do is join the call, right?
Oh yeah, he just has to do the call. Just hop in there and say a piece on Warlocks. I'll start moving over to Warrior too. We gotta get Big Ale Gaming. It's on Warrior. All right.
I'm so excited for these guys. I wish I could play now.
So you want to play priest again, Defkin?
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. I would, yeah, absolutely.
So I'm not healing anymore in TBC, but if I would heal, I would probably not play priest this time. I think I would probably stick with paladin, see how it feels.
I mean,
from,
paladin's not bad. It's just, yeah.
Yeah.
Druid, honestly, if I would have a druid healer too. I would want to do both.
Sure, it's fun.
Ale, are you going to play Warrior in
There he is.
TBC? Is that your plan?
It's really gonna depend if I have people to play with. I really want to PvP on Warrior. PvE, not so much. They actually lose a lot going to TBC. They aren't the kings of DPS anymore. They do get a lot stronger a little bit later on. But early on especially, you're not going to see these crazy like all melee stack comps. Like the raid comps in TBC are a lot more balanced, and it's actually something that like we talk a little bit about, is that what's going to happen when you go to TBC, like what are all these warriors going to do, right?
We were just talking about that last week. How many warriors are going to re-roll or just all be tanks?
Their arrow is going to be over pretty well, not over, but you know what I'm saying, like they take a few steps down. That's what they.
It is now the time of the warlock to shine. And speaking of warlocks, what's up, Grix?
What is up, brother?
What's up, mate? Can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear, man. Good to have you in here, my man.
No echoes or nothing, or good?
No echoes, brother.
Oh, perfect. Hello, man. How are you?
I got mad. I woke up and missed it.
I've been lying to you guys. Hope everyone is safe out there.
We're like, shit, we gotta get Grix in here, man. But I'm glad you made it, brother.
For real, yo, Grix, man. It's long overdue, bro. Grix is actively playing Warlock on TBC, let's just say that. And has probably a very super fresh take on Warlock, man. Could you share with the people?
I wish I read. I didn't see your guys's. I went and rewinded it to see where you were talking about in Warlock, but I didn't see everything you guys talked about.
We went over the specs, SLSL and stuff like that. You're rating on a Warlock, right? So like you have a pretty fresh understanding. How does it feel,
I think I've hit every spec that you. I've played every spec you're gonna play in a Warlock so far.
How does it feel, brother?
Oh, it feels amazing. It feels way better than Classic. It feels like Classic, like how strong Classic feels.
Yeah. Feels even strong,
like
way stronger.
But you're like topping meters at all times.
Damn.
Hunters are pretty nutty too, though.
And you have a threat reduction, right, now in TBC?
Yeah, it's a dump too. 50%. It's a 50%. It halves all your threat that you're currently on.
Wow.
You currently have by everything within 50 yards of you.
So you can pump 100%. You can go 100% all the time.
100%
all the time. It depends on, like, in dungeons it's really hard because Seed of Corruption is a different beast. Yeah. Like, I don't know if people remember what Seed of Corruption is or how it works. But
I remember Warlocks dying a lot in my.
Yeah, Warlocks are having trouble in Classic with just Hellfire, which means they're gonna have a lot of trouble with Seed of Corruption. But even with this, it's called Soul Shatter. The threat dump is called Soul Shatter. So 5-minute cooldown, cost a shard.
What is the?
It's an instant cast. If you just pop it whenever you want, 5-minute cooldown, and it halves everything, and it's so nice. It saves you.
What is the threat reduction on it?
50%.
50%. That is.
And you have paladins now, right?
Yeah,
you have paladins.
That's insane.
So everybody, even me, I jumped in here. Oh, I remember Seed of Corruption from I play retail Warlock a lot. I can do Seed of Corruption. It's very different. It's you pop one seed pops, you pull all aggro. You're pulling all the aggro from unless it's a paladin.
What if you Soul Shatter though?
You can, but it's on a 5-minute cooldown.
The cold weather dries out my skin, so the body wash keeps me hydrated.
So you can't do that every pool. So right now, for instance, right now I'm doing heroics, and if I'm doing heroics and we're trying to do like a speed heroic, and you're not a paladin, I'm pulling. So you don't have time for me.
Is there any aspect of TBC lock for you, Grix, that feels worse than in Classic? I'm curious. Anything that just feels worse?
I don't think anything feels worse. I feel like matchups became worse or better. Some matchups became like when I do my 1v1s, some matchups became like significantly harder, and you have to go about it a completely different way than you do in Classic.
Like what? What matchups in particular?
Oh, Rogue's drastically different. Shadow Step. Focus Shadows. I mean, if you think about when you play Cargos, you play a Warlock, and you're in a duel with a Rogue. Imagine you get opened up on a new Death Coil, and you just see their whole body turn black because they focus on them, and they can just Shadow Step on you and just melt you. I'm having a lot of trouble with. I'm having more trouble with Rogue than I am with anything.
Rogue with full cooldowns in TBC seems like the hardest class to beat in a duel. I don't know if any people agree in the class, but I was dueling a lot with Navik, and if a Rogue has everything.
Dude, like, yeah, I mean,
I can't do it. I can't. Granted, I don't have all resilience gear yet, but still, I've tried to. When I first started playing, got a little bit of gear, like got Karazhan gear, or T4'd out, and I'm running around trying to fight, trying to 1v1 world PvP, and I'll like see a rogue, and I'll let him get full health and everything, and I can't beat him. And then, okay, this time I'm gonna jump on him, not let him get full health, can't beat him. Like they're just so good that it doesn't even make sense. And that's the matchup I'm gonna be scared of, because you're gonna see I'm gonna do a lot of arena. That's what you're gonna see. So everywhere.
Your rating as a warlock right now. You're Destro, right? And what is the rotation?
Yeah,
what is
you start off as affliction until you get your hit. You want like 10% hit.
So if you start off as affliction, are you using unstable affliction and stuff? Do you have debuff slots for days?
You have to. Yeah, it's a 40 debuff slot limit.
Yeah.
So
don't you typically take one affliction still after a while? So I think you take 3 warlocks to typical rate, right? 2 Destros,
we take 3 because you can take 4, but it doesn't really help that much. It'd be nice to stack warlocks on hunters, but you can't because of the utility. You only have 25 people, not 40 people. One lock stays affliction for quite a while because we have a lot of talents that boost, -5 physical damage from the boss, or like boost up curse of elements because there's no more curse of shadows anymore. It's all baked into curse of elements.
Right.
And then once you switch to Destro, it literally is just. It seems like now with DS Ruin, you're like, oh, can I get? If you get a corruption and then Shadow Bolt spam, you're pulling more DPS, but it's not like that anymore. It's literally put a curse of doom. That's another thing is you get the curse of doom everything.
Ooh, and it's
affliction. The word affliction, you open up. You can put your Agony or Doom if you want, corruption, siphon life, immolate, and an unstable affliction. All that's on the boss, and then you spam Shadow Bolt.
God, that feels so good. You can put on just you almost feel like you have PTSD from not being able to put on your dots, right? From Classic, you're like, do you flinch every time you put up a siphon life? Like, do you look over your shoulder and go like,
oh. It feels weird because like you wouldn't even do that in Classic because you're like, oh, why would I do siphon life? But you it helps. It's the damage, and Immolate's a fat one too. And also there's and then when you switch to, you get enough hit, a 10% hit, Destro becomes more, but you still want to. So I stayed affliction until I was like 13% hit, and then when you switch to Destro, it's just boring. It's just TDM countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Curse of Doom, or whatever your curse is. And
you don't even throw up corruption or anything like that?
You're a mage. No. Mages and Frostbolt, it's literally like you don't put a dot up, you just Shadow Bolt. And
why not? Corruption. Not even worth. Corruption not even worth.
That Shadow and Flame, the second right above Shadow Fury and the Destro talent.
Yeah.
There's Shadow and Flame. And you have so much stuff that bursts your Shadow Bolt damage that it's just nutty.
Okay. You don't even waste a global doing anything else. Wow.
No, you really don't. It's nasty, and you'll pull through it right away. If you crit right away, it's kind of like you're on a Chromagus fight, and you get lucky, and you get a big big hit.
Yo, like so threat is still a concern for warlocks, even with the Soul Shatter, even with the paladins. That's so hard they slap.
Well, if you have a Soul Shatter, every pull which you should typically on a boss fight.
You're getting me hyped.
You get wipe. It takes a while to get back. You get a Soul Shatter every time. It's nice. It's so much fun.
What are the? But like, what numbers do you put? Like number for Shadow Bolt. It's like, what are some of the highest?
Let's see I don't know what right now. It's like 7 or 8K. They're PvP. And I'm not fully geared yet, and we're still doing T5, because the server that I'm on, they didn't open up T4 and T5.
Yeah, what about pet tricks? Are you using Imp
Sack the Succubus?
Yeah, okay. So you still sack the Succubus? Okay.
Yep, Sack the Succubus.
So you go so you still go like DS Ruin, Brady. You go DS Destruction.
Same build, except you're putting all these new little talents like you see on the right above Shadow Fury and right next to the left and the right of Conflag.
Yeah.
You're using those talents. So you just have a bunch of filler talents that help a lot.
What about Shadow Fury? Is this a meme, or you just use this for AoE for like packs?
Shadow Fury it's a meme. It's so fun though.
Okay.
It's so fun though because you can seed in a dungeon and in Shadow Fury and it'll pop the seed and it stuns everything. It's really nice.
Are you trash in PvP if you get caught out as this raid spec though? Probably, right?
Yes. You're trash, but yeah. It's just like honestly, as a warlock, you're trash unless you get caught with SLSL. And SLSL is a different beast.
Yeah, it's true. I wonder if you could raid as SLSL. I wonder if there would be a way you could be like serviceable.
Well, I mean, I do dungeons as SLSL because just when I'm doing my rep grind because I feel like switching specs.
Yeah.
And you do good.
Well, you have a dual spec on Endless, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you get your seed spam no matter what.
Yeah,
and your seed spam, you're sacking your Succubus for shadow damage, which is seed spam.
Yeah.
So you can pump and pump.
Let's move on to Warrior, man, so we can get it done. We have Ale here, so sorry, Ale, to cut you off, man. It's just so good to have quick cricks on here. It's long overdue. Ale, are you going to play Warrior in TBC? And why is Warrior your expertise? Did you play Warrior back in TBC? It seems like you played Priest. Just give us the rundown.
No, I did. I played Warrior and I played Mage and Shaman originally in TBC.
Okay.
And I I would like to, but it's going to be the kind of thing where I don't think I'm going to play it in PvE. They do take a little bit of a hit. They're not as strong. I do still want to play it in PvP, but that's going to really depend if I can find arena partners to play with. Because without that, you're really nothing, right? Having good people to play. So like big changes coming to Warriors and TBC. A lot of the talents get moved around. Death Wish goes into the arms tree from Fury. As well, Tactical Mastery gets moved from arms into protection, which really helps. This makes it so, all the 3 warrior specs can get Tactical Mastery, which was a huge issue in vanilla. Moving stances, you just lose your entire rage bar.
Sweeping strikes in Fury feels weird, man.
Yeah,
it does. That's what gets swapped for Death Wish.
Have you ever thought about tanking in PvC, Al?
Yeah, so the changes to Tactical Mastery actually really help because you can pick up that talent. It gives you additional threat, even if you're not full protection. You can tank like most 5-mans and stuff as other specs. The threat does get a lot better going full protection. As far as I know, there's no like dual wield shenanigans or anything like that.
No pure tanking in PvC.
Yep.
One thing that seems kind of hype, Al, that I was hearing about, there's some people out there who like shill so hard for Arms Warrior raid DPS. Like, they love it. Like, it's like their favorite spec in the entire history of the game. I don't know what exactly is so fun about it, but they go Arms in a raid, and apparently they do pretty good ass damage. You make compilations with, like, grunge music in the back playing, slapping his arms. Like, and it makes me think to myself, maybe you could do some PvP spec where, you get the PvP, which is your Mortal Strike, and then you get to go into the raid and still kind of do some pretty good damage. Have you heard about that?
That's kind of a little bit later on with Slam and Haste. I think it really gets into a place that it gets really strong, and having both factions with Wind Fury, even though Wind Fury does get a little bit nerfed, it gets quite good. So that's kind of where like it really picks up. I think late kind of into Black Temple, like the two-handed slam arms is quite.
I see.
And a lot of fun too, because you get those huge numbers with the two-handers. Right?
And Navi told me this, and I've heard this from a few people now, that Warriors are still the de facto main tank. So people are curious out there. I don't know. First of all, do you agree with that? But do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason for that is just the cooldowns they have. I know Paladins. I think Paladins only mitigation is when they're below 35%. They get a damage reduction. Warriors still have shield now, still have last stand. Even to a lesser extent, like shield block and stuff. They have a lot of really good ways to mitigate really heavy damage on them, which the other tank specs don't. Druids. I think Druids might have one cooldown. They're pretty solid. Paladins as a main tank, they can struggle a bit, but they are great at tanking 5-mans. They're great at off-tanking things, the Paladins. But yeah, as a main tank...
Sorry.
As a main tank,
though, sorry to disturb. But the really cool thing, though, I think, in raids is you bring one of each, right? You bring Prot, Warrior, Protection, Paladin, and Feral Druid. Because I think you main tank with the Warrior, then you have the Paladin for certain AoE packs and stuff. And Druid can both DPS and tank, so...
Have you heard?
What's up?
For the first time ever, you can watch the brand new Trolls World Tour movie at home.
What a troll.
Trolls World Tour world premiere is in your home Friday.
When needed, you have 3 tanks, so I think that's one of the most. I think that's one of the most popular combos.
You're strongest the more balanced you are, and if you don't have a balanced comp, say you only have 3 warrior tanks, you don't really hurt that bad. But you're definitely stronger having a varied classes and not as much class stat.
That's a really good point, Dan. One thing I was supremely curious about, if any 3 of you or the chat have any knowledge in this. So Navik was telling me that threat isn't as much of an issue in TBC. And Crix, you're saying that you can still, it feels like you get shadow vulnerability and you just will rip immediately. and that threat is potentially a concern here. And then the other thing you hear is that tanks are no longer going full zug-zug with itemization. They're actually choosing stuff like, you know, defense and resilience, expertise, and getting some of these actual tank stats. Which is it, or do they both kind of just exist together? Is threat like an issue in your raid right now, Crix, for, you know, for lots of DPS, or is it kind of like Warlock slap so hard to Warlocks? What do you guys think about that?
It seems like Warlock Hunters slap harder than Warlocks, but they have some, you know, they have Feign Death, Misdirect, so it's not a big deal. But if we don't have a problem, we just gotta wait, give them 2 seconds. Remember, because Warriors aren't Fury build dual wield tanking anymore. At least not right now. They're not. They're actually doing like
sword board.
I like that too.
Yeah.
They're actually doing the real sword and board, what you're supposed to be doing. And if I have to give them a couple seconds just to build up. As in, like, when the countdown's going, don't start spamming Shadow Bolt a second and a half before the timer goes down, or you're gonna pull most likely.
Yeah, Cargos.
The big thing with the Warlocks is the AoE threat with Seed. You'll see a lot of newer Warlocks pull with that because the threat on it is so huge. They're hitting all their targets around the Seed. And as a warrior, you know, you're T-clapping, you're cleaving, you're tap sunder, tap devastate, and stuff like that. It just isn't enough threat. So big time, you'll definitely see Warlocks and Hunters pulling a lot of aggro with like multi-shot and things off the start. The other classes, not so much. I was actually talking to Navik as well about the threat, and threat is a lot less of an issue. Like with the talents lower down in the warrior tree, devastate and stuff like that, it makes a huge difference actually, and threat becomes a lot less of a problem when it isn't AoE tanking. Warriors aren't that strong in AoE tanking though, so
you're Druids.
Druids are strong.
Paladins really are the best, right? I mean, I have a Druid right now.
I feel like if it's single target, 2 target, I'd take a Warrior probably. I don't know. It's hard to say. I love seeing a Warrior still though. You still need one in your raid.
Even Druid though, some people might think swipe hits out every target around you. It still only hits like 3 targets, so you have to actually manually kind of find swipe targets, and it'll hit the targets that are closest to the swipe target with it. So you have to, like, if you're tanking like 10 things, you just keep tabbing over to different targets and try and swipe them all and hit them to try and hit as many as you can. But it still feels kind of scuffed. Meanwhile, Paladins over there with like 9 million AoE things. Like,
and not only do they can they AoE and hold the amount of threat that Paladins do have when they have threat. Like I don't know about you guys, but it seemed like you know, when Paladin had like, you know, 10 mobs on them, like they're not coming off them. They're fucking staying on them. It's like the amount of threat that they can put out is
the Paladin's baseline taunt is an AoE taunt. Right, we talked about this last episode, which is interesting. Their taunt is an AoE taunt, right? Isn't it 3 targets?
Put it on the person. You how does it work again? You put it on the person.
You put it on the person who has aggro. So, and then you take it from them.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
And then
Where Warrior really shines in TBC is definitely in Arena, though. Having Moral Strike, basically, you have some really strong attrition comps, usually Warrior Druid, Warrior Lock Druid, having Death Wish as well, that DPS cooldown. They become really strong, especially as Warlocks and Rogues get stronger. Having a Warrior there, it kind of helps keep those a little bit in check, because Warriors are pretty strong against those classes.
And, you know, people say that Warriors take a step down in TBC. One thing you have to keep in mind, that at least amongst the Arena community, they will rate Warriors up there as basically an S tier. Well, they put Resto Druid up in S tier, but, you know, right below Resto Druid, you have Warrior right there. Like, Warrior is extremely powerful in PvP. The key thing is that you have to be in a group type of environment, right? Because you're still kind of a potato if you get caught out, unfortunately.
The really cool thing, though, is even in PvE, you still in the optimal situation, you still bring 1 arms, 1 fury, 1 protection. So all 3 specs really shine in PvE as well.
Yeah. So well, I was just wondering, when you get a chance, because there's a lot of gaps, they say, like, that filled into the Warriors kit here in the TBC. Like, what are some of the new things that, you know, in the talents or abilities that Warriors have that like separate them from Classic and make them feel better in some senses?
Well, for sure. So the one thing Dunedain mentioned is that you do want to have an Arms Warrior, and that's due to Blood Frenzy, a talent directly to the left of Mortal Strike. Basically, when Deep Wounds increases all melee damage caused by 4%. So where in the Classic, you don't really have a reason to bring an Arms Warrior. The DPS just isn't there. The Mortal Strike debuff really doesn't matter. In TBC, having that 4% extra damage, that's huge, right? that's a
Absolutely.
reason alone to bring an arms war.
And you can use Mortal Strike because you're not worried about the debuff slots too, right? It feels good with the 40 the 40 debuff slot, man.
Yeah, it's definitely different.
Yeah. Do you still have to manage them at all, Crix? Like, are you? I'm sure you're close up to 40. No?
Yeah, we haven't yet, but if it is, it's just you got one affliction like putting 5 fucking debuffs up there. You know what I mean? All you do is drop any of them, you know.
Okay.
And you don't run an affliction all the time anyway. After you get to T5, you're gonna stop running one, so then it opens up 5 slots. But you shouldn't have any issues at all. We haven't, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the talent changes, like I said, adding Tactical Mastery much higher up in the protection tree is huge because that gives each of the specs, the ability to change stances, retain some rage, as well as give bonus threat to non-protection warriors to allow them to tank 5 meds and things like that. Very strong.
What's your favorite? Do you have some? Oh, also, I mean, Second Wind is sick too, right? Like, what are some of your favorites?
It's so good, dude.
You have some of your favorites.
It's so hard to get through that sometimes.
Yeah, some of the favorite, definitely Second Wind, because like as a warrior, the bane of your existence is being kited, being slowed. So being able to, generate some rage and heal a little bit while that happens, that's really helpful. One of the abilities that you get that I really love is Intervene. It gives you just so much more ability to zip around. Somebody pulls aggro, you intervene onto them.
Intercept. It's like an intercept to a friendly target, right? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. You're getting burst in arena. You intervene, get behind a pillar, get safe. Pop spell reflection, another really great talent.
Huge spell reflect, huge. How badly do you wish you had it right now in Classic, Gale?
I even now sometimes I'll swap to defensive stance and hit my spell reflect macro because when you're rooted in the Frost Nova, what do you do right now in Classic? You just eat it. If you don't have a way to if you don't have a FAP or some way to get out of it, you're dead in the water.
You guys ever see that video? It's like the
You cut out for a second.
Warrior versus Mage. Do you guys ever see that meme where it's like Warrior versus Mage, and it's like the guy from Terminator just running at a mage?
Yeah, it's
just like trying to get to him, just
I've seen that.
It's so good.
That is perfect. That is it. What about these talents though at the end, Dale? Are these any good for you? Endless Rage, Rampage, and Devastate. How do you feel about the final juicy talents in each tree?
Yeah, for PvE DPS, Fury, you definitely have to pick up Rampage. It's pretty essential. I know originally in TBC, a lot of warriors actually wouldn't get Endless Rage. They would actually go down to Sweeping Strike to make it so that you would get, Mortal Strike and still have that Sweeping Strikes feel. It'll be interesting to see how it is with this release. I think it might have got changed towards the end of the TBC patches to make Endless Rage better. And for PvE, I think you probably still want to have Endless Rage, but for PvP, you definitely want to have the Sweeping Strikes to cleave stuff, kill Warlock pets and things like that. Devastate, huge. It adds just a ton of threat. It makes it so your Sunders, it replaces Sunder effectively. You can continually just spam that ability, get so much more threat.
Yeah, it feels really good. Druids have
definitely
Mango
has protection and fury. You want to get your 41-point talents. Arms, depending on what you're doing, like you said, you might skip that 40-point talent to get Sweeping Strikes. But I think in PvE you end up getting Endless Rage still.
Looks like they buffed Mace specialization a little bit too. Weirdly enough, you get 7 rage too, off each.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Off the stun.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing with warriors in TBC is definitely Mace spec. The Deep Thunder Mace and Storm Herald is a huge meme. Has a 4-second stun on the highest level.
Oh,
that Mace
man.
paired with Mace spec.
Dunedain's gonna craft me one. No, it's Blacksmith.
Hey, the bank called about our investments.
I thought we decided to move them over to Questrade. Over time, the lower fees could mean over 100,000 more. For us. For our future.
Become up to 30% wealthier with Quest Wealth portfolios.
Right? It's Blacksmith. Yeah.
It's Blacksmith.
You almost can turn into a rogue. There's been times where, you intercept, you're stunned, you hamstring them, they're stunned. you know, they trinket, and then, you know, you Mortal Strike, and they get stunned again, and it's just like,
Oh
even though
my
the DR's going
God,
down,
dude.
it's still interrupting them, right? So,
Yeah.
I think originally one of them was off DR, and they had to add it on after season 1 or 2 because it was just, you know, as a warrior, you'd be spamming hamstring just to get the like 4-second stun proc.
That's awesome though, dude. As a, you know what I mean? Like, it's really cool.
Ooh, precision.
Yeah, and then playing its teams with like Rhett and then warriors both with like stun heralds, it's just like,
oh my
you can't
God.
move, you know.
There's some fun stuff, man, looking at it right now. Like, there's also just precision. This is like a rogue talent. You get the rogue talent. 3% hit? Oh, no, it's in Fury, but 3% hit in Fury is nice.
So, Ale, if you would be Arms Warrior, let's say you're a human, would it still be beneficial for PvE purposes to go Sword Specialization, or would it always be better to have Poleaxe? Because Poleaxe, you get crit, so you get more deep wounds, and then you get more Blood Frenzy.
Yeah, I think it really depends on your weapon upgrades. All things being equal, I know most still preferred Sword Specialization, just due to the fact that you get, you know, the additional rage off that, right? And so you do get bonus rage on crits, but, you know, your extra attack and crit as well, so usually Sword Spec would still come out on top. The buff to Mace Spec definitely helped a bit, but usually was more of a PvP thing.
I wonder what the best race is for Warrior now too, because they did change the racials around too. Like the way the whole weapon skill versus defense is changed in TBC,
Right.
so it's not giving you that glancing blow reduction
no
or whatever.
glancing.
Yeah. Maybe
So yeah, it probably with the Blood Fury change, or like with Blood Fury, Orc's still strongest, but definitely the removal of glancing blows changes how strong they were, because, you know, in Classic, everybody's stacking those specific races just to get those bonuses and stack all the debuffs and the buffs to do huge damage, which is like another thing that this changes well in TBC, is that you can't stack buffs anymore, and that is where a lot of the power in Classic Fury Warrior comes from. If you couldn't stack all these buffs, Warriors would be much worse in Classic, so having that removed in TBC really brings them back down to earth.
Are you excited for No World buffs, or what are your feelings on it? Because I am.
That's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm already raid logging Classic, but I at least get my World buffs. But it's just so annoying to, like, you don't have to do anything. You just raid time.
I don't mind getting it. It's just part of the routine for me now.
It's crazy.
But I'm definitely happy that they'll be gone. Like, I just want to show up and go.
Yeah.
Have your consume.
Yeah, the consumes, and that's it. And they're much more affordable, the consumes in TBC.
It's true, man.
And I'm saying that now, and because they're so annoying to get in Classic, we haven't even got them all yet. They're continuing to add them.
I know. We got CG now coming,
right?
yeah.
So it's just gonna compound the further into Classic it gets. And
thing is,
I hope.
Sorry. Finish your thought.
I know some private servers had changed it so that like world buffs wouldn't work in instances, and I know there are all no changes, but it'd be nice if there was something made to change how world buff works in Classic. I know we've beat that horse a lot.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if it's one of those hurts so good things, because it seems on the surface level as we're talking about all this, debuff slots up to 40, so you can kind of just be free. You're liberated. You can use your abilities, right? Yeah. 2, you can everybody flash for the people. Everybody can, you know,
flash
everybody
for the
can, you know,
Oprah flash. You get one. You get
one. Let them eat cake or whatever that like expression was. The
oils you coat your weapons. There's so many different other like like the food buffs. There's the oil buffs where you coat your weapons with stuff that give you just massive amounts of damage.
Right.
Different levels of flask and elixirs that you can use. It's just more fun. Everything about it is it's just more fun. The whole game is just drastically more fun. There's so much more stuff to do. The world is so much better looking.
So world buffs, though, the reason why you can't, or they're not as effective in TBC is there's some nerf to them, right?
You can't. They don't work past level 60 or something like that.
66 or something. I don't know. Some
63, something like that. Yeah, 63, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
So they're essentially just basically gone.
Yeah.
You can still get them, but they don't work, right?
62. There it is. 62.
And funny enough, originally the tribute buffs didn't have that factored in, and that's Skarm's claim to fame, is that he was able to stack those and use them in TBC to do crazy stuff, and they actually had to nerf.
Yeah, apparently they nerfed it because of him, right? That's what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at these armor sets over on the Warrior. I think the
oh, dude, Tier 6 is beautiful.
That was my vote for whatever that's worth as far as my favorite armor set, and out of everything, I love the Tier 6.
That's your favorite out of everything, Kargos?
Out of all of these, yes. Second would be the Tier 5 Warlock, actually. I think number one for me, you know, if you just see Orc Warrior, or let's say even honestly Night Elves kind of look cool with armor. I gotta say, like.
Especially with the Bulwark of Azzinoth.
I was just about to say. Warglaive,
shield,
Bulwark of Azzinoth, Tier 6. It was the transmog I was using on my Warrior on retail, like, for pretty much forever. I got it. It was one of those things. I'm such a TBC boy, kind of, that once I got some of these TBC sets, I literally never changed my transmog, like, ever again. I was like, well, I have the best looking armor, and no other set can compete with these. I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Finished. Got that. So. But what do you? Yeah, the Warrior sets are all the way on the right, guys. What do you guys think? I feel like the Tier 4 might be hit or miss.
The T5 is too nice. The T5 is so beefy, like on retail, even on retail, because the sets are, you know, the game is so different, but the sets are the same. All my stuff is T5: Warlock, Priest, Warrior.
Oh, really? Warrior over 6?
T5? Oh man,
it does look way better on Orc.
Yeah. For Warrior, T5 is my least favorite. I like Tier 4 the most, and Tier 6 second.
I wish
Tier 4 is, to be honest, Tier 4 is one of the better looking sets of all the sets in TBC for Warrior, I feel.
I think we really need to look at, like, on an Orc or Tarn too, because, like, I don't know, for me, I feel like Tiers 4 and 5 on humans don't look that great. I think Tier 6 looks great on humans.
Oh, you know one thing I just remembered though? I know you guys remember this. Tier 6. What's wrong with Tier 6? Look at Tier 6 Warrior. Chat, what's wrong with Tier 6 Warrior? Look at it.
Lame.
No, just look at it. Someone's gonna point it out.
Boots?
Yup. The boots don't match it, like, at all. There's actually another pair of boots you have to get when you're making, like, your transmog or whatever.
Right.
That matches the set perfectly, but for some reason the Tier 6 boots don't match.
There's a pair of boots from Black. What the hell are they called? I actually, because I got this set on my in retail. And I remember exactly getting those boots, Kargos, that match better. Yeah.
Yup. There's another pair of the boots that fit perfectly. I don't know what they were smoking. I don't know if they put the same guy who made the lava on Classic. They put him on the boots for Tier 6, bro. He shit the bed.
It was JL on crack. It's JL and Brack's brother.
Yeah, the boots look way off. The other classes, though, all the other boots look way off? No, the Hunter one looks fine. Paladin one looks fine. Paladin one looks a little bit off. I see what you mean.
Yeah,
but
a little bit. Yeah.
Not as noticeable as the Tier 6 Warrior, though.
No, but yeah, some of those BC boots, they have those boots that look like they just don't look right. They're like weird. You know what I mean? They're like funky boots. I wish I could show you an example.
Yeah.
They look like some kind of clown shoes or something, but yeah, whatever.
Anyways, we're going to move into just touching on ZG, guys, for a little bit before we wrap up the stream. We'll probably have to do a part 3 at some point. You know, we can talk about this stuff, you know, endlessly, but in the interest of time, we'll start touching on ZG. ZG's coming out on the 15th, guys. That's 6 days away. I think, Ale, are you going to be going for a world first of sorts, or are you going to be, like, going hard on launch day of it?
Yeah, we're gonna be in there for sure. The Warcraft logs people announced are gonna be tracking boss kills and 5 Priest of Kar, so we're definitely gonna be in there, you know, working on stuff as soon as it's up for sure.
Nice, dude.
Gotcha.
I'm really excited. So I just want to say ZG for me is I love the feel of ZG. You know, for me at least, it's like high pump and whatever. It's just like I go in there, have fun. You only got 20 people, right? It's like much less going on. To me, every time I was going to ZG, it's very comfy, very chill feeling. You know, like go in there, hang out with the boys and the gals, whatever. And like that's how it feels for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not super hyped for ZG, to be honest, but I think it will be fun because it's in Strangletorn Vale, and I like Strangletorn Vale, and it's fun because I didn't really do it a lot in Classic. I probably did it once or twice, and that's about it. So it's kind of new.
Have you heard?
What's up?
For the first time ever, you can watch the brand new Trolls World Tour movie at home.
What?
Ooh.
What a troll.
Trolls World Tour. The world premiere is in your home Friday.
To me, I don't remember too much about it. So that's cool. But the thing is, I don't look forward to it too much because I feel like it will be a giant walkover, and I kind of like to have some kind of challenge. But
yeah, I mean, CG is not hard.
Well,
You know what I mean? It's not
get
supposed
in there
to.
and do 5 priests doing it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Well, wasn't that you, Ale, who told me that it's never been done before on Real Classic? No one ever did that, right? So
That's the rumor.
Really?
Ian Hazacostas, the current game dev of Retail, his guild tried it and they wiped at 1 or 2%. They weren't able to do it.
Can you explain what that is, Ale? Because I think a lot of people in the chat don't even know what you're talking about right now. Like that was news to me when I first heard it.
Ads and all.
Yeah, for sure. So the end boss of ZGE is Hakar, and basically how it works, there's a bunch of bosses all throughout the zone. They actually give him buffs until they're killed, and a lot of people don't really know that because you go through the whole instance and you kill all the little, all the other bosses, and then you do him. But you can actually go directly to him. He's right in the middle of the zone and fight him. And for every boss you don't kill, it gives him a buffed ability. And they're actually incredibly strong. I think they made it so he was never really meant to be killed, but people believe that it might be possible.
Well, they got him to 1%.
So
It's
sick,
definitely,
dude.
I think it would be possible.
Meant not
I
to
would
be
love to
killed,
see
and
you
the
do that.
players override the freaking game design of with all the combined min-max knowledge. That's
Well,
a pretty
it's
cool story.
absolutely crazy the abilities he gets. It's just like, multiple threat wipes, AoE gouges. He does the mind control stuff as well.
Yeah, and at the same time, he's mind controlling the tank, right? So it's like,
berserks. He thrashes. It's just like he's just on roids. He's like 4 or 5 bosses at once. People are comparing it basically to a retail boss fight for how difficult it is.
Mythic, yeah.
That's exciting, man. That's
And
gonna
it's
be
winning.
exciting. I can't
I
wait.
would love to see you do this. And you gotta remember, so he's still doing all tanks and those threat wipes and all that kind of stuff. It sounds like how do you even tank it? Like how?
And he has bonus health too. I think his health is it's doubled or something. He has the same amount of health as a BWL boss and as a 20-man.
Damn.
So what are you just doing, like all warriors or something?
I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I would love. Are you gonna stream this, Hale, or
can he be killed?
Well, we're doing ZG World First coverage, guys, next week. So once it comes out, I'm going to be doing it. We did it for BWL as well. It'll be cool. We're going to be going through all the different streams and POVs of people trying to do it. I know my man Alive and the Progress Boys are going to be trying their best. Onslaught, that's always my vote for Onslaught, man. Holding it down for NA.
Hell yeah, dude!
Rooting for you guys.
My Scarum brothers, yeah.
Hell yeah.
The hope of NA.
The hope of NA, man. We're going to be.
Honestly, if I had to put my money on, I would put my money.
People knew that we were going to clear up BWL so fast. I wonder if it's confirmed that you can kill Hakar with 5 priests up.
We're about to find out in a couple days.
You're telling me they designed him to not be killable, like no chance, non-starter. You have to clear the dungeon at least a little bit in order to be able to take him out. But
well, if Ian tried, then there must be. I don't know. He wasn't. Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm really interested, but Al, I think you wanted to say we've been really having a lot of. I think right now one of the biggest problems with the game is, the server transfers and the problems with Skyrim right now being 97% horde. And we're talking about TBC, and I don't want this to happen going to TBC. So I know you have some things you want to say about server.
Yeah, that's just something I wanted to touch on a bit. Is that us being on Skyrim, we're affected really, really poorly by how Blizzard did the server transfers. First, by having the free transfers open. What happened is a lot of guilds on the Alliance ended up leaving. We had queues. They were outnumbered at the start, not by much, but by enough that they just decided that they were going to transfer. Now with this new round of transfers, as people know, Incendius has become full, White Knight's become full. They've done the same thing. They've opened up free transfers from those servers. And the same thing is going to happen. Mark my words. They're opening free transfers. Whichever faction has less population, they're going to start moving off, and there's going to be a mass exodus. Those servers are going to be horribly balanced in one way or another.
Yep.
And
okay,
they haven't done anything about this. They've just opened it up and let it be willy-nilly. And we know with Classic, the huge benefit of it is the community and having other people to play with, and the fact that they're being so reckless, just allowing the community to effectively wreck servers is just incredibly lacking forethought and just reckless. And I don't know, like, you're on Incendious now, Crix, right? Like, what's the situation?
We all literally last night we had an emergency meeting in every single major guild. I want to say like 10 guilds all left Incendious last night on the first transfer, including us.
You're
It went from we don't know who's leaving to two of the largest horde guilds in the game left to a different server. We followed behind them, and now that server's dead. Completely.
This is the biggest problem with this game
Incendious is dead?
Completely dead. We had to. So we raided at 10 o'clock Eastern. You need to be in queue by 2 o'clock in the evening.
What?
Yeah. So that was everybody last night. We had an emergency meeting, super late. I'm talking like midnight late. And we all left last night.
I don't see it. Like
we went to Earth Fury.
Did the Alliance transfer away from Incendious as well?
At first they didn't, and they were like, they're being such dicks. They're like hard camping every single Songflower. Now that they control the server, they're hard camping every place we can go. That's why the horde. Okay, we actually gotta leave. So everybody left. So
the same thing's happening to Scarum, just in reverse.
Same exact thing.
Incendious is going to be, and this is what I predicted was going to happen. If they just have the community deal, like if they just leave it wide open and don't manage how the transfers go, the servers are just going to end up totally one-sided.
Absolutely. That's exactly what's happening. And like, dude, I'm telling you, the game, like when I played on Dunedain server, it was a healthy server, almost like a great population. They were raiding Ironforge. Like, I actually felt like I was playing Classic WoW. On Skyrim, this is not Classic WoW, dude. The game itself is taking a hit. And like, what do we do? Like, I'm so.
I want to say something about this too. So basically, I don't understand why you guys can't transfer from Skyrim. That's the first thing, and secondly, on EU they did the same thing. So we had 2 servers with multiple hour queues, and now they can transfer to our server, for example. And I had a feeling that our server was doing really, really good. We had the perfect balance almost, and the population is medium, which is perfectly fine. But if you scroll through the list of realms in EU, all of them except for 3 are high or full. So now they make people transfer for free from those full servers with sometimes like 6-hour queues still, and they transfer now to us and some other servers. And like I said, there's only 3 that aren't high population right now. So I don't really understand why do they not make new ones? Why don't they allow people from high population servers to go to the new ones and balance it out a little bit? They
need to manage the balance, and I'll tell you why transferring from a server like Scarum to another server isn't good. Because originally that's why everybody from the Alliance left Scarum and went to Incendious, is that it was a medium-high pop balance server. You're like, we're gonna go here and be a part of that, and then due to this, everybody flocked to it, and then it became out of control, right? So if you look to move to a good server, it's people are like. What are they called? Like everybody's like Zerg-minded, It's some people start doing it, and too many people do it, and if they don't have controls on it, the situation gets just totally out of control. The servers get way too high pop.
So how would they fix it though? What would be the solution? Like if they could go back in time or something, or how could they fix it?
Go back in time. So
they should open up new servers and allow people to transfer from the high and the full servers, but they should limit Horde Alliance ratios so it stays balanced. But I feel like in EU especially, all the servers except for 3, they are way overpopulated and it's not even fun to play on those. But I don't know why, but they seem to not like to make new servers or something.
It's really difficult because how they've been managing it is with the queue times, and that hasn't been a good enough to prevent people from still transferring, right? So that's the issue, is people are still like bullheaded, continuing to play even though that there's huge queues. That isn't like preventing people from swarming a server. You need somebody to either like make character creation or transfers, something to keep the population balanced and managed. Because without it, people are still gonna do it, and then it just causes all these issues, and people end up having to pay and.
Yep, and honestly, guys, like, if there's one thing that needs to be worked on, and like we're talking about BC, like this needs to be fixed, because in BC things are gonna get even fucking worse. So we need to figure this out now. We need to like do something, and like I don't like they need to go right by the community. I don't care about how much money they're gonna lose from transfers, whatever like this, but this has to be fixed before it gets worse, because it's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse and worse and worse.
True. Last thing about it, we deliberately choose to transfer to a medium pop server, and now it's filling up. So I feel that's it's not what we choose for.
Right.
I just can't believe that Incendious. People come into the stream all the time and they say, "Hey, Cargos, I'm looking for a really hype server where there's a lot of like activity, really fun server, good balance." Incendious was always the case study. It was one of the ones people would point to. Incendious, Grobulus. Now you're telling me that overnight, Incendious, one of the premium servers that had a really good
server, man.
And you're telling me that it's dead right now, like.
Yeah.
Dead faction, right?
Unless Alliance stays there, but big Alliance guilds like Ryzen, then they're not going to stay there. They're going to leave. They're waiting to see what everybody else was doing. But it's dead. And it was a good server too. It was a really good server. I mean, I read logs, but other than that, I heard it was a really good server. Like good world PvP, good. They were doing 200 versus 200 world PvP and having a blast. So
the best solution people that the chat provided one time towards fixing faction balance is that there would be a faction queue. Now at the same time, Dan, you're saying that sitting in the queue is not fun, which is true. So would the solution be there should be a faction queue and they keep creating new servers so that they can have enough people?
I'm totally not against faction queue, by the way. I'm against staying queue for multiple hours, but that's because they just don't have enough servers, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Well, hopefully we can learn a lot of these lessons from Classics of moving into TVC. Maybe they can not make some of the same mistakes, right? Because at least with
it's a huge issue right now.
Okay. Any final thoughts, guys?
Well, I want to end on a positive note and just say, I'm really looking forward.
You're dropping out.
Sorry. I'm having a lot of fun raiding. I'm looking really forward to ZG. Looking forward to TVC as well, but that's got a little while for that yet. But all in all, other than the issue with the server, I am still playing this game every single day, leveling alts, having a lot of fun raiding with the guys. So, still going strong, baby.
Hell
yeah,
bro.
same here. Playing almost every day. Had a lot of fun on my main, but also leveling out and stuff. And I just really enjoy the game, and it's really cool that we have it while we wait on the new iteration of it, which is TBC. But at this moment, we have Classic. We can play Classic. It's nothing like when we had to wait for Classic, then we had nothing. So it's a really good time to be a gamer. That's what I guess we can end, or I can end with.
Agreed. Good time to be a gamer.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm a gamer.
Some of my best friends on the planet now at this point, guys. Here in this call, it's cool. I love
Yeah, man.
I love this community. I never experienced anything like this before in my life. Having this kind of, it's almost like a lifestyle at a certain point.
Yeah.
Doing all this. So.
Love you, man.
Yeah, man. It's all love. It's all love. I think Crix, Ale can. I really want to shout out your guys' streams too, because Crix has been streaming. He's been streaming some raids, put it that way. And if you guys want to plug the streams, man, that even everyone knows Def Camp probably, but let's get some streams in the chat. What's yours, Ale? Is it Ale Gaming? Ale Gaming.
Yeah, mine's Ale Gaming, but as we've also opened up a Classic WoW TBC subreddit if you want to check that.
Here's Ale. Here's Dunedain. If you want to follow these guys more closely, as they all continue to do stuff throughout the week. If you have the link to the... I saw Josh in here earlier, by the way. Kept from Countdown.
Nice.
Yeah, this was started by Josh. It's a... If you want to go there, discuss PvC, and everything that comes with that.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I'd love to talk to him. Yeah, again, it's been a while since I talked to Josh.
So this isn't just a regular subreddit. Josh from Countdown to Classic started this, guys, so it's in good hands. I think a lot of people like Josh. This Josh since he stopped doing Countdown, right? Like it's been over for a little bit, man. So
yeah.
There he is. Yeah, Josh Clark, dude. Hopefully there's another BlizzCon this year. We can hang out again.
Oh, there he is. There's my dude.
Still hanging out. Crix, what's yours again? Is it Crix underscore, I think?
No, Crix Gaming underscore.
Crix Gaming underscore.
It's just TBC stuff though. I'm not streaming my classic raids anymore.
It's all good. I'm sure some people might be interested in that. If you guys want to support the channel, best way you can do it is to make it worth the time of the people who come in here and participate and share their knowledge and insights and stuff. So please, it would be a personal favor if you just go and throw them a follow. It would be really appreciated. With that said, guys, that's GMA46 for you. Sorry, Doug.
No, they're good. I'm just twitch.tv/devcamp if you guys.
I'm gonna stream.
About me.
I just feel like everyone knows you, Devcamp. It's like
it's all right, man. Maybe Al got the world first.
Absolutely. Well, you guys are the best of people, my book, so thank you very much for your time again, guys. We'll see you next week.
Hunting up various things, but I know you've had the whole week off.
Right.
So what have you been up to, mate?
Go on, Carl, tell them what we've got. Tell them what we planned, all the stuff you've done.
What have you got? Rick, specifically, what have you come up with? Quick, because people are getting bored. Tell us what
I've come up with the music.
Right. Obviously, we've already planned that. We planned that last week, so that's all done. But what have you yourself contributed to today's show?
I got a text message today from Ross Noble. You know Ross Noble, the comedian, who's on. Have I got news for you?
Right.
He says, ask Carl if he woke up with ladies' boobs, would he just put a dress on and live as a lady, or would he just be a man but with these boobs?
Carl, it's a good question. I know that happened to Ross, so he's throwing that one out at you.
It did in a way, because he ate pizzas for a year, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he got a lovely pair of breasts. Yeah. Go on.
Lady boobs.
Just find a loose-fitting jumper, go to the doctor's.
What would you say to the doctor? How would you explain this phenomenon to the doctor? So you'd be happy with this because you believe in shite like
no,
happening. Go on.
But it can happen because I told you a couple of weeks ago how it can happen. How you can wake up with breasts if you're a fella. I told you.
Go on.
Haven't you remembered?
No. Funny that, isn't it? Go on.
Have you, Steve?
No, I don't remember this. Did you tell us on air?
Yeah. It can happen if you go to Argentina and have a steak. You can wake up with breasts. Because
I'm sure I'd have remembered that.
Pull the other one. Look, he likes that.
Is that what you've come up with, this week? That joke?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Player reference. It's going to be a dynamite show.
Listen, look, I'm going to play some classic tunes today. I'm going to educate the youngsters, Steve. Right, now, you've all heard of Lou Reed, you've all heard of Velvet Underground, but, have you heard of Venus in Furs, Carl?
Shiny, shiny, shiny boots of leather.
Venus in Furs, Velvet Underground. What a great start. Classic song.
They continue to sound fresh and contemporary.
Do you know what that song's about, Carl?
No.
M&S.
It's about M&S.
You know that?
Yeah.
Near the shop?
Yeah.
It's all like that. Yeah. Whiplash, Smile, all the things you can get at Marks and Spencer.
Shiny boots of leather.
Yeah. Being whipped.
Yeah. I think that's a new division they've opened.
Yeah, but we have got a great show lined up.
Have we? No, go on.
We have. No, because we've got Rockbusters coming up. The great new
looking
quiz.
Forward to that.
That's made the press.
Has it?
Yeah. Frimley Tea Rooms newsletter mentioned it. We've also got...
That's Carl's local, isn't it?
Yeah. We've also got Educating Ricky, where Carl educates me. The one last week, a girl, right? She was deaf, and she was having an argument with her mum, and she pushed her and she hit her head, and then she can hear again.
Yeah.
Don't know what I learned from that.
No.
It might be subliminal. Someone might be going. It might be a metaphor that I will learn from.
Yeah, it's like a parable.
Yeah. So look at his face. We might as well be talking Dutch, mightn't we, Carl? Say something quick. It's radio.
I don't understand what you want from me.
Oh, we're only joking.
Right. So, Educating Ricky, I've worked a bit harder this week. We've got some good stuff.
Okay.
I'll give you the
teaser headlines later.
Lines in a bit.
Yeah.
So you've got Rockbusters as well.
Carl's having a bit of a stressful week because he thinks he's not appreciated because he gets in at what time do you get in? About 8 or 9, don't you?
I've been busy this week. I've been in at about 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and been leaving when?
About 8:30, 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, you're in Saturday.
Yeah, I'm in now.
You get paid, don't you?
I'm busy at home.
A lot of people work late, Carl. A lot of people work 12-hour days.
Why are you busy at home, Carl? What are you up to?
Because we're trying to sort out a move. I've been trying to call round this morning to get someone to buy a futon on a table from me.
Yes. Well, we could put that appeal out now, couldn't we? If anyone wants to buy a futon or a table.
Just think, a futon that Carl Pilkington slept on.
How much you asking?
Whatever.
Well, you need
for
to
the two. You've got to take the two. I don't want like different people coming round and that.
Sure, wasting your
time. Got to buy
time.
futon on a table.
It's quite specific, isn't it? Someone has to want a futon.
Yeah.
The specific futon you're selling and the
table. It's like a isn't it? Alarm clock and tea maker. This is futon and table.
Looking for about 100 quid.
And it's good condition, the futon.
Yeah.
Right, no
not
stains on it. You haven't pissed yourself in the... No,
nothing? And what sort of table is it? Are we talking? Are we talking like a table for a lounge, a dining table?
No, for like a computer and just something.
Has it got any drawers? Are there any drawers? There's no drawers.
No, it's just a nice wooden table.
Right. Is it kind of oak or is it sort of an IKEA sort of thing?
No, it's like oakish.
It's oakish.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 100 quid.
The futon is just a mattress and the pallets. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. You see, you get cheap futons, don't you? But this is a good one. It's
how much would that retail for when you purchased it?
I think I paid about $2.50 for it.
Right, so it's a bargain.
Well,
for people.
if you look at it,
And how long have you had it? How old is it?
This is a whole new strand.
Well, I'm thinking.
I don't think it's legal. I don't think we should use.
I'll tell you what I'm interested in, Rick. Is just finding out a little bit about the sort of thing that Carl's got in his home. You know.
I'm interested in if people will phone up to spend £100 just to go round
Carl's house.
No, I won't be. No.
What?
No, they'll come here, I'll bring it to work and they can pick it up here.
I'm going to bring a futon and a table to work. Don't you ride a bike?
So hold on, we need someone with a van now.
Yeah.
So we need, is anyone who wants to, but they're not around your house, can they meet you next door? Someone with a van
could they meet you in your street somewhere?
Hold on, could they meet what you what about the little Chinese fellow that lives across the road, on the two bouncers and the old woman who's dead reading a book? Could you meet him somewhere?
I've got an idea. What about if you meet at the end of your street, you blindfold them, like they do when terrorists take the negotiator to the hideout,
the big cheese,
and so you could do that, and so you know they could piece together maybe where you live from the sounds and stuff.
Yeah.
But what about that, Carl? That's just a great idea.
Yeah.
And would you sign the futon for people? Do you think? Would you give them a little signature, or maybe at least a bill of purchase?
You could sign the pallet.
Yeah. Or I could try and get work to buy it off me, and then we give it away for Rockbusters.
Do you think they do that? Do you think they do that? I think they'd probably do it for Foxy with his big.
Well, imagine how big that would be.
Imagine if he wanted to sell his hog.
Yeah. That is a motorbike, isn't it?
Yeah. He's been selling his hog for money for years, hasn't he? Oh dear.
So well, we'll see about that.
If people are interested, maybe email ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk if you're interested in futon.
Buy Carl's futon competition. £100 ONO.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What gear have we got anyway?
I never knew what that meant. ONO. I thought it went sort of on the nose.
On the
nose.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, we got. Well, tell them what we got to give away, Steve.
So actually, I have to say you've excelled yourself this week.
Richard Ashcroft's single coming up soon after this. Go on.
Since when have you taken to talking like that? It does amuse me.
Go on.
This is a nice little collection here. This is a 3 DVD set. David Attenborough's The Life of Birds, Trials of Life, and Life in the Freezer.
That's a good one, isn't it?
That's a selection of animal-based documentaries.
Yeah.
We've got
what is best at?
Well, absolutely.
This is when he goes off the ball and does like fast cars.
This is very, very good indeed. This is a best of David Bowie compilation.
It is a very good, it's a proper one, not the rubbish ones that no one else wanted. This is a brilliant compilation.
Yeah, it's got an excellent selection on there. We've got this. Now this looks like a Madness Oh no, it's far worse than we could possibly have imagined. It seems to be some kind of tie-in with the Our House Madness musical.
And it's got a cast of 20 people who wanted to be singers.
It's tricky to find out. I can't figure out if it's the originals or not, but needless to say, if you're a Madness fan, I'm sure that'd be an absolute treat.
You love that.
Now, I know that,
Steve, I wouldn't mind that DVD collection myself, but I can't. It's to give away. No, we can't.
I'm talking of great compilations. What about this? It's Country Legends. I'm seeing on the front there Glenn Campbell, we've got Dolly Parton, we've got, whatchamacallit? On the card.
Whatchamacallit? from
a great performer.
Yeah.
Jake, whatchamacallit.
Oh, excellent.
Great hits from him. So, that's there as well.
Collection.
That's same XFM compilation, again, easy to get hold of. If
the big one, the film that Carl picks every week. The
DVD
big one.
movie this week.
Don't go out tonight if you've got a DVD player and a television set, because you'll be staying in and watching this fantastic film.
It will tear your soul apart. It's Hellraiser. The original Hellraiser. Bear in mind, it has been on Channel 4 and Channel 5 and on most cable channels since it came out. But if you haven't seen it, if you're one of the only people who has not seen it, and of course you have to be over 18 to play, then you can win Hellraiser.
That is fantastic. Well, play a song, Carl. We'll come back to that. More great stuff.
Indeed. The competition coming up later. Email only, isn't it, Carl?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Futon.
Futon's still available.
Richard Ashcroft. Check the meaning. Well, Carl, you're chuffed, aren't you? What's happened? What's just happened? Tell the listeners what's happened.
This has sparked you up a bit.
Steve's just called up. He's putting an offer for the Futon on the table.
Yeah.
I think he definitely wanted it, but I said, look, think about it over the weekend.
Yeah.
You're not a hustler.
No, well, I'm not going to rush him into it, because once he's got it, he can't bring it back. I'm not messing about.
No.
So the bloke said, what sort of wood is it? Carl said, sort of like a light brown colour. He went, what, beach coloured? Carl went, depends what beach you're on. Which was nice.
You do understand there's a wood that's called beach.
Well, he's happy. He likes the sound of it. Nice plum cover. He's going to be.
Yeah. Is Carl going? I go with Magnolia. He walls my. He's just going. I'll tell you what, looked nice in your spare bedroom. It was like an episode of Changing Rooms. It was like listening to an episode of Carl.
He did the deal in under 3 minutes, wasn't it?
It's pretty good, isn't he?
He phoned it about halfway through in that song, so you worked pretty quick, Carl. I gotta say, it's your Manx scally way.
I'm sure we're not allowed to do this though.
No, I think it's highly criminal.
Yeah. You got anything? What are you getting?
Well, I'll tell you, I am moving shortly, so I mean, I might come in next week. I could have a couple of.
I threw away a desk the other day.
I gotta get rid of a bed, a chair, because you know I'm pretty tall. This is so pathetic. When I moved up to London, my dad said, well, you want to be careful, because, I mean, the seating in a lot of these London pads, it's bad seats, really low backs, fashionable, isn't it? Fashionable chairs and stuff. You're a big guy, 6'7", you need, like, a decent chair. We went to a shop, it was like a second-hand furniture shop, right? I bought this chair, very high-backed.
Why did you buy it? I bought a solo. I love that.
It's just a chair, so I could sit in my room and watch TV.
But was it a soft chair, or was it a wooden chair?
It was kind of like a sort of, well, let me explain, because it's kind of like an armchair, but it's kind of got wooden arms. So I get this chair, I bring it up to London, I'm thinking, this is a great chair, this is a wonderful chair. I'm gonna be watching TV, everyone else is doing agony. You know, smoking chair. Right? And I brought it up and someone went, they looked at it, they went, isn't that an orthopaedic chair? And I looked at it again, right, and I realised it's kind of white cleanable. It's made of some kind of fabric that allows you to just mop it down with a wet cloth.
Why?
Because I think it came from an old people's home.
Oh.
You know when you see, like, old people in some kind of social room in an old people's home, just sat watching a little crappy old TV, and you can wipe everything clean. It's one of those chairs.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So if anyone's, maybe they've got an elderly relative.
Didn't you keep slipping off?
Just goes like, and it's also the most uncomfortable chair, because unless you've got chronic back pain, it's just the most uncomfortable chair. It makes you sit bolt upright, if not slightly forward.
You've done a good sell on it. I think either the phones aren't going mental. How much do you want for that, Steve?
If you've had a recent accident, or you've got a disabled, or someone in the house who's just elderly, then you might want to get in touch. I'm happy to. You can take that off, man, for 25 quid.
This is so wrong.
25 quid. I'll take that. Whether you're setting up an old people's home, you know, it's a little pet project.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of grant. We can help.
Exactly.
We can I mean, because though Steve's such a high flyer, I mean, if it really is a good cause, they just give it to you.
Well, let's not rush into anything, really. I like to assess each case, you know, individually.
Yeah.
But certainly, if you are a charity, then I might go for 20 quid. You take it off my hands for 20 quid. But otherwise 25. And I tell you, it's in good condition because I haven't really sat on it.
£5 off if you really are.
You know, and there were some stains. I've wiped them clean.
Oh dear. Well, that's fantastic. So we've
I'll tell you what we should resuscitate next week. Swap Shop. The multicolored
honestly, there's a great format, but there's a couple of things I've always wanted to get back at. Swap Shop is one of them, and the other one is Superstars.
I don't remember Superstars.
Superstars was great because it was like the people of their time. So you'd have like people like nowadays. You'd have Beckham and what's his name? Who's the tennis player?
Rosetsky.
Yeah, Rosetsky. And they have to compete. So all these people have to compete at each other's sports. And they have to choose 7 out of 10 sports. And there's a leaderboard and there's a big final. Oh, Keegan came off his bike.
It's
Brian
not like
used to win it. No, it's real sports. It's proper sports. It's 100 metres, tennis, weightlifting, all the real sports. You can't do your own sport.
Well, I know you're a pretty big guy now in British TV. You're a bit of a big shot. What do you reckon? Pull some strings?
Let's get it back on there. Superstars.
Superstars sounds fantastic.
Me, Johnny Vegas, Peter Kay. For the bigger fella, I think maybe. The comedy superstars. What we got next? We've got a bit of Springsteen, haven't we?
Let's play Springsteen. This is a track from his current album, The Rising. A lot of people think Bruce is a bit MOR, a bit middle of the road or whatever, but, you know, I just think... piss off.
Yeah.
I just think screw you.
I just think, get lost, you. Yeah. Imagine this, your open top caddy.
Yeah,
just going around Route 66. You're going home maybe for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
To see your folks. Just turn up the radio if you are.
Play the tune.
Probably not, though.
That just reminded me when I brought a... So stop it for a second. Just realised when I brought a woman back and she saw the orthopaedic chair. Did you bring a woman back to your pad? Oh, it's embarrassing.
And the harness.
Yeah. The truss.
Yeah. Can you give me those 2 splints? I'm sorry? Those 2 splints there. Well, I've got to go. Have you?
Is this a potty under the bed? The Rising, title track from Bruce Springsteen's current album,
Great
The Rising.
Track.
Yeah, it's good.
Great. It's that feeling of it's melancholy and uplifting. We've had quite an interactive show so far because we've got a call that Superstars is coming back. It's due to come back in the BBC schedules, which is great news. Apparently, with Steve Redgrave is one of them. I just don't think professional footballers be allowed to take part these days, though. We're not on 50 grand a week. You can't really have them falling off bikes and their ankles, can you?
Ian McCaskill last night.
Yeah, Slippery Thick Glove, yeah.
Ian McCaskill.
Oh, he fell off his bike about 3 times, didn't he? Oh, did you see Slippery Thick Glove?
No, I haven't seen it.
There was a great moment where they had to go into a thing called a bod pod, and you sit in it, and it's quite space age, and it analyses you, and it tells you percentage body fat. Now, I think men are meant to be about sort of 15 to 25% body fat, women are meant to be like about 20 to 30 body fat. And they all went in there, and it went in there and it said, Ian McCaskill, and it came up, 34% body fat or whatever. Slightly overweight. I'm gonna come to the 38% overweight. Then it went, the other one, 45% body fat, obese. Then it went, Jono.
Did it say, I don't want to tell you?
Yeah. And then it went, 50% body fat, very obese. Then Rick Waller was sat in there, and it came up 60% body fat. And I wanted it to come up slug. But it came up morbid at 60, you're 60% fat.
So 60% of him is fat?
Yeah. 60% of his entire makeup.
That's extraordinary.
It is,
well, you know my feelings about Waller.
Well, let's go on to it.
But that's the reason I don't watch the show, actually.
I do feel a bit sorry for him. I think he is trying, although the fella there thinks he's not trying. So I don't know who to believe.
Sure. Yeah,
I don't know who to believe Waller, and he does get pains and that, and he is a bit...
The problem is, right, he does like his food.
Yeah, we all like our food.
But if he didn't do the exercise, he wouldn't be as hungry, and he might not get fat.
This is a whole new nutritional outlook.
Absolutely.
So you're saying, don't exercise and carry on eating, and that's interesting. Let me write that one down. I will send that to the British
Nutritional Organisation.
Yeah, no, that's good. Carl Pilkington. Okay, well, no, that's a good.
I'm no doctor or anything.
Whoa, come off it. Stop being so bloody modest.
Please.
You are a doctor. You're not a doctor, seriously. You didn't qualify. That's interesting.
You dropped out early, or?
That's mad. That is mad.
I mean, you're as good as doctor, you just didn't get the paperwork. You just didn't turn up for the exam.
He was just saying that Bruce Springsteen depressed him a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it reminds him of when he worked in the supermarket. And it's funny how the song can do that, take you right back there. He went, yeah, nothing else can do that. I said, well, actually, smell is the most evocative sense, because smell is linked to memory in the brain. And he went, yeah, they probably said that before music, though. And now all science going, we better revisit this, because there's music now. We've had this theory knocking around for, 10
I went to see Bruce, you'll be pleased to know. I just want the fans of the show to know that I did make it to Bruce Springsteen's concert last week. And he started with that song we just played, and it was dynamite. I mean, he never let up. Almost 3 hours, he rocked the joint. He's 53, he was sliding across, it was pure rock and roll. Pumping our fist, sliding across the floor on his knees, he was jumping on the piano. It was real Jerry Lee Lewis rock and roll. And it was dynamite. And I just was looking around though, and when I am the trendiest person at a gig,
oh dear,
then I'm in trouble. Do you know what I mean? And there was some of the people there, I imagine, on Amazon.com, it says like, people who bought X also bought Y.
Yeah.
And I think people who bought tickets for Bruce probably bought tickets for Mark Knopfler.
Yeah,
Dave Gilmour.
Yeah,
Pink Floyd, without Pink Floyd.
But
Stevie Nicks.
But there's also, all the Monsters Rock. They probably buy Stones when they visit,
Yeah,
and probably Tina
It's the
Turner.
blue wash jeans.
Yeah.
It's the small waistcoats.
Yeah,
over a denim shirt,
plaid shirt, maybe sort of like Timberlands. Nothing wrong with Timberlands. That's libelous.
Sure,
no,
sure.
See, I've done it again.
Yeah. But so it was hell getting out. I couldn't find. I mean, I went to the Tube and it was a nightmare because some of the tubes weren't running. I just said to my friend, "I'll sod this," stormed off, trying to find a cab. Couldn't find a cab. Wandering around Wembley, just livid. I mean, fuming because I couldn't find a cab. I was screaming because I was going, "I've got money. I'm on the radio. I've had a TV show. I've got the cash. I'm willing to spend it. There's no one who can help me get home." And I was.
I've seen him shout this in Brewer Street, just to stand in the middle. Go on.
And I was thinking to myself, what would you have done there? Because in the end, I just sat in a little cafe, had something to eat. But you, I mean, if you couldn't get a cab, what would you have done? Just because there's a couple of, there's a couple of hotels near Wembley. I was thinking you'd have just checked in.
Yeah, and just
stayed till the morning.
Yeah, when there's a cab, let me know.
I was thinking because you were thinking of going. Would you have booked a cab beforehand?
Yeah.
Would you have thought to do that?
Yeah, I'd have got a cab there, and I'd have booked a cab.
One of the helicopters just took you back home.
Yeah.
Oh, he's having a dig, isn't he?
He's having a laugh, isn't he?
Blimey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Play the ads.
Death in Vegas. Scorpio Rising.
Featuring the voice of, is it Noel Gallagher?
Liam, innit?
Is it Liam?
Sounded a bit like him.
Liam, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
excellent, yeah. Right, okay, let's get this show well and truly on the road. We better start, educating Ricky next, Carl? What have you got for me? I can't wait for learning. I need learning. I need education.
We should just explain, obviously, for those that have just tuned in, Carl, tries to teach Ricky 3 things each week.
Based on the pun title,
and yeah, each of them, just to tantalise Ricky, is, abbreviated into some kind of headline.
A cryptic clue involving a pun.
So what have you got for us this week?
They are really cryptic this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
First story, little headline, is, don't worry about him, he can handle it.
He can handle it?
Yeah.
Sounds a bit like he can handle it, but it's not. Brilliant.
Second one. I'm
Get a load of this.
It's a classic. So you can forget. Get a load of this.
Yeah. Coming soon.
And stocking 8 Waterman. Go on.
Second one. Yeah. I'm committed to this treatment.
I'm committed to this treatment.
Yeah.
All right, tantalising.
Yeah. And the last one, the police are causing a bit of a stare.
The way he looks when he says it. I wish we could see. Can't we get Carl on telly?
No. There's got to be a way.
We cannot. With all the cable channels, anyone can get on telly these days. Let's phone up. Let's get you on Choice or something. Just a little. Just Carl.
What are you going for?
Oh, he can handle it. I think.
Don't worry about him. He can handle it.
He can handle it. Okay, let's hear this one.
Right, are you familiar with the phrase "burning the candle at both ends"?
Yeah.
Do you know how it's come about?
I know a man who does.
I assumed that it was to get more light in the room.
How would that work?
Well, they'd put it sideways and light both wicks, so out of one candle they could get.
No.
Go on.
No. What it is.
It means you're doing too much, you're staying up too much, you're not getting enough sleep, and you're...
Well, years ago.
Yeah.
When they didn't have light bulbs and that.
Oh yeah, what year is this? Literally ages ago, specifically?
Yeah, quite a bit back.
Okay.
Didn't have light bulbs and that, so they used to have candles in
When did the light bulb come in? Because I can't remember at the moment.
I don't know.
Okay, go on.
So, yeah, so they've got a light bulb.
You wouldn't know. You're a doctor. You're not a historian. Go on.
And people who worked a lot of hours Yeah.
How many? Literally lots.
They get up early in the morning because they have to be up early. Yeah. And it's dark outside, so they light the candle.
Sure.
And they wear it out a bit. And then they'd be getting in late as well.
Yeah.
And like, they'd be like, oh, it's dark, I'll have to light the candle again. And they're burning candle at both ends of the day. So that's where the saying comes from, burning the candle at both ends. So...
Alright.
That's that lesson. Yeah. Lesson 1.
Can I have...
No, you can't have
You can't
one
rush
yet.
into them, Rick. You've got to...
I've got to soak
you've
in
got
that.
You've got to soak that one in. Any questions for Carl off the back of that?
So people would, I mean, basically where this comes from is people would...
They're literally burning the candle at the end of the day.
Sure.
There you go. So we've still got...
Go on.
I'm committed to this treatment. And
I can't wait. This is like Christmas
Rick, I
Eve
should
for me.
just say-
It's like Christmas. I've got to open another present now.
No, I'm afraid we've got to save it. But Rick, listen, we often get a lot of email correspondence during the show, Rick, which I don't sort of pass on to you because I mean you're busy, you're planning the show and stuff.
Sure,
You've got a lot of ideas, you've got music and stuff to worry about. So I check the emails, and we get a lot of response. A lot of people obviously want to give us feedback. Just a sample one from Richard Anderson. He's just emailed us in here, Rick, because he's been listening to the show. He says, Ricky, your show is appalling. Are you actually aware you're on the radio, or has someone just secretly stuck a microphone on you? That's from Richard Anderson. So that's typical of the kind of feedback, Rick, we're getting today. So
it's that good, is it?
So that's the kind of high positive praise that we're getting. So
I'm glad Anderson's listening because I wanted him. I was gunning for him as a fan.
I was worried that
early on in our career. So I think he's hooked now, though.
But thanks, Anders, for getting in touch. Good work.
He's sitting through it for Hellraiser, though, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's still to come.
Still to come. What we're playing?
A bit of old dirty I can't say the word. It's offensive. Old
Is it
ODB.
bollocks? Is it old dirty bollocks?
No.
What is it?
Old dirty.
Old dirty big cock. What is it?
I can't tell you.
Breaks up.
Brilliant.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Funny word, isn't it? It's a funny word.
What other funny words are there,
Although
Carl?
XFM's a funny word, I just say the letters out because the word doesn't make sense.
Just, let me just check Richard Anderson's email again, just to remind myself of...
Go on.
Ricky, your show is appalling. Richard Anderson, thanks. What I like about, Dickie Anders is that he's obviously so angry, he's so annoyed by the show, that he's bothered to email just to get the venom out. Because otherwise you'd just think you'd switch over.
Well,
he's obviously so annoyed, he's had to switch on the computer.
He knows how to hurt someone as well.
Exactly, he's really taken the time out to show his disapproval.
Of giving up.
I'll tell you what, though, it is pretty hard to listen to.
What, this?
Yeah.
I've listened back to the tape, that when you're making that thing for the best of.
Yeah.
And I sounded like Albert Tatlock. I really sounded like some sort of punch-drunk stroke victim. And oh, there you go. I was gonna say, I don't remember myself like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do apologise. It's not a great planned show, slick word of articulate sentence, is it? But I mean, then who is?
But I think there's so many shows that are, nowadays on radio. I think there's a lot of stuff that's heavily formatted, and there's with, I don't know, presenters who are professional and have got some sort of degree of talent.
Yeah.
And ability to sort of string a sentence together. I'm thinking Chris Models.
Yeah.
Predominantly.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm bored with those slick
exactly.
people, I think we need a little bit of Carl in our life.
I'm just thinking, actually, I've just suddenly struck me, if you want to get rid of your furniture...
Got a buyer.
You've already got a buyer. Because if there's any other stuff, we were clearing some stuff out of our place recently, and we just dumped some stuff outside on the street because we were going to take it and take it to the tip later. Just dump some stuff outside, and I have never seen so many people come out of the woodwork scavenging through our garbage. It was incredible. They were like zombies.
Well, that's what I was saying.
They were like flies around shit.
But when I said to Carl,
that's what you should just do. Just dump it outside because it'll get taken.
When he went, he said, "Do you think I asked enough, 100?" I went, "Yes, definitely." He went, "Oh, I could ask." I said, "No, don't do that." I said, "Because you'll end up having to pay the council to take it away." He said, "I wouldn't." He said, "I'd rather just dump it and that little homeless fella have it." And then he went, "Imagine the little homeless fella sitting at the desk."
Can you imagine, right? I walk past, he's sat outside Hearts, right? A little 24-hour shop. He's sat outside there and he goes, "Have you got any change?" And I go, "I can do better than that."
Yeah, here's a chair and tea.
Here's a futon.
Yeah.
A futon, no less. Not your boring bed, but a trendy... Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, amazing the number of people that would stop to look at our junk. What? There was a car driving by with a family and kids, perfectly respectable, just driving past, you know, on their way to somewhere, stopped, got out, got the kids out of the car. Come on, kids, let's just look through this junk. But I like the idea.
You said we were going to Alton Towers, Dad.
No, sorry, no time. We're not going to the zoo. Let's look through this rubbish.
We're not going looking through this rubbish
Put
again,
these
are
gloves
we?
on. Look through this shit.
Ow! That's a needle.
That's a needle. It was. I mean, who does that? It was like a Saturday afternoon. Kids were just going to go and look through some rubbish. And one guy, this is the most incredible one. One guy, I caught him going through the bins as I came in. I said, "All right, what are you doing?" He was one of those homeless guys who likes to remain dignified.
Why did you say, what are you doing?
Well, because it was my house. I had to go past. I had to squeeze past him.
He wasn't in your kitchen.
He was in our front garden.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, going through rubbish. He torn the bags open. He was going through it. I said to him, "What are you up to?" He went, "Oh yeah, just looking at the stuff. Don't worry. I'll clean it all up afterwards. Just looking for a few odds and ends." Blah 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 blah. I said, "Oh well, you can take what you want. You know, it's all going away." Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks. Yeah. So he went off. Right, I didn't think anything of it. I was walking past the shops the following day. There's a little sort of kind of 7-Eleven. Right, I was walking past. I thought, "Oh, that's interesting. A Gil Scott Heron album for sale." And I looked. I thought, "Wait a minute. This is all our rubbish." And the guy had set up like a little car boot sale outside the 7-Eleven on the pavement. He'd taken our junk, he'd marked on prices. There's like an old RAC book from 1976 that had been lying in the house, a Yellow Pages, you know, and he'd marked up the
How much
prices.
is Yellow Pages?
Oh, Dad, you are.
What year was that
50p,
from?
I snapped it up. I thought that's a bargain. And it was incredible, the cheek of just selling our junk outside.
Enterprise, Carl. You did that. What did you used to do? You used to sell flowers.
I sold flowers. I sold fizzy drinks at school.
Did you?
Yeah.
What that you made?
It was Soda Stream, yeah. Made some,
Well, of course, when you were doing your Pilkies making music, your disco, you used to go into Mum's bedroom and find a pair of tights and a cigar.
Yeah, they'd be prizes.
Did your dad used to smoke cigars in tights, or no, which one of them? He's just gone.
Right. Let's.
Yeah, we're educating Ricky.
No. We're teasing that. Rockbusters.
Well, I think we should play a tune and come back with Rockbusters.
Oh, the show's fallen down, and we were going so well, and it's just the energy, isn't it? The first hour we got through.
I'm still in good spirits.
Is this still good, is it, this show?
I'm enjoying it, yeah.
Yeah? It's still good, is it?
Let me just check, because, just check what Richard Anderson thinks of it.
Good evening, Anakin.
Oh, he thinks it's appalling. The Dixter thinks it's appalling, so, we should play a tune, because he prefers the music.
Bit of Aqualung.
Oh.
Aqualung.
Rockbusters next.
I like that. That's great, isn't it? Aqualung. Good time's gonna come. Well, Carl, we've got loads of ideas. We've got emails coming left, right and centre. I think you've caused quite a stir. I think you've turned this show around, to be honest. I'm being, honestly. Yeah, no, you've done really well. You're actually acting a bit like a producer, isn't he? And, you're coming through in your own right. We've had a great suggestion.
We've had a great email here. Let me just check.
Carl.
Let me just check. This is from Jeff Dunn. He's a big fan of the show, and he's just had a genius idea. He's saying, "You're moving house, Carl. Why don't Ricky and I come round? We can do a live outside broadcast from your flat. We can observe from your kitchen those weirdos that live opposite. Yeah. We can maybe just wander around, just see the kind of place that you've got. You know, maybe check out your record collection, your clothes, what you got in the bathroom.
It'd be amazing.
Your futon.
It'd be like Louis Theroux, wouldn't it? We'd be Louis Theroux.
Come on, Carl, this is a dynamite idea.
Nah.
Why?
I don't want you coming around making a mess and that.
We won't make a mess.
Well, why can't we take our shoes off?
When have I ever made a mess in the studio?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
but do you know what I mean?
We're not going to make a mess. We're not going to have anything with us.
But what's in it for anyone?
Well, it's just a fascinating insight into you.
Yeah, but, right, when I see that little Chinese kid across the road who's prancing about in his underpants, that's in the evening, right? He's not going to be doing that on a Saturday, so you'll be disappointed there.
Sure.
That old woman...
But you could at least show us the room in which he dances.
Yeah, when you say little Chinese kid, he's a 35-year-old man, isn't he?
Yeah, well...
yeah, you don't...
But anyway, that's beside the point, you know, we'll find our own amusement.
No, I don't. And the woman downstairs has got a baby, and if we make loads of noise and that gets stressed out...
We're not going to make noise, we're just going to have a conversation in your flat. Have a cup of tea.
Yeah, but if we're doing OB, we need to get, like, a car outside with a big aerial on it, and the parking's bad round our way.
What do you mean you have to do what do you mean?
To do an outside broadcast.
Can't they put in an ISDN line just for the day?
No, because I'll make a mess of the wall, and I won't get my deposit back. So we'll leave that. Thanks for the idea.
You know he's going around painting all the little holes, to get his deposit back in the wall. He wants to get his deposit back. It's probably cost him about 400 quid redecorating.
Let's remind people, Carl, of the prizes for Rockbusters this week. It's dynamite stuff. We've got the David Attenborough DVD Nature Collection. We've we've got a number of CDs, the best of David Bowie. We've got a Madness CD, not quite sure whether that's songs from the musical or their original tunes. Country Legends, 2 CDs there of great country music, and the remix to XFM compilation. Plus, of course, the big movie prize this week. Hellraiser! If you haven't seen it already, then I assume you have never seen a film before. Because I don't know if there's anyone who hasn't seen Hellraiser. But obviously you have to be above 18 to join, to play the competition.
Come on in.
So,
How long would you want to be around for? Is this just for the...
Just for the show. A couple of hours.
2 hours. Did you get the desk in there? A live OB.
We could check out the futon, we could sing its praises.
Check the fault in, right? Yeah. Oh, you might have sold that by now.
In fact, we could have someone come round and buy it live on air.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Think about it. Think about it.
It's great.
How did Graceland start? 'Cause that was his normal house, and then he took over. Right, anyway, Rockbusters.
Yeah, go on.
I give a cryptic clue.
Yeah.
And a letter, and it makes up a band.
He never said the word cryptic a few months ago. I love it. Do you know what I mean? I feel it's like our own little Eliza Doolittle.
Yes.
Right, even Richard will like this one. Here we go then. First one, there's 3 of them, and you email in.
If this doesn't turn Dickie round, nothing will.
This is an email-only competition.
Email only. Right, here's the first one. Initial is B, so it's a band starting with B.
Okay.
And the cryptic clue is, I don't like them birds, they shouldn't be allowed in this area.
I don't like them birds, they shouldn't be allowed in this area. Next one.
Right, the next one. He doesn't like women, yet he's got a couple of kids, that's a bit weird.
Is that a cryptic clue, or is that just a general point?
Is that it?
That's the cryptic clue.
Okay.
And the initials there are PD.
Okay.
And the last one,
I've got that one, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Okay, quickly.
Oh, God.
And the last one is, that bloke who does...
Come on!
It's making me laugh.
Come on, Carl, be professional.
Right, the last one. Right. I can't do it, it's making me laugh.
Oh, come on, I'll come and read it.
No, hang on,
come on, Carl.
Right, here we go.
They don't do this on Blockbusters on TV, do they?
No, come on.
That bloke who does sport on telly. He's got a little kid, right? Initials DC.
What? Is that?
I'm completely confused by that.
Was that the clue?
Yeah, that bloke who does sport on telly.
Yeah.
He's got a little kid. Initials DC.
Okay, is that a band? Or an artist?
It's well, I'm not going to tell you.
This is a well-known sandwich. Is it? What is it? Is it a band or an artist?
Right, so just quickly recap. That's,
okay.
It's a
come on, Carl.
Right,
come on.
Quick recap. The first one is B. I don't think them birds should be around in this area. Right, that's B, right? Second one, he doesn't like women, yet he's got a few kids. It's a bit weird. That's PD. And the final one, that bloke who does sport on the telly, he's got a little kid, right? DC.
Alright, and it's ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk if you want to enter for Hellraiser.
Oh, I'll tell you what, continue to do that little theme of like some old stuff people haven't heard of. If you're under 30, you probably never heard of this band. It's also a new thing I want to introduce. It's Show Up Camfield. Camfield talks the talk, he doesn't walk the walk, he doesn't play some rock classics on his show because he's scared. I'm going to play the tracks that Camfield's too scared to play. This is Kansas and Carry On Your Wayward Son, alright? Raw, Nirvana.
Amazing.
We're just talking, we're getting excited with that.
Yeah, you've got an incredible voice, yes.
And Grohl, drumming, it's brilliant. You know, you're right, the new one from Nirvana. Well, it's time for Educating Ricky Part 2, isn't it? I'm excited, Carl. I'm going to learn so much from this. What's the choices again? What's
you've got left.
Still keep phoning your answers to
email.
Email, sorry, yeah.
The answers to Rockbusters.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Educating Ricky Part 2.
Right. I'm committed to this treatment.
Yeah.
Is one.
Oh, I've got to go for that one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Or the other one is the police are causing a bit of a stir.
He still says it like it's the best thing he's ever come up with.
Yeah, it could be. Right, go on then. I'm committed to this treatment.
Right. Do you know the saying...
Is it just sayings now? Are they all sayings this week?
No, they're not. Okay. No, the other one isn't. Frog in your throat?
The saying, there's a frog in your throat?
Yeah. I assume it's when you croak a little bit. You sound like a frog.
No. Right. Might seem a bit weird, this one, right? But years ago...
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, what is that clue? Committed to this treatment?
It's about frogs. Kermitted.
Probably works better with a K and an ER written down.
Well, also, if you'd pronounced it committed,
yeah,
but not committed.
Committed to this treatment. Right, go on then.
That's genius.
So yeah.
Well, what?
You go to the doctors and you go with throat hurting a bit.
Right.
And what they did ages ago.
Ages ago? What year was this approximately?
We are going back quite a bit with this one.
Oh, okay. Go on.
And the doctor would say...
He did history. Imagine years ago. Go on.
And the doctor would say, right, keep your mouth open. I need to look at your tonsils. And the jaw would ache a bit because they weren't as quick back then because they didn't have the technology and stuff, and they'd have to like stare at it and study it and stuff. And like they get an achy jaw, right?
Keeping their mouth open.
Yeah, like you get, when you eat a Mars bar or whatever, it's a bit. So they'd sat there, and they used to always close their mouth, and it used to annoy the doctor.
Yeah.
Right? Sure. So what they did, they used to get a toad,
right,
and put it in the mouth.
Rubbish.
Okay, keep talking. Keep talking.
And that way they couldn't close the mouth because either they'd squash it,
right,
or apparently you're not allowed to lick a toad's back.
So the doctor would have them for breaking the law?
No, but it's poisonous, right, a toad's back. You should never lick a toad's back.
Or put it in your mouth, really.
Oh, just stop for a second.
Wait. What?
Can I just ask one question?
Go on,
Can I
yeah,
just ask one question?
I've got a few, but
no,
go on.
Sure. My initial thought is, it sounds like a brilliant bit of sort of medical knowledge there. It's a great idea. My thought is, how does the doctor see past the toad?
Yeah.
Your tonsils?
What's he actually looking at with the mouth open? Surely the toad is in the way.
Hopping around in the way?
It didn't say.
Sorry, and my first question is, was this on the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Carl, that is bollocks. That is... I mean...
Well, alright then. Let's turn this round. Where does the saying, you got a frog in your throat come from?
Probably because you sound a bit croaky. Probably that. Probably because you sound a little bit like a frog when you've got a sore throat.
Carl, did you not question it just for a moment when you read it? Just for a second, didn't you think that seems an odd approach? Firstly, why a frog of all the different
because
species?
It's poisonous. A toad.
So it's a toad as well?
Yeah, well, it worked. I'm committed. Worked.
No, my point is it's frog in the throat.
I was going to change it to, have you heard the news, Toad Day? But I went with the frog.
Oh, God!
Right, so
that's rubbish. So that's rubbish. Next, can I have,
Let's play a tune, let's come up with the last one. Can I just say... No, just play it.
Yeah?
Yo, Carl.
To thank my mate Dave, who sent me an incredible 4-disc compilation. That was one of the tunes on there.
It looks professional. It's amazing.
It's incredible.
The effort.
Oh, he's gone to too much effort. Ben Queller. It's a track called "In Other Words" from his album Shah Shah.
Open wide. Oh dear, that's interesting. What is it, Doctor? Look, you've actually got a frog in your throat. I didn't get there. I put it in there. That's the most ludicrous story I've ever heard, Carl. Why didn't you think when you read these things?
I think there's always going to be a bit of truth in all of these. I mean, that fella called up, didn't he, and said, I'm not sure about putting a frog in your throat if you've got, problems with your tonsils or whatever. But he said, years ago, if someone had toothache, they'd get hold of a frog and strap it to the face.
Yeah, sure.
So, maybe, down the line, maybe they did. Yeah. Maybe they didn't do it
I think Caligula made his emperor, a horse and emperor as well, but I mean... it doesn't... Go on.
Dick Anderson's been back in touch.
Excellent.
I think so he's obviously...
We've turned him round, well, he loves it now.
He's been tuning in.
He loves it now.
He says, Ricky, thanks for a really forgettable 2 hours of radio. I think I'll spend the time next week counting my feet. That's from Richard Anderson. So, we've turned him round.
Do you know where the phrase counting my feet comes from? Well, in the olden days, right, and I'm talking ages ago, when you really loved something, you used to, as a sign of respect, like, say, a radio show, you'd count your feet. And that's where that comes from, Carl.
Well, what about the frog thing with the poisonous back?
It's rubbish.
That's true. No, the toads have the secretions in there.
Why?
They didn't put it in people's mouths.
No, so well, I'll tell you why. When a badger or a heron tastes the toad, it's horrible. Ugh. The toad might die, but it's for the good of the species, because then think how many toads looking like that heron could eat in its lifetime. So the fact that one toad sacrificed all those other toads in that heron's manner will be safe.
Why? I mean, you know, we've talked about animals a lot on the show, right?
Yeah.
And when God made a toad...
Sure.
Right, okay, well, I'm going to stop you there, straight away.
Don't. Just let him carry on.
Right.
Okay.
Like, there's annoying things out there, you know, jellyfish is a big problem with me. I don't understand what they do in the sea and stuff.
Right.
Right, but we'll leave them.
God's
right?
a problem for me, but go on.
We won't talk about jellyfish.
No.
With the toad, right, if it's to protect itself...
Yeah.
Right, now
it's
say...
not to protect itself, it's to protect its species.
No, yeah, but that, surely, right, if the toad had a choice, if God said, right, what I'm going to do for you here, you can have something like a lobster's got claws, big claws to have a fight, or I can give you something that if someone's having a go at you, you've got to try and persuade them to lick you back as a defence.
Yeah.
What use is, right...
Oh, God's...
Well, I'll tell you why.
What is God
The
up
fact
to?
that there are still toads around is a testament to that defence working. That's all I'm going to say, okay? If the toad had died out, you'd have a point. But they're still around. It works, alright?
And don't start slagging God off. He's got a lot on his plate. Basically, I think he took on too much.
Particularly in 1 week.
Exactly, it was crazy.
Danger High Voltage, Electric 6, XFM 104.9, I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant. Carl's getting all flustered because I put elastic band around his head. And we've had a definition of,
well, hang on a sec,
in the throat.
because there's an update to that, Rick.
Go on.
We did just have, one definition here of a frog in the throat. Apparently this has come from some internet site, so who knows how convincing it is, but it says frog in the throat, meaning suffering from temporary hoarseness, needing to clear the throat. Origin from the Old English frogger, meaning hoarseness. That's from Chris. Now that sounds slightly suspect to me.
Why?
But frogger? I mean, it seems odd that it would derive from that when it so clearly appears to be you sound like a frog when you have a sore throat.
Yeah, but the word frog could come from Frogger, because it sounds like it's
wasn't Frogger a game you could play on the on the Spectrum? That's a great game. But listen, hang on, there's an update to that, because just to
common frog, of course, Rana temporara, that's the Latin name. Well, your toad is Buffo Buffo.
You may be trying to show off, but I think you're about to embarrass yourself as well, because you've been slagging off young Carl.
Yeah.
It says here, another email, it doesn't tell us who it's from. Although it's hard to believe now, at one time, medieval physicians believed that the secretions of a frog could cure a cough if they were coated on the throat of the patient. Yeah. That in itself sounds repulsive, but what makes the idea even worse is the application of the secretions. Instead of painting the treatment on, something which may also have seemed rational, a live frog was placed into the mouth of the sufferer, where it remained until the physician decided that the treatment was complete.
Right.
Apparently Shakespeare's son-in-law, that's a question mark, I don't know what that means. Anyway, it's no wonder that today a froggy or croaky attempt at speech is said to be a frog in your throat. So, you can see that what's happened there is Carl's misread, or been slightly misinformed about a medieval practice. In a sense, you're both winners, just for taking part. What's your final one, Carl?
Right, the final story is, the police are causing a bit of a stir.
I can't wait.
It's about this fella, I think it's in England somewhere.
Yeah.
Don't know when it happened, but,
literally ages ago, or?
Basically, well, I think it's when they were trying to crack down on, like, drunken people walking about in the street.
Oh, yeah.
And they found this fella.
Saturday, that way.
And, found this fella, and, all the local people were saying, oh, look at him wandering around, he's drunk and what have you. That's not right, get the police in. He got arrested and that, and they got him in the court. And, the judge was there, and he says, so, you know, what's all this? What's going on? What are you doing wandering about when you've had a drink? You know the rules. You shouldn't be doing that. You had a glazed expression on your face. Blah, blah, blah. What do you have to say for yourself? He only had a glass eye.
So he had 2 glass eyes?
No, he had 1. But that was... They were about to sort of lock him up.
Was he a bit pissed up as well?
Well, he was pretty livid.
But was he also drunk with a glass eye?
No, that's the weird thing. He wasn't even... He hadn't even had a drink.
So they just thought, because he had a weird stare?
Because his eyes were all glazed.
Yeah. Where'd you get this from? Why are you telling me this? No, but why are you telling me this? I mean, thank you, because it's, you know, killed a couple of minutes, but why is this educating me? What are you telling me here?
Because there's a bit of a thing there, a bit of a fable, that don't always judge a book by its cover. Yeah? So, the guy, he hadn't even had a drink. He'd probably just been shopping.
Yeah.
Walking down the street, and everyone's, like, getting involved. Like, what's he doing?
Hang on, I don't understand. He's walking down the street, happens to have a glass eye. He was doing nothing else to suggest he was drunk. You don't pick people up just because their eye looks like that.
But even if it happened, why are you telling me? with no particular detail. I love this, but then we're going to get
It's not enough information.
I know, yeah.
No, there's a bit of a lesson there, educating Ricky. Just just watch what you say. Don't always jump to conclusions.
The only education I can take from that is that if I ever do become a policeman, I shouldn't just arrest people because they look a bit drunk. I should just tap their eye with a pen and go. Oh, on you go, yeah.
Guys, can I just look at that? I'm just going to email Richard Anderson and tell him I agree.
Right, listen, we're running out of time and that. We've got the
where
answers.
did the phrase frog in the throat come from?
We've got it here. He's been told.
Well, there's three.
Can we play a tune and come back with that? Have we got anything lined up?
Yeah, we've got the song with a story in it.
Come on, Carl, let's do something. Quick, play a record.
Song with a story in it.
But never mind that, they're listening. We discussed this off air, come on. Play a record.
Right, it's Kinks. It's a song with a good story in it. You got to listen to the words.
Carl, what was that? That was your little song with a story.
That's another little feature that we do every Saturday.
So make sure you tune in.
It's a song that's got a good story in it. There's a lot of music about these
days.
What's
that story about then? What's that story
about?
about?
You don't know what they're going on about. Whereas that classic from the Kinks called Lola.
Yeah, what's it about?
I'd listened to it for the first time properly this morning.
Yeah.
And what I've worked out from it is, there's a fella who goes out for a normal Saturday night out. He's in Soho.
Yeah.
He's having a Coca-Cola or whatever. And he sees this woman, he can say, oh, she's alright.
Yeah.
Won't mind a bit of that. So he wanders over, and he sort of gets talking to her. He looks at her, and she's got a great figure, nice face and all that.
Lovely knob.
And she speaks, and he goes, oh, God. Got a bit of a bloke's voice.
Yeah.
Got a bit of a voice like a bloke. But he thought, that's her only down point.
Sure.
So he dances around with her, and I think he sits on his knee, I think he said.
Yeah.
Anyway, it turns out it's a fella.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
a sobering lesson.
Yeah.
What do you take from that?
Look, always sort of, if you think you might be talking to a bloke in drag, just look at his sort of Adam's apple. And he'll probably have a hairier arse than a woman.
Yeah, I think you've gone too far then, though. I think you're already getting too close.
It's a bit late to pull out.
No, pun intended, definitely.
There was a pun intended.
Oh, was it? Alright, was it?
Yes.
Alright, okay, we don't be disgusting then. Right, okay, right, the results of,
we ain't got a winner for the first time.
Yes, we have,
we've got loads of winners.
No, we haven't. We've done this feature for 3 weeks. This is the first time I've managed to sort of...
Well, let's go through them then.
What have they got wrong?
The first one.
The first one?
What was the clue?
Well,
hang on, let's do them in reverse order first. So what's the last one?
The last one, the clue was, that bloke does sport on the telly and he's got a little kid.
What's that?
That's Destiny's Child. Des, who does ITV Sport, has got a Chinese child, right? No, that's fine, they got that.
Destiny's Child. What's the middle one?
Right, the middle one. Right.
Child.
The second one was, he doesn't like women, yet he's got a couple of kids, that's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Right? That was PD, that was Puff Daddy.
That is offensive. Go on.
But it's not Puff Daddy, it's Puff Daddy. And he's not even called that anymore, he's called P. Diddy.
Well...
Okay, fair enough.
But they got that one.
Yeah.
And if I'm being tight, these lot are as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tight means something in Manchester. Go on.
Right. And the first one that they're having problems with, I don't think them birds should be allowed in this area.
They've got it. Boyzone.
It's not Boyzone.
What's the clue again?
I don't think them birds should be allowed in this area.
That is perfect. A Boyzone. No birds.
No women.
No women, yeah, birds, right? A Boyzone. Sorry, Carl. If that isn't the answer, their clue is better than yours. That is brilliant. What was yours? Boyzone, it works perfectly.
What's your answer then?
Bangles.
What? I have no idea what that means.
Like seagulls. So you don't want them in this area, so you're banning them. Bangles.
Oh! Well, give it to Boyzone, because Boyzone's better. Don't use birds in loudest area, it's a Boyzone.
I think we should have a rollover. Carl beat them. You have to use his logic, surely.
But theirs works. You can't do what am I thinking. No, that's not what I'm thinking. It works perfectly. I think you've got to give it to the ones that got the Boyzone.
Well, how about, right, because they didn't actually get into my head and my way of thinking,
heaven
right?
forbid.
How about we just keep back the David Attenborough, and they can have, I'll chuck in the Hellraiser, right?
Okay.
Nice of you.
And Blondie album and the Madness
Yeah,
one.
okay. Pick a winner at random.
Pick a winner, Steve.
I'm going to give it to Paul Sloman, who got those answers, and he also says, P.S. Carl, you're a moron. So, I'm giving that to Paul, and good luck to him.
Right, well.
He's got a crazy night tonight. If we can rush these over to him, he's got a cracking Saturday night.
Well, if I'm a moron, I might get your address wrong when I send them to you.
Oh,
coming right back at you, Paul.
Yes.
Right. John, play your song.
Carl's annoyed because they didn't get banned goals.
A song from song for the ladies. I think we seem to have missed this a lot of weeks, but this is I've been wanting to play this for ages.
It's not like us to forget things.
This is a band Frente who kind of came and went, and no one was particularly interested. But they did do this lovely acoustic version of the New Order tune, "Bizarre Love Triangle," and this just shows you how incredible the melodies and the words and everything are.
Brilliant.
New Order. Just play this.
Good night.
Songs for the ladies. Is this in the week?
Do you reckon Richard Anderson will be back next week?
Yeah, Richard Anderson will not miss this show.
Excellent.
Every time I think of you, I get a shot.
Proper rock band. Best band since Thin Lizzy. The Darkness.
Oh, big words.
Growing on Me. XFM 104.9.
A bit rash, I think.
R. Gervais. S. Merchant. K. Pilkington. With a little bit of I know for a fact that Steve is getting a little bit sick of Carl's attitude.
Oh, his attitude's appalling.
I quite like it though, because straight away friction, and he's sort of like, you know.
To be fair, I genuinely don't think I'm the culprit in this. I think I come in and I just ask him a simple request.
Yeah.
And immediately on my back. Whinging, moaning, whining. I mean, I don't know if there's any evidence.
Well, it's funny you say that actually, because in a survey, it came up this week, it's quite extensive. Mancunians take more sick days than anyone else. Mancunians take more sick days than workers in any other city in Britain and Ireland, according to a Manchester-based employment firm. Survey by Peninsula found that employees in Manchester take 11 sick days per year, whereas closest rivals Edinburgh and Dublin take an average of 9. Liverpool, Newcastle, Birmingham, Cardiff only 8.
Is Reading mentioned there? Or
no, it's not even in. It's not even in there. They don't take days off. London is only 7. So the point is, I mean, I don't even take anything from it, but if you're an employer and you had a Mancunian and a Liverpudlian and they were equal on everything else, but you really couldn't afford them to be away, Liverpudlian's going to probably be away for 8 days.
Sure.
The Manc's going to be away for 11, phoning in sick. And
so what can you? I mean, just analysing the data there. What would you extrapolate from that?
I really don't know. I mean, call in if you've got any clues, or email us in if you've got any. I don't know why I think maybe. I don't know. Mancunians.
I mean, I don't really know many people from Manchester.
Well, I only know one, but I know he was off sick because he put on wet trousers and he got
a cold, I think.
Yeah, well, he just said he was. Didn't come in for. He left early as well once.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, that's the survey. I don't know. I mean, it's evidence because it's statistics. So there you go.
It's guaranteed evidence that that's proof.
Any thoughts on that, Ricky.Gervais at xfm.co.uk?
I mean, oddly enough, you're from Manchester, Carl.
I am, yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
On what, sorry?
No, I was on the survey.
Oh, wasn't really listening.
Sure.
Well, Mancunians take off more sick days. They call in sick. I mean, presumably spuriously.
Yeah.
I mean, because they've got the same body. They're biologically the same, so...
so they're obviously making up their life.
Yeah, some of the days. Maybe the 3 extra they're making up.
Yeah, they're moaning.
Well, because we work a lot harder than the others, so we're tired, so you're sick, so you need time off. Probably.
Seems unlikely.
I mean, the Scousers, to be honest, take them on, let them work in your office.
I don't even know what to say, how poorly I played that. Like, that was the worst. Like, I'm playing like I was disc still. I was playing the freaking game as a Shadow Priest, and I needed to adjust to the Shadow Priest mindset instead of playing like a disc priest. And I was playing like I was disc still, and I'd be fine. They were green mobs. I'm like, oh, I'll be okay. It'll be fine. Oh, fuck, guys. I feel so stupid. Oh, my God. What a waste of... Don't delete it, Expert instead. No, we're deleting it. We're deleting it, baby. It's gone. It's not even worth. It's not even worth. It's such a way to waste of freaking time with these freaking guys. I don't know these mobs. I pulled extra mobs because I didn't clear the area out. I was just trying to kill the one. I was playing like I was on retail. I was playing like a freaking moron. I got careless with the priest because it was so easy all the way to 40. It was so easy. And then we switched to Shadow. We have a new rotation. We're not able to use all the same spells. It's a little bit different. And I'm uncomfortable. I'm off kilter. And then I'm doing the freaking... I'm just running around the Swamp of Sorrows like a moron. I pulled too much. Dumb. I didn't even know. I should have just cleared the area. I shouldn't have been like... I was like messing around. I cannot believe I died. I can't believe we got to 40 and died. What a waste of time. We spent a lot of time... I appreciate it. Killodules, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the sub. I feel like a complete freaking moron, dude. What a waste of freaking... Like, I'm not... I see Ellie. I see it. Did you have fun? Did I have fun? I did, up until we got to around 35, and then like the 35 to 40 was a struggle, and then 40 I was very uncomfortable just now. I was very uncomfortable. No, you're right, guys. You're right. It's not a waste. It's not a waste. I'm just mad at myself. I'm just mad at playing a character and feeling like I was so confident yesterday, dude. I was so confident. To avenge your entire family. I don't know if I can keep doing the family line, guys. I don't know if we can keep doing the family line. Your boy makes 2 levels better than his damn mom. I should have had some caffeine before I sat down today. I didn't drink any coffee today. I didn't drink any caffeine. I was like, not focused. Not focused at all. Learned about priests, they're awesome? Yeah, we did learn priests are pretty ridiculous. I don't even know what to say. I'm just so... How much gold does HD Deadpool get? 60 something, right? Yeah, 60 something gold. Roll Hunter? Or not roll? I don't know if I want to roll Hunter, guys. I don't know if I want to roll Hunter. I gotta think about what we want to run. I'm just annoyed. I should have gone out and gotten coffee. I should have gotten a 5-hour energy or something to pop before stream. I usually pop some caffeine before stream so I can have some energy, so I can be focused. It feels like it's just like I gave up. We're gonna have fun tomorrow night in Dead Mines? That's true. We have to do Dead Mines tomorrow. My priest man is 36 days played. Yeah, let's see our slash played. So we're at 2 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, 57 seconds. I feel so mad. Daka dies and I die in the same day. Like, what am I doing? I could have kept going. I just gotta play safe, smart. I was just like, let's get our mount, and then we'll get the mount. We'll be good to go. 2 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, 57 seconds. Dokken died? Yeah, Dokken died today too. He shaved his beard, he shaved his head, he shaved his eyebrows. He shaved everything. Key info, Jamin. Love your stream. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Feel like a jackass. I feel like the thing about it is, it's not just me. I feel like I don't want to prove it. I want to give people like interesting things to watch, and I feel like I keep getting to this level and then crapping it. You know what I mean? Like I keep getting to this level and then like it feels like I give up, and I'm not giving up. I want to keep going. I keep dying. Let's give Red Sonja some more stuff. His final buff. Oh, is it HC Dead? Deadpool. Is this what we're doing now? What was I, level 40? 2 days played. 2 days pallied. Have you seen Ryu Hardcore's D2 stream? I have not. So it's 67 gold. We can do this too if we really want to do it. Can't put non-empty bags. Oh, he's putting the bags are in the bags. Empty the bag. What? What's even in my bags that's causing it to... How is the bag of anything in it? Just let me get out of this life. Alright, we're at one more gold to send. Okay, let me read some of these things that I was ignoring. I'm sorry. This is fun to watch. Keep it up. Stream is getting strong. Do you have a tune already for do you have a tune for Dead Mines already? Yeah, I do. I have a 1300. I'm just leveling up 2 more levels to 15 for the thing tomorrow. I'll get on early to do that. We're gonna do something else today. I don't want to do the 100 for Noob Core tomorrow. I'll get it done before the Noob Core tomorrow though. What a waste of time, guys. Not a waste of time. It's not a waste of time, honestly. But like, I feel like I'm just so mad. There was so much potential there that we just missed. Okay, I want to do... How do you start this hardcore thing? Just go on Bloodsail Buccaneers or whatever server you're on. That guy's hardcore world record runs is pretty interesting, and to see how many times you get to go back over and over again. Discord has rules. Yeah, I'm late. The death clip. Death clip yet. I didn't do the death clip. Hold on, let me. I guess. Does someone have the death clip yet? Did anyone clip it? I guess I'll get it. I don't even have my stream opened up. I think if I did that again, I wouldn't respec Shadow. If I did that again, I would just go hardcore into disc, go down to power infusion. We'd be good to go. If I did this again, I wouldn't respec Shadow. I think Shadow, my kill speed went up, but my survivability dropped so fast, and how comfortable I was with the spec dropped so fast. It's just kick in the butt. So just follow the rules and stream it. That's it. Yeah, that's the only thing. The Discord has here's the hardcore Discord. Where is it? It's all here's the hardcore Discord. I have the Discord. Okay. So yeah, just join the server's hardcore guild, whichever server you're on, wherever you are, and then you just play. You follow the rules. You don't die. If you die, you delete your character. You don't trade. If you do go into a dungeon, it has to be with other hardcore players, and then you just record it, and you get the you can build the community. You send clips in and stuff if you die. Which one is it? John Woman? Stream elements. Let me go stream elements real quick to put this in for your boy. I'm so mad. I'm so mad at myself. Okay. Now it should work. Now anyone could just type Jaboy and it should work. I'm so mad. I can't believe it. So why a gnome warrior? They have escape artist. That's about it. I want to do a warrior and they have escape artist. Did you die? Yeah, I died. Myself. I shouldn't even respect. I should have just stayed discipline. I had discipline down easily. I switched to Shadow, and then I got cocky and was pulling crap. David Warlock, appreciate the follow. Just heard. I've never played Alliance, guys, so I don't even know what these quests are. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just really angry, and so I'm just going. I agree with the spec thing. Yeah, I feel like I was so excited for Shadow. I don't know. I probably, if I was just a good priest, if I understood priest, I probably would have been fine. But I don't like mind flay and all that stuff. Just stuck with the wand. Drogster seemed like dropped 6 slots for me at least. Okay. I'm really just, you know, I can't even take Tenacious D right now, which is insane because I freaking love Tenacious D. Just get me out of this my brain. I just need a new brain right now. Did this literally just happen? Yeah, we just died. It just happened. Not even an hour ago. 20 minutes. I still can't believe it either, man. I'm just so frustrated. How many times I've done this? How many more days am I to put in to try to get the? Dude, is that real? Drinky. Dude. Thank you, man. I don't even know how to. Oh my god. Dude, Ricky, I can't even. Dude, thank you so much, man. I feel like I guess I gotta take it positive. I gotta take it positive, dude. But, Pet the damn dog. Yo, Ellie, come here. She doesn't want to come here right now. And Trouble's in the back. Yo, Drinky, thank you so much, man. Holy. I can't even, like. Thank you, man. I'm so frustrated, but it's content, right? It's got to be good content. People are watching it. It's not a waste. I was so excited at getting above 40 and getting the next stuff. Thank you so much, man. That's insane. I didn't even know how to. Tricky is a hero among the hardcore streamers. Funding the dream. Oh, man. I wish I could fund the actual. I don't even know how to. My brain is. Dude. Man. Like, that's insane. Tell me what happened? I died. I died, Petch. I died. Your boy should work now. I got Shadow. I was 40. I was excited. We were going into it. And I just I scuffed it. I scuffed it. Oh, I just decided to pull too many mobs, and I thought like I'll be okay. And then it just, I don't know, man. I just pulled too many mobs. I wasn't expecting these mobs to have to fight them, and what am I doing here? I'm just killing wolf meat, not trogs. Dude. What's the hardcore guild on the alliance side? I just watched it. I don't even know if that was the full clip. I just kind of ran. I threw that clip. Like I just went back and clipped like a minute. Wait, just clipped it. Give them a hug? Yeah, I'll definitely give them a hug. I'll give my dogs a hug for sure in a bit. I don't know if this warrior's gonna do anything, but can I get an invite? Do I have guild invites on? System. Social. No, it's not on. G invite. Hardcore something? Sorry, I don't know. Is there a vendor here? General supply. Is there a weapon vendor? So weird. There's a weapon vendor in Mulgore. I don't know where anything is here. General supplies? Thank you. So the reason I want warrior is because of gnome, is because they have escape artist. Escape artist is really, really good. That's all. That's it. Inside. I wonder what weapons I can even use right now. Weaponsmith. What can you? I can use a short sword, one-handed club, a one-handed dagger. I can't use any two-handed. I can't use any two-handed weapons. I gotta get trained for two-handed weapons. Maybe we should start a dwarf. I don't really want to train 10 silver for a two-hander. Nah, we'll stick with the gnome for now. See what happens. Was that what am I doing? This is probably a new ability, battle chat or something. Was it trainer? Who do we just talk to? Hunter trainer. Warrior trainer. Yeah, battle shout. Alright. Okay, so we haven't done any alliance. This is the first time playing alliance. I think we've gotten to level 8 on an alliance rogue before. Because we got tired of the priest? I wish it was that, Trent. You in shadow. Yep. Got it, man. You should be playing rogue. You think I should play a rogue? straw poll. Can I do a straw poll for fun to you, I could play Shaman. If I go in Shaman again, I'd just freaking destroy. I feel like I'd be so freaking fast on the Shaman. I've also never played Alliance, so I kind of wanted to do that. I like the melee classes more than the casters, for sure. I don't know if I like this jumping around bullshit I'm doing right now. But I just like the ability, the fact that I have to sit there and, like, I can play with dodge, play with parry. I don't know. I hate casting and stuff. In Classic, at least. Feels... I liked Hunter. I liked the Priest when we were wanting more, I guess. My first experience on Alliance is on Hunter. I think it's okay. I think we're alright. We already have these. We need regular rock. We're fighting burly rock jaws. We need regular rock jaws. Where are those at? Took us 17 minutes to get to level 3. Oh, we didn't play for the first couple minutes. Alright. I gotta think about this. I just made the warrior just to blow off steam. I need an idea, guys. What do I play? Do I play another shaman? Do I play a rogue? Or I play a warrior? Paladin? Dude, the Paladin looks so boring, dude. The Paladin Dokken looks so boring to me. Just light hits all day? Dwarf rogue? Shamanism? Another shaman or a rogue? I feel like warriors are okay at leveling. I don't think people give them enough credit for how good they are. A totemic warrior? Don't want to do this. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be the first one to hit shaman level. Give into the dark side, roll a warlock. Maybe the first shaman does. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Hellboys, do you need Monka Shake? Oh, I'm so upset with myself in that, but it's alright. It's alright. Story goes on. What happened? Good luck on whatever you choose. What spec are you going? We're gonna go elemental to start, and we'll switch to enhanced, and we'll switch back to elemental at 40 probably. Even though I said I don't like casters. I don't know. Maybe I just like shamans. I don't know. Ribja boy, I was here? Yeah. $165. 165. Okay. Alright. I think we're good. That's about it. Let's go. You had to be kidding. Messed up. Yeah, it's just dumb. Just dumb, man. We just played really stupid. It's alright. It's alright. 42 health on these guys. So I know on the other side. Well, that was not of a good test. But how many? It's different. These quartz. Barlock. Okay. What? What is that? Scuffed? Frost Life scuffed. Do we take 4 of these to kill him? Well, you'll never know because we can't auto attack. I totally didn't see this one coming. You were rocking, yeah. The switch to shadow. I didn't understand the shadow rotation enough, and I just got careless in the sorrows. I was like, this place is easy. The mob density is really low. And then we went to the Drain Hyper area and we just died. Pulled too many mobs. What's happening? Oh, autolit's not on. Those little bastards ganged up on you, not fair. Nah, it's my fault. About the mob density there and not knowing about it. Really dumb. Just really dumb for me. guys. The Shaman's gonna do it. I don't care what everyone else says. I know I've been talking about how easy it was on the Priest. How simple it was and good. And the Priest was godly and will never die on the Priest. Oh my god, it's so simple, it's so easy. I don't want the War Stomp. It's so garbaggio. Sorry, thank you for the buff. I think War Stomp's a freaking garbage ability. That's not garbage. It's really good, but also I don't like it. We got enough money. We got enough money. Let's sell. Not fair. The weapon vendor here. Is he in the back? The one in Mulgore is so easy to get to. Oh, what am I doing? My brain is so stuck right now, guys. He fell in love with the power of melting face and eventually got melted himself. So I have some plans for ideas on Jamin the Second. I'm playing really dumb right now, and I'm not doing very well. But I think we'll fly through levels here. I don't know how far we'll get, but we need to get up to like a silver something up. So we're gonna go do these quests. Next time we come back, we'll kill, make money. I'm so sad right now. Hopefully these early levels we can get through it easy. Don't worry about it. Takes 3 kills to kill a boar still. That's good to know. As opposed to 4. It takes 3 kills for a Plain Strider in Mulgore. So it's 3 lightning bolts for a level 1 boar here too. It's 3 lightning bolts for a Plain Strider, 3 lightning bolts for a level 1 boar. It's 4 lightning bolts for a level 1 Plain Strider. It'll be 4 here as well. So that's 3. Yeah. That Shaman, it's okay. When did it happen? Just now? Yeah, it just happened like less than an hour ago. Yeah. I was getting complacent. I got easy. I got slow. It was dumb. It was my fault. I was getting really frustrated on that. Oh my god, dude. What am I doing? My brain is not active. I've already talked to the Shaman trainer. Why would I? You take a break? I mean, we're doing Noob Core tomorrow. That'll be the break. The break will be Noob Core tomorrow. So Noob Core tomorrow will be really fun. I'm excited for that. And then that'll be good. That'll be a good break for me. So at that point, that's when I'll do it. Yeah, 45 copper. So I need a silver. So after we do these 2 quests, when we come back, level 4, we need a Earth Shock and we need our staff. What did I miss? Wiggly 55, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. We just died, Northern Nature. We just died. I changed the music up because I just need my brain to reset. So we're listening to some trance right now. you unlock portraits? What do you mean? Oh, right click on the portrait, right click on the target frame, and say full frame, unlock frame. You man, bro, keep it up. I'm annoyed at myself. I'm annoyed at myself for dying, but at the same time. That clip is soul crushing. I haven't even watched it. I honestly haven't watched it. I clipped it as quickly, and I didn't even check to see if it was clipped correctly or like what was included, if it was at the beginning or like context-wise, if it was good. I honestly, I'm so mad at myself for dying there. Nightmare fuel. I love the shaman, dude. I really do. I think the priest is a much better leveler if you stay disciplined. I'm thinking of going elemental for a bit and then going down the resto tree. I don't know. Not having, dude, Rock Fighter and not slapping these things faster is really annoying. Like the shot, I think we'd already had the two-hander by now on the arm. Like a new movie, The Horror. There's 3 mobs to pull from the original pull, and I just assumed it'd be okay because it's been so tanked for so long. So I was like, I'll be fine. And then I pulled an extra mob, and I was like, oh, okay, well, all right. Like I just kind of like was not. The muscles didn't know what to do. Basically, my fingers didn't know what to do. I was like, I had to think about each ability, and I had to think about each mob. I had to think about like what I had to do for each mob, and like I knew that I was messing up constantly, and then I ended up dying, and I was like, well, there you go. That's how it goes. Freaking idiot. Like on the shaman, I'm like, oh, I know what ability I should press in this situation. I know what ability I should be pressing in this situation, so I know what abilities are good. When I switched to shadow, I was like, I don't know what abilities I should be pressing right now. Should I be shadow retaining all these targets? Should I be fearing them? How much mana do I have? Does enough shadow? Can I put that many shadow repains out? If I shadow repain all these targets, is that gonna run me out of mana? Will I have enough mana to bubble and heal myself if I need to? Like, I don't know. Those are all questions I don't know the answer to, and I just kept pulling more mobs because I was, fearing them, and they ran into friends. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh crap! I don't know the answers to what I'm supposed to be doing in these moments. Should I be following? Should I be running? Am I able to sustain this mob? That's it. Am I able to kill these mobs? I was like, oh, if I just get 1 kill, I'll get a spirit tap and I'll be good. So I kept trying to get that 1 kill, and then I kept tapping to the wrong target, and I messed up a little bit. And I was like, oh, this is going bad fast, and like it's just not good. Get Sarkoth. There he is. I think it was just really being unfamiliar with the class. I feel on every class I play other than Shaman, being so unfamiliar with once I start getting up there. Like the Priest was like, oh, this is easy. I can do this for all day if I was disciplined. Yeah, it's just mostly it's going from, so like they did a study a long time ago. Not studies a long time ago, but they do it a lot of time. They do studies on brain patterns, like where your brain, like the creative side of your brain or like the habitual side of your brain and the memory side of your brain. What they did is they had like a StarCraft player play a game of StarCraft against a player who was new. And they scan the brain of the StarCraft player, and they scan the brain at this as they're playing. They have them hooked up, and they're scanning them and checking their brain, checking what parts of their brain are they lighting up. So the person who's new to StarCraft, his brain's lighting up all over the place. Freaking boom. It's just going nuts, right? They're trying to figure stuff out, they're making decisions, they're questions. The person who plays StarCraft all the time, the professional, very one specific part of his brain is lighting up. And it's not the creative side of his brain, it's the habitual side of his brain. It's this thing that he's got locked down and he knows exactly what's going on. And like he never messes up. So he wins, not because he's like planning or making a strategy. Thank you so much, Nature. This is no longer the time for Ja. And then the text to speech was like, am I really gonna say this? Am I really gonna have to say this? And I was like, all right, boys. Dude, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Let me go back here and turn this on. Are we done with Cactus Apples? We need 2 more Worker Tails, and we need Vile Familiars, but we'll do Vile Familiars in a second. We should be able to get Earthshock now, right? We're level 3 or 4? We're level 3. 4 is Earthshock. So once we get the 2-hander plus Earthshock, I'll be happy. Because then we can just slap people. Alright, he's giving us the quest to go back here. Go this way. Gain 2-handed enhancements time? Yeah, I'm gonna go 2-handed. I'm not gonna be a one-hander. But I'm also thinking about going elemental. I'm gonna go 2-handed with elemental probably for the first couple levels, and then we'll work on the 2-hander. I don't know. Maybe I'll even respec early, guys. I don't know. I'm definitely rolling a 2-hander at the moment. I'm not sure exactly what we're gonna buy or where and all that. Get this off. That off. Better. There was also studying how quick people can react when something bad happens and people need to react and make a choice real quick. Thought it was like 10% of people with brain react quickly, analyze and make a choice. Yeah. We got Earthshock. We finally got Earthshock. Feels like it took 5 years to get Earthshock that time. Shaman new tune? Yeah. Make a new tune, Shaman. Go full resto. Take ages to kill things, but you won't die. Shaman. We got our thighs out, boys. Boys, death starts me as low mana, but I put my life on the moment earlier. Javoid is staying true to the never heal gang. The thing is, you can't heal though. You can't cast heals. You're not allowed to cast heals when you're shot. When you're under a shadow. I have to get out of shadow form. I didn't want to drop the 500 mana to get out of shadow form. We have to get back into shadow form. It's 500 mana. So it's also 50% damage reduction. So I didn't want to lose 15% damage reduction to switch into a stance. But I probably should have just bubbled and renewed and ran. Fold him. Exactly. I didn't know. I didn't have any idea. There we go. I'm feeling good now. This feels good. Smack him and smack him. I was like, I'm not gonna cast Earthshock. He's working. Oh my god. Killing mobs. Back to the grindstone. Feels awful. I wonder if the Tauren kills things in one less hit. You know, having like I have to swing an extra time here. I wonder if the Tauren would kill these guys in that time. Should have stayed in shadow, or else you would die faster anyway. At the end of your visit, whatever, you can't go back now. Play as I like you're playing Shaman more now. Shaman Reborn, run around in a loincloth to beat the rage pen up on Honor Priest. Dude, I do love being melee though. I do love the swing timer and like playing with my mana per 5, I guess, a little bit. I just thought you'd make it a original Jaboy rip, but I thought you'd make it on Jaboy, rest in peace, but happy you're making a new Shaman. Yeah. And I was gonna try a warrior and stuff, and I was like, man, I've been playing my level 20 something warrior right now, and it feels fine. Like it feels fine. Like I don't really care, but it feels the same way it did on my Shadow Priest just now. And then I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I have to remake those new brain connections to understand my character a little bit better. I was like, man, I just get on the Shaman and just crush people. Because if I die on this one, it's just because I misplayed, not because I didn't know what I was doing. This is going really slow, by the way. I'm going really slow at the moment. I love berserking, by the way. It's one of my favorite abilities ever. Need 2 of these. Need some Fellstalker hooves. Of course. What else would you do? That's it? Nice, we got 2. Alright. We need 6 more of these vile familiars. So level 3 one, I'm gonna need 2 lightning bolts and an air shot. Oh, still even need more damage than that. Oh, I don't have Rock Biter on. God damn it. Gonna be 2 lightning bolts and an earth shock. And an auto attack? This is gonna kill him? Oh, it's a level 4, so we need another one. Alright. Dodged. Probably do 3 lightning bolts and an earth shock on this guy to get 1 weapon swing in. It's a level 3, so we need 2 lightning bolts and an earth shock and a weapon swing. Manuel's playing the troll. Every character I saw was a troll. Yeah, I do. I really do. I like they're the best class. I think they're the best race in the game. I just like their animations. I like everything about them. Guy's asleep again? Yeah, he's asleep again. We can wake him up. Nice. This guy's level 4, so we need 3 lightning bolts. 1, 2. See if we can get any one of these guys asleep over here. What do you think about hunters? They're very strong. Hunters are very strong. I think they're one of the best classes to do this with. I felt like I played a hunter, and I just said that I didn't feel very comfortable on the shaman, right? It's 3 copper we can throw out. I didn't feel comfortable on the priest, right? I felt like on a hunter immediately I felt like I was strong. The only thing I didn't feel good on the hunter is I didn't understand the pet mechanics. I don't know what to level. Like, I don't understand how you have to train mobs in order to gain new abilities. There's specific mobs you like, oh, you need claw rank 3 and, you know, whatever rank 2. You have to, you know, tame new pets in order to learn those abilities. I still don't understand that stuff. No se ve nada, la transmisión, no veo la transmisión. I don't know what that means. I don't understand Spanish or Portuguese or whatever that is. I'm assuming it's Spanish. Why is there an undead here? No más pantalones, güey. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? That's the only thing I know. Yo soy shaman. He's got to fall asleep. What luck. What particular luck. Good job. Good job, Peon. Back to work. Alright, here we go.
Hey there. Just passing through.
Did we get it? I got it, right? The Burning Blade Medallion, Call of Earth complete. Yeah. What are you working on now? Shaman? We're playing a shaman here. Iron Big Feet. I feel like the shaman, I mean, hey, that's our class, that's our calling, that's on me, right? I know I said that it was way easier to play a priest, and it was way simpler, but honestly, frickin' love shaman, man, so we're gonna go with it. Part of you is happy you don't have to play a priest anymore. I can't deny it, Petch. I can't deny it that I was not enjoying the priest as much as other classes. I was getting like frustrated with how long it took to kill things, mana pool, It might end up being the exact same though. It might end up being the same on every character because as soon as we get to 40, it's going to be the same type of thing. Listen, 60 something gold. What was it? 70 gold off to HC Deadpool. I need to sprint to get my money back before everybody else. How do I see the clip of Jaboy? It's exclamation mark Jaboy. Have you back to your roots? Maybe. We'll see. I mean, I might get frustrated here, but I don't know. I feel good. I feel good on this right now. Playing Alliance is like a whole new game. You should give it a go. Yeah, I tried the Alliance Warrior for a second, and I think I was just not in a good mindset for it. I might try it. We might do it. I don't have any bag space for it, do I? Oh, I did have bag space for it. Where is it? There it is. Dang man, feels bad. I died on my priest in that area a few times. Yeah, I just feel dumb for killing that many mobs. Because I was in the Swamp of Sorrows. You know what I didn't do is respect the new zone. Right? Like it was a zone I'd never been in. It's a zone I've never been in, right? I didn't respect it. Yo man, Black TV, what is up, man? Raiding with a channel 17, the raid after the death. That's something you don't see. You don't see the raid. It's usually the raid before the death. It's not the raid after the death. Dude, thank you so much, man, for the raid. Hope everyone's here. What's up, everybody? I had a priest. I just died on him. Yeah. Yeah. It's exclamation mark Jaboy. We died on the priest. We got to 40. We switched to Shadow. We died. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I appreciate it. We went back to Shaman. I'm feeling good. Shaman's so fun. Priest is fun, except we died. So that sucks. Put our clothes on. I wonder where the weapon vendor is here. Is there a weapon vendor in Senjin, or is it a weapon vendor in Razor Hill for the staff? For the next staff we get the Column we get the Column Stir 10. We're gonna get that for sure. But before that, we get the new Troll Warrior. You really need enjoying it. I think it's Razor Hill. The staff. There's a staff vendor in Razor Hill at least for the bow staff. I think it's called, or something like that. Like 2 copper for these. Okay, well, I mean, we're gonna go both places before we really quest, right? Because Razor Hill has the 4 bag slot, so we need that. What kind of playlist you listen to? Man, trance music is good. Love it. It's just trance. It's just Spotify. It's just a Spotify trance music playlist. Let's see what's going on. It's literally just trance top 1000, the best of trance on Spotify. I just needed to change the music because I always felt like I was listening constantly to like classic rock and like, you know, Ozzy and Metallica and stuff, which is all great. I just felt like my brain needed to be reset. I needed something new. God, the shaman slaps though, guys. Like, that's ridiculous. Priest died? Yeah. Priest died. Ja boy. Anything below 5 copper we got. Why do you like to Shammy instead of Warrior? I love to play Shammy, but I really think you'd like Warrior. I played Warrior for a little bit. I just got annoyed as soon as I started like looking for things in the Alliance area. I got really annoyed. I think I'd like. I have a Warrior that's level 20 something on my an alt, and he's fun, but I'm finding the same problems I have. I don't know the trap. I don't really. It was just. It felt. I think I just like shamans. I understand them. The warriors, like, I felt the same things I do on the shaman or the priest just now. I was like, man, I really fighting mobs, and I'm like, what do I do in this situation? There's very few situations on the shaman where I get into a situation and I think, like, what do I need to do? It's usually like, okay, I know what I have to do, and whether or not can I actually do that. The shaman, I feel like I know what I'm doing. Every other class, I feel like, oh man, what do I do now? Like, what do I do? I pulled 3-4 mobs. What do? Do I run? Am I able to do this? Shaman, I feel like I am able to gauge that pretty well. I really do want to make it to 60. Freaking annoyed that I have to restart all this again. But. Click them faster as if it help. Copper, goodbye. One copper, goodbye. Copper, goodbye. I made such a clean game from where are you? I makes the game more fun, I swear. Try to smoke before I jump back on. Do you die, Dion? Are you on still? Or did you die? So anyone who's damn it. There's for everyone who's coming in right now, hasn't seen the clip yet. That's the boy. Mad about it. One copper on these. Everyone's dying today. Stop, dude. Yeah. Everyone's dying. Don't. I hope Red Sonja and Kate get up there, man. Mortalos, don't you die on me. Keep going. Get that money. Oh my god. I need to vendor stuff first. I hate this. That's one of my least favorite parts about the game. Like, can I just vendor it to a quest giver? Can the quest giver just buy all the grays, please? It's kind of cool. It gives you mana, a minor mana potion. I didn't realize that. We're level 6. We need 5 silver, so. So who's Jamin T in the family tree? He's I don't know. He's a clone. He's a clone, boys. Bakosa. Oh my god, where's Priest? Dude, this is the worst part. This is the worst part of dying. Maybe it's the best part. Maybe it's the best part. Is realizing how many people actually cared. You know? Maybe that's pretty cool, I guess. Seeing all these people come in like, wait. Wait. People that normally just come in and don't type, I guess? I don't know. Jama's little bastard son, he's a clone. He's a scientific clone, guys. Jamin 2. He's been genetically engineered to be better, faster, stronger. And he's off on the road to prove himself better than his clone source. Jamin the second makes sense. You're gonna run out of names. We'll never run out of names. I'm creative enough to come up with a name, guys. Jamin 2 is pretty damn bad. I was just gonna start using Roman numerals so I don't have to keep remembering them all. Roman numerals go pretty high? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? It's Jamin the second. I love it. Yeah, he's a clone, guys. He's a genetic clone. Trolls are, you know, when you cut off a part of your body as a troll, it grows back, you know? So this is just a part of what. So Jamin cut off a part of his body, left him in Doja. It finally grew to age, and is now, you know, exploring the world. But what part of his body did he cut off? What is the source of Jamin 2? Everyone knows that's how trolls reproduce, right? What part could he have cut off? You know, when you cut off a part of your body, it grows back a little bit bigger. So, maybe a little bit stronger. The tusk. The tusk. Don't believe it? Pinky finger. There's a weapon merchant here. Do they sell the staff? It's a 5 silver staff if they do. They do, the walking stick. There it is. Nice. That was easy. We made a ton of money off of all these quests. Alright, we're about to slap some people. Pinky, the moment I find out what body part I'm making a thing, do I have to actually come up with a body part? Because I was gonna leave it up in the air to make them for the memes. For the innuendo. That's the reason I left it vague and didn't say what body part. Jamin got the big stick now. Let's get some boars. We need boars and we need scorpions to get our food cooking up. I don't even know. Am I gonna do herbalism alchemy again? Oh, we should probably do herb alchemy for the free action potion. Let's get urban alchemy here. I feel like troll ears are on a lot of quests. They're a delicacy. Yeah, would it be ears? I never said it had to be now, LMAO. Well, no wonder Jamin died without... He was running around without ears? You gonna go two-hander this time around? Yeah, we're gonna go two-handers this time. We're gonna try two-handed shaman out. And we need our find herbs. Okay. Back to it. Did you level 200 originally? No, we didn't. Oh yeah, originally with Jamin, yeah, I did. With the original Jamin, I definitely did. Not in hardcore, but in regular, I did 200. But after doing that tournament, I really think the 200 weapon is worth it. Inner levels 200 slap, yeah, and rock biter is really good too. I think 200 slap always, but you just have to find your weapon, right? You have to find your upgrade. Did you die on that priest? Yeah, we died on the priest. Are you gonna defend the Shaman title next hardcore tourney? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna do. I think we'll do a Taran Shaman for that again. Yeah, it's exclamation mark Jaboy, JAHBOI to see the clip. It's JHA. Sorry, did I say AH? Sorry. Oh, it's not what I meant to kill. Why did I... I need to get Earth Root, by the way. Earth Root's all I need. I don't need anything else. Earth Root and Gold Thorn are the two big ones we need constantly, right? Failing to pick Peace Bloom. What fun. So we're trying to get chunks of boar meat, and we need scorpid. We're trying to get scorpid tails as well, so we want to level cooking up real quick. And that's the easiest way. Get 30. I think it's 30 boar meat, and then we get some scorpion tails, and we're good to go on cooking. So our Stone Skin Totem is really strong right now, so Stone Skin being super strong. Also, because we're not doing tailoring, we can use all our level up our first aid. First aid again on Jamin. We didn't have first aid on this boy because we just used all our cloth on that. We vendored it all and we didn't level first aid. Ah, shit. Sorry. mom dance. Freaking trance music, dude. It's good. It just keeps pumping, right? Never stop pumping. Dude, not picking a Peace Bloom is one of the most frustrating things I've ever done. Just having it say, failed to pick Peace Bloom. I'm like, no, you don't understand. You pick the Peace Bloom. It's a flower. You just grasp it by the roots and rip it out. You need to get rid of the dirt later, get rid of the dirt later. Just shove it in the bag. So we found out that taking, discipline works really well beyond, better than a shaman, getting to 40. And then we switched to Shadow and we learned that Shadow, not so great. I mean, it's probably great. It's probably really good. We're just bad. But we learned that for Jaboy, he gave into his instincts. He gave into his dark side and immediately failed. If he had just stick to the discipline and the slow, steady, plodding pace of the priest, he would have been good. But nope. He went for the Shadow. The earth root back there, we can't pick it up yet. We need a much higher herbalism to the earth root. There's the things we want. I mean, this is what I love. This is the part I love of the game right here. Just traveling and killing things and getting a whole level out of it. Oh my god. Oh yeah. I'm sure we've had a faster 1 to 10. I'm sure I think our Durotar, our Mulgore 1 to 10 was faster. But it's your boy, man. It's Jaman. Quests to turn into a lot of vendor stuff, and then we can do our cooking as well as shaman training. We still have 1 free bag slot, so we should be okay. Wait, what? Did the priest die? Yep. Yes, it did. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, it did. We got our hand. Is my title still priest? I'm so sorry that was rough. Yeah, dude. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating to go that far and then die. It felt like a misplay. It felt like I'm a worse player. It made me feel like I'm a worse player than I feel like I'm a better player than that, and I died in a really dumb way. So that's why it's so frustrating. Not that I couldn't. Not that I knew that it was coming or like anything. I feel like I'm a better player than what that clip showcases. Are you going enhancement? I think we're gonna go elemental for the first couple levels. We might respec at some point, but we're gonna try elemental out. We're still gonna use melee attacks, but around level like 20 or so, we'll probably try to respec to enhancement. But for the first like 10, I think for the first 20 levels we'll do elemental. Because we don't really get anything. Enhancement doesn't really do anything for the first 10 levels that you get talent points. Enhancement's like improve shield specialization, improve Ghost Wolf, improve Totem. It's like 0 damage increases. So I think like level 20 we'll switch to enhancement, but for now we'll do elemental. Once we hit 10 actually, if we ever hit 10. Is there a cooking trainer over here? There it is. Trade some points. Bow your. The cooking guy's in Orgrimmar, I'm pretty sure, right? We can't learn cooking here. We can learn the degree here, but we can't learn how to actually be a cook. Yeah. All right, let's go to the shaman trainer. We've already forgotten where the shaman trainer is. There he is. Ways the spirits. Healing wave. Wait, we're not level. We're level 7. What abilities? We didn't learn any new abilities. Lady Shield's rank 8. I didn't know that. Okay. All right, whatever. So we're gonna go east here and kill Mikura Rubers, and we're gonna go fight our way down to the Kulturas Sailors. Actually, we're gonna do the Kulturas Sailors. Did we set our Hearthstone here? That you experience strong frustration proves the point that hardcore characters have meaning. That's true, Helio. I care, right? It's not like a. It's not like just like a thing I'm doing. I actually do care. Like, I'm trying to get to 60. And frustration, you know, is a thing. It's a marathon. Been doing it for months now, right? We've been doing it since like February, beginning of February-ish. Maybe end of January? Kinda crazy. I once saw an unlimited line of level 1 Alliance coming to that town's graveyard being slaughtered by 4 level 1 Horde repeatedly. I saw that the other day. Last time we were here. Was it on Jaboy? When we were here on Jaboy, was that what we saw? I feel like that's what happened on Jaboy. We were in the graveyard and there was a night elf female just getting murdered over and over again. She kept rezzing and then getting murdered. It was really weird. And she had like a whole cooking thing that she herself used the spirit res and res immediately. This was the last time we were here. I'll get a bag soon. It really sucks we haven't got a bag. Our way over to Silverleaf. Two resist the Earthshock, wow. What's up? terrible day, dude. I don't know why we all seem to die on the same days too. Why does Dakin die and then I die and then like you know last time Jamin died, he died on the same day Cargos died, and then I don't know. Did he die on that woman's death? I don't know. I remember when Jamin died at the same time. It was like they're grouping together. Maybe it's just Jamin's bodies. The real question is, why isn't 10 Strike Hardcore died yet? To reset it and kill him. I know, did the priest die? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Unfortunately, the priest died. Jumping back on a shaman. That's the death clip there. We got to 40, we shadow specced, and then we just scuffed it. We just scuffed ourselves all over it. We just giant skid mark down Swamp of Sorrows, man. I was so excited to get my mount. I wasn't even thinking about dying. It was like, alright, next I'm getting the mount. I'm getting the mount next. The mounts is the next thing I get. It wasn't even like, dying wasn't even on the agenda, right? Dying wasn't part of the plan. It was just like a known non-factor, right? We're not dying. That's the plan. The plan is to not die. There was no like, okay, let's make sure we don't die. It was like, no, we're not going to die. So there was no planning to make sure we didn't. Fear attack, but yeah, well, I used fear, right? I kept using fear on cooldown because we got the new ability. We got the new, you know, the new talent that makes my fear have a lower cooldown. So I was like, oh, I should use it on cooldown as often as I can, so I can utilize my new talent. And then, oh my god, look at all these mobs attacking me now. Very interesting. Gold Road, that's awesome. Resisting, are you kidding me? I can resist my Earth Shock every time. We can also go, we can also look into going down the Resto tree as well. Right? And some mana totems reduction and healing cost reduction. 55 copper. Copper one. I wish I had any bags. Get rid of the barrel. Kill my totem. So here's why I love berserking, by the way. So I got down below. Wow, your priest actually died. Well, glad to see you're back. I wish Cargos would come more. His in-game music stream really helped with my anxiety. I find leveling content really calming. Nice, Nick. I hope I can help a little bit. I don't know if I'm as calm as Cargos is. And my music changes up quite a bit. But yeah, we're always streaming. Very nice. I gotta do more Nick Robot. Thanks for the follow, man. So we didn't need it, but like So like War Stop helps in situations to like get you another heal to give you more time in the fight, right? I can't be help you. I'm sorry. Okay, hardcore. Solo only. That's a hardcore character. Vivmar! Vivmar, no! I can't believe this. Walk in on a hardcore player. Wow. Vivmar hardcore. It's just not the blessed day. That guy tried to let us die. Priest right there was like, and he gets the heal after we live. He's like, oh, he's gonna live. Just kidding. I was gonna help you the whole time. Joe, blessings upon his spirit, Mon. So our collective intelligence went up because of the learning experience the priest went through. Long Beach. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's right. That's right. Everything in your brain that's happening right now? That's right. Two more canvas scraps. That's what we need. Don't kill my totem. We're below 60% HP, so now we can use our Zerking for full effect. 60% is the lowest you need to be, I think. I gotta make sure I look that up and make sure that's right. Going off that, I've been playing with that intention that 30%. Or 40% less health than max equals utilization of berserking. So 60% health is max speed that you can get. I think that's right. But I'm not positive on that. I could be wrong. But I've been doing that for months, so, you know. Whenever I go to a 60% HP, I just pop Zerking and I kill the mob a little bit. Got big old speed boost, attack speed. The 3-minute cooldown, right? It's kind of ridiculous. So Stone Scan is one of these OP abilities that'll help you fight mobs early in the game. Like, you can tank 2 mobs pretty easily. There's not very many mobs that hit very hard early in the game. And you can keep 2 mobs just slapping on you while you have a Stone Skin out. Let our HPs return while we got this peace blown. I can't believe we died. Man, what a terrible day for all hardcore people. Dokken died. He died. It's like, it's insane. Insane. I should not have. I should have taken done some caffeine before the stream. Honestly, I'm like lethargic. Because usually I'm on it and I'm like, I definitely felt the fatigue today playing. Just kind of going through motions, not not planning ahead, thinking about what I was doing. I feel like we can do better. You deserve better. You deserve better. This question over here. Hi, Ellie. Hi. She's like, it's almost time. It's almost 2 o'clock. I'm very hungry. I haven't eaten since you started streaming. At the damn time. We got a 4-slot bag. We leveled up. Yeah. 4 extra slots, baby. Feels good. For the night. It's 10 minutes, a little bit early. It's like 13 minutes till we start stream, till we're done requests because we're gonna run over streaming time. Plus, also, I started early today. I started at like 9:30 today instead of 10:30. I usually don't start till 10:30, but I started early because I was excited about the priest getting the 40. So tomorrow we're starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. So right now it's 2 in the morning, guys. So we're starting tomorrow in 14 hours. So in 14 hours I'll be back. We're going to start Dire Mall tomorrow. 10 people rating Dire Mall? No, not Dead Mines. Dead Mines, excuse me. Dead Mines. I keep getting the DM confused. Dead Mines, 10 people at level 15 tomorrow, okay? So it'll be 4 p.m. Eastern time. That's the Noob Core event tomorrow. I'm very excited. We had Noob Core last week for Wailing Caverns. We're doing Dead Mines this time with level 15s. So we'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m., guys. Can't wait to see you. Let's go find someone to host here, to jump in, say hello, give them all the love. We've always got we gotta throw ourselves at people, right? And take care of them. She's still on. Yes. We got an easy one. She's still going, man. She's got the dream. She's got the dream. I don't know how long she's going to be on, guys, because she's been streaming longer than I have. Here you guys go to Red Sonja. Let's jump in there. Let's say hello and chat.
Science.